is just kind of like dominate the mid lane with Tidebringer, proper harass, and then it transitions so effectively with pressuring the map and ganking. And then your item builds are straightforward, Blade Mail Heart or Blade Mail Eggs or Blade Mail BKB or something like that. So he just kind of feels too strong in lane, versatile, can gank, scales well. It just kind of is a solid hero to ban if you're worried about it.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
We've seen more bans being laid out here, Primal Beast as well as Chaos Knight.
It's pretty cool from EG here. So they're banning the CK now because they're telling Gaimin, if you don't ban Bristle in the next 2 picks, we'll pick it ourselves. And then we'll also have another ban to protect our Bristle back. In the previous series, Gaimin, they used the final ban to then instantly go for Bristle themselves. So a little bit of mind games going between the 2 teams with the bans. And we'll see if Gaimin jump on that and maybe force that into a hero they didn't really want to touch.
The Uno reverse card.
Yeah, pretty much.
Call it. Oh, you guys did this? We can do it too.
And yeah, they ban it out. So yeah, because they pushed that CK a little bit earlier, now it's pretty cool. So yeah, nice stuff from EG though.
10 seconds remaining.
Never hyped up a ban before, but that was
Yeah. Well, I want to hype up another potential banner or potential first pick is Spirit Breaker. That is another hero that doesn't necessarily do well in lanes, but always has impact in the later game, always has impact in a fight. And thank goodness, as I'm talking about him, we won't be seeing him.
We got Brewmaster coming through, which was banned last game, and Magnus was the last ban from last game that's not been touched yet.
And Dazzle as well is a hero that EG played a lot throughout the group stage playoffs. But yeah, it also got banned against Liquid banned them against them. Gaming banned it in the later phase, so another option for EG.
Yeah, it had a really high win rate in the group stage when it did make it through his core, so a little interesting to see it kind of be ignored.
Evil geniuses turn to Gaimin Gladiators.
They take 3? Yeah.
Just a safe thing. They pick the tree, stabilize their lanes. Does it feel like a waste of first pick to grab the same hero though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, what are you really gaining from this? Because now you don't have overall last pick. I know that second phase you're going to get to have the closing pick out of it when you do a first pick, but normally it is this, you're willing to go a call, maybe you're willing to go a flex. There is neither of those things when we see a Treant.
Tree's still good though, because not only did they get to ban the Phoenix to protect it, but Bristle's gone this time. Like, I think the problems that they had are banned out, and they value Tree because of, you know, whatever mid-game it gives, you know, the anti-BKB, the ability to defend your side of the map, but it's also laning. I think they really like its laning, and they pick it for that, and they're going to combo it later to secure Pakaz's lane.
Yeah. Also, they ban up the Phoenix, traditional counter to Tree. I press Overgrowth, you press Egg. Uh-oh, I got to run away from the Egg. I can't fight in my Overgrowth. So they're, again, using the bans to tie into their picks. I think the most surprising thing was the fact that they didn't jump on the opportunity of going for Dazzle. This is a hero that, like we already mentioned, they loved going for. Is a hero that can really push the rest of your team forward. Maybe they just preferred the stability of a Tree in regards to draft than the Dazzle, but again, we'll see how Gaimin operate with this hero.
Yeah, I want to know some more information about Dazzle on Gaimin Gladiators specifically, because to my knowledge, we're yet to see them pick it up in Road to the International. This is the patch that Dazzle has been buffed out the wazoo.
Yeah, I mean, core Dazzle has been the only time Dazzle's been viable in meta for like years now, it seems like. So he comes in occasionally a little overbuffed, and that's the case here. You just spam your spells like crazy. You can definitely accelerate the game in a big way with like an Ags rush. Some teams do go Midas, but if you just rush a fast Ags, you can solo Tormentor. You can just debuff and harass your enemies. So I assume it's going to be mid Dazzle. Some teams like TSM are happy to flex it to support, but it's just way more effective in the mid lane, I think.
What
Ace has been
play off lane? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'll just say Gaimin's been playing offlane Dazzle. Ace has played it 5 times in his pubs. Again, haven't touched it so far in playoffs and groups, but he's been playing it and he's undefeated.
Is that just the 4 days, the break that we've had that he's been playing, or are we talking?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Utilizing the new format. And that is the joy, of course, with the new format. These pros, they get to see things that are good, get to copy it, and then lose games in the lower bracket.
That's a bit harsh. We might see it.
Tiny.
Okay, this excites me because we've talked about how melee post forward, melee supports, you know, maybe going out of favor a little bit. Tiny was always deemed as that flex between the 4 and the mid. Hasn't been for quite some time, but could still see its light of day there. But yeah, we're going to see a Tiny.
It could be both lanes. For Tiny with like a Dazzle 3 would be kind of interesting though, because any tossback mechanic, whether that's Rubik Lift or Tiny himself, it's because you get a lot more right clicks in while they run away. And in Dazzle's case, that means more stacks of Poison Touch slow. So if they can't teleport away, that could be pretty difficult for them to win a lane against that Dazzle.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Dazzle Tiny together, especially if you're playing into Tree 5. It's not necessarily going to be that because they've had the Nature's Prophet now. And Matthew is pretty good tree if they want to put it that way. I like their ability to take either of these supports that are usually massive lane bullies and be able to toss back and together kill. I do think the sad thing about offlane Dazzle is that he is a very weak offlaner. It's the same as when people have tried playing Jakiro. Like when left alone, you just die, you just feed. You have no way to defend yourself, your move speed is relatively low. So he would require Tiny to play a lot with him, and it makes it harder for him to use the portals to move around or to go mid. Or he'd have to play carefully, and they'd have to have more of, like, control on the camps in the lane.
Yeah. I'd like to see gaming kind of focus on that point and allow for the carry to be left independent to then give the 5 rotations into that lane. So rather than rotating away from your off lane, enable that Dazzle, because Tiny Dazzle, you've already discussed, is very potent, very kill hungry. Get that 5 position to offset it even further. Even the carry can TP on the twin gate at, like, say, minute 7. You take the enemy safe lane tower, and now that's your new area to farm. So, yeah, I think, of course, big issues to deal with, but if they draft that in mind, then they will be able to get the full extent of these heroes.
Could be another reason to justify Weaver as a carry. It's one of the nice things about him. It's pretty easy to dodge ganks. It's going to cost some resources to secure the kill. Instead, they'll go Faceless Void, though. Some nice lockdown potential. Doesn't necessarily combo with the other 2 heroes. I guess Grave with Void is quite good, actually. If you Grave him, it enhances the healing he gets, and then he gets more heal from Time Walk afterwards. So that's the only obvious combo I can see out of it, but Chronosphere good.
Give me a Jakiro. I've never thought I'd ever say that.
I suppose it's...
But this is, you know, some Jaw Breath against some Prophet. Sure, he doesn't do the trees, but I feel like you could just pick for gaming just any strong 5 that has a little bit of early game damage, like level 2, level 3, feel good at fighting.
Give me Tumbuson.
Evil geniuses turn
Hey. Oh, yeah, that hero's in the patch still. In the draft, sorry.
Dazzle was a...
This is much better.
Actually,
for Jakiro.
Yeah. The AA is good.
It amps up the Void as well, so because of course Void with Time Lock is magic damage. When you go for those early chronos, because AA goes for the 3 points in Vortex build, the magic amp, it actually feels not too bad going for these early chronos.
Ooh, I like that pick. Definitely solid against Faceless Void. Lots of physical damage, lots of minus armor. He's a little weak to that. Unless you get chronoed on the way back, then it doesn't feel so good. But should be able to jump around. AA can't really defend himself very well against it either, so good use of PA plus Magnus.
Yeah. Plenty of forms of scouting as well. Like this Dazzle, positioning is key. You've got an invisible Treant Protector. Later down the line, you can have Treants as well scouting out. Mag happily blinking in. You'll have opportunities to find this Dazzle and to jump in, but of course, you blink in, there'll be a Chrono, some Avalanche toss. It'll be a constant battle of, does Dazzle show himself? How do you initiate? Respect the Chrono if it's wasted. EG can bring a PA quite freely throughout the field.
One big downside, though, is that when PA was busted like 2 weeks ago, Faceless Void started emerging as the hero to counter it with time dilation. You lower her cooldowns or make them much longer, so she doesn't get to zip around fights as much. It can be a big problem.
I do think that the enjoyable thing about having a Magnus that's willing to initiate is you are doing this damage, right? You almost are trying to bait out the Chrono, and as a PA, you can stand off a little bit to the side. This Chrono comes out, you know you're no longer going to be locked down in it. You know that it's no longer going to be a threat, and then you're there to come in, you get to clean up, you get to have your kills, you get to have your resets as well. So if you play it right, Faceless Void doesn't feel as much of a counter as a lot of people expect it to be, but you have to play very, very patient. But advantage of having a mag for you.
Yeah, I think it's awkward because EG have really good ways to pierce BKB, but if the Chrono comes out onto PA, they don't really have anything that saves. Because like if Treant is going to buy like a blink, be able to get his ult off, Faceless will likely have a BKB, maybe he could buy a Manta, whatever he decides, something that purges, and then it's like whatever.
I would love if EG was able to get like a Night Stalker in their draft. You put the Magnus into mid lane, PA safe. Like, I think, of course, it looks very greedy because everyone's farming, but the Mag and power to PA will accelerate her timings. The fact that Gaming don't actually hit towers with their first 4 heroes, so there's no threat of, oh no, they're going to take a Rax in the first 20-25 minutes, right? It's quite like a mid-game timing from Gaming, And then the vision that you get from Night Stalker throughout the entire game, you see AA, you see Dazzle, the silence against Void. It could be really obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Well, the remaining bans are going to be out for Gaming Gladiators. I'm more curious as to how Evil Geniuses split this, if they think it is definitely going to be that Ace off lane, or if... sorry, Ace Dazzle off lane.
GG actually has flex potential with the Tiny, with the Dazzle here, so definitely going to make it a little harder for them to ban.
Do you split it, or do you just go all in and be like, okay, let's remove any quote-unquote comfort for Quinn, make it so that he has to pick up one of these two, and then they're going to be picking a different option?
I mean, you could argue that you're not that worried about Tiny in the meta, because not very many teams pick him, thus he must be weak. And then you just ban whatever role you're most worried about being swapped out. And mid-heroes, yeah, ban the best mid-heroes. That's a safer way to do it, maybe.
Yeah. So Quinn's been playing some Necrophos so far in the patch. Like, they could go for that route where you pick a hero that you tell PS, like, you need to buy a Nullifier now. But if you buy a Nullifier, you're not buying a good item to deal with the rest of the concepts in the game. But we'll see if they go down that route. They still, of course, have some, like, Shaker type thing, but okay, let's go for a Tidehunter on EG. That's we don't want to lose a game. This is a very stable type of draft. If you look at it, it's got playable aspects throughout the entire game.
It'll definitely up tempo. I hope it goes Meteor Hammer. Take the safe lane tower without too much worry. Treant and Nature's Prophet will be good at setting up those gank +1s as well. So I think it looks okay. Get tanky, frontline a little bit, initiate for your team, make the Chrono less good.
Gaimin need damage. It's just, they need damage so bad.
The little green lad.
I can't, like, you're playing it right now into Tide, who can get the Meteor, but then if they get things like Pipe to mitigate this magic damage from like AA and tiny spells and like faceless bashes, it's like, where is your damage coming from early game right now? I don't really see their ability to fight, especially when faceless is farming.
And they definitely don't kill Tide.
They go for
Yeah,
it.
nice ball. Yeah, they needed magic damage.
Yeah.
Reaper Scythe will kill him.
Yeah.
But all the other heroes do not do well against Tide.
So is the Necro build, was it Blade Mail,
Heart.
and then Ags?
Yeah, sometimes that, or maybe Sange to increase your regen, or BKB, Shard, lots of things.
I'm sitting here, I'm just waiting for, all Gaming Gladiators players to pick their heroes, just making sure nothing cheeky comes up, that we're going to see something weird and wacky being picked up on the off lane.
It comes down to Dazzle or Tiny, basically.
Yeah.
And we assume it'll be Dazzle 3, but...
I'd want to see Tiny and AA to be the supports, just because they play so well together as well. The amp from the AA with the Tiny, the Avatos, like you see a hero, as two, you can pretty much kill, like the PA you can kill by yourself, both the supports you can kill by yourself, so yeah, it's a nice combo. And Gaming, this is quite a forward-thinking type of lineup, right? They need their lane to go well for Dazzle, they need AA to want to join with the Necro to keep pushing things forward, and Void, every time he has Chrono, he can't be Chronoing to save himself. It needs to be, I've Chronoed the Mag, I took a tower. I've Chronoed around Roshan, I now get Roshan with my team. So, yeah.
Alrighty, guys, we're not going to talk too much more. We're going to hear some more words, though. It's going to be from Tsunami and joined by CY.
Yes, indeed. I'm standing by with a Gaming Gladiators coach with first things first. I've got some thoughts on game one. Like, dude, why are we still picking Pango? Holy, in 2023. Can we play a real hero? Aren't you trying to win a TI or something?
Yeah, Quinn is whining about people picking it in pubs, but when we play officials, we really want to win, right? So we will pick the Pango.
And you're doing it regularly, but this time he's on Necro, which seems to be just kind of a Quinn signature. Did he introduce this hero to you, or you kind of brought it up?
Oh, this was Quinn himself. Like, he played it in pubs, and he really likes these heroes that can destroy lanes. Like, he used to play a lot of Huskar. So Necro is kind of, I guess, is kind of new Huskar in some ways. So he's really enjoying this hero right now.
All right, well, let's see if they can bring you to a 2-0 success. Gaming and game number 2 underway right now.
Every single time we've seen these two teams match up in a best of 3 this season, they have gone the distance. But that game 1 was, yeah, it went late, but I feel like it was relatively convincing for Gaming Gladiators' side.
Yeah, and if you look at the net worth chart, if you look at the comeback potential, though, who had the greater comeback potential?
Well, you can only come back if you're behind,
Exactly.
so I guess that's Evil Geniuses.
And you can only
You're
go
right.
deep in the lower bracket if you're used to going in the lower bracket.
Ah,
which
okay.
Evil Geniuses also are, as you
You
mentioned.
got to be comfortable with losing, is that what you're saying?
That's right. You must embrace it, make it your friend, and then you can rise above it.
This
That is
is
what they will try to do here.
it's a very interesting draft, I would say, on both sides.
is.
Like, we had a weird hero for Game of Gladiators, Weaver, we haven't seen too much of. Now it's going to be the Necrophos, but Evil Geniuses, they just have, I mean, yeah, there's a Faceless Void on one side, but EG has Ravage and RP. That's a lot of big team fight that they're bringing to this table. What do you feel like they took from that game 1 and what they needed to improve on going into this game 2?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to me is, again, they want to win their lanes a little bit more, so they picked the really strong lane supports and the Furion and the Tree. They definitely should be stronger than AA Tiny in a vacuum, depending on how these side lanes go. But I expect EG to do better on the side lanes. Maybe mid's a different story in terms of the Necro matchup. C-Smile's going to have to do his best to survive there.
Yeah.
That's one change, and the other is giving Pakaz a hero that he probably feels more confident just ultra carrying the late game, right? I think PA has a better chance of just 1v5ing straight up if it really comes down to it than a lot of other carries. Still the case even after the nerfs. So I think that's some of the things they've adjusted here. And of course, trying to answer what Gaming threw at them, which was, for me, a very unconventional draft for Gaming. Like, they got the Ace Dazzle, which has kind of been one of his heroes to supplement this Aura builder that doesn't necessarily straight exist anymore, right?
Right.
It's a hero that does it through the spells in a degree. But very lane-oriented, which is something they've done throughout the year, but went away from for a bit. This is like, we want Dazzle to win the lane, and we want this Necro to win the lane.
I was going to say, if you're going to win this lane, you're going to have to do it through skewers and better body blocking. C-Smile doing a great job on the opening and a TP in blood. Okay, bye-bye, Quinn. EG will take the first blood. You're supposed to win this lane, Quinn, and he's already on the back foot.
The only upside for Quinn there is that Matthew took it, right? It did not go to C-Smile in terms of the gold, but damn, that is so nice for C-Smile. Didn't even have to spend any resources on it. Gets full wave here, denies, it's gonna push into him.
I will say, counterpoint to that though, it is really dangerous if Matthew gets ahead, right? Earn early Spirit Vessel against a Necrophos. I mean, he's going to be looking at mid a lot, I'm sure. And if he starts getting those items, then Quinn's game is going to become so much harder.
It's a great Vessel game. I mean, all three of these cores pretty much rely on getting their HP back, right?
Yep.
And that's the upside of the synergy for Gaming, is the Dazzle with the Shallow Grave on a Necro or a Faceless Void is pretty devastating if it occurs in the fight, right? You get the Time Walk off, you get the heal off, suddenly that whole fight turns. There's no real anti-healing on each side. Vessel is, you know, the one thing they can have going for them in that area. And if Matthew gets it fast, it is going to be devastating on the map. I think this Tide Hunter, you were talking about the zones of control. I mean, that's another reason Tide's here. Tide should find the backline or guarantee that the initiation precludes the Dazzle from getting the save off. Sure. It's an old school Dazzle counter. You go in with the Ravage. I mean, it's pretty hard to Shallow Grave the guy that gets gone on. You just burst him with the Phantom Assassin. That's probably what EG are looking for as this game progresses, whereas if you're Gaming, you want to go in with the Necro, frontline it up, and then get a great Chronosphere, ideally on the mag or like the supports. Just burst it down with the magic damage.
I was going to say, if you don't get him with the Ravage, you already got a second opportunity with the reverse polarity. Instead, Avalanche going to try and cover them here as they retreat, but the rotation from Matthew will net them the kill first on Ace before he falls. So 1-for-1 trade-off there, but ultimately the core dying on the side of Game of Gladiators. Matthew is having his impact felt, and you did say they drafted for strong lanes outside of this mid sort of situation that C-Smile, but Matthew and...
There's nothing you can do about last pick Necro. I mean, like,
yeah.
You know, like CY was saying, the man enjoys playing Necro right now. That's absolutely disgusting. I don't know who enjoys playing Necro, but it will win the lane. There's just no way around it. That first blood definitely helps, but this is about the side lanes. EG wants to come off strong in the side lanes, and they're not easy ones to necessarily combat when you're going to leave the Tide alone, but that's what the Furion's designed to do. I mean, if you're going to pick one support in the meta that's going to win two side lanes, it's Furion. Or at least, I guess, you know, one side lane and one mid, but 2 out of the 3.
Sure.
So Matthew's rotation is super important for EG here, particularly.
Combining it, toss back with the poison is going to be a big problem. They toss him back into the creeps. A big heal bit. It's not quite enough damage to burst down the Stream Protector because now they can make a rebuttal here. Slow down Ace before he gets away too deep into the trees and kill him.
And EG are happy every time this happens. It's XP and gold for Matthew. Pakaz stays up, extra gold for him, and they're shutting down Ace a little bit. Still, I mean, Ace is getting a decent amount out of this lane, so you have to keep committing to this. His TP is on cooldown for 20 seconds, and they brought Celery up here. So that's what you're looking for if you're EG. Get the Tide in a one-on-one, and you're looking at who's at the top of the CS chart right now. It's Whisper, who has basically been left alone in the one-on-two. Yeah, Gaming felt like they couldn't punish the Tide enough with an AA Void going into the tanky early Ring of Health with the start Whisper had. I don't know if Whisper start should have been this good with how fast Matthew left the lane, but damn, he is just getting the world down here. Solo XP, untouched. He's going to be big.
Now, I brought up the Ern Spirit Vessel on Matthew, but he's opting for the Medallion Solar Crest build-up instead, which is just as good of a build-up, but better for his PA and his Tidehunter. Big minus armor, but the damage. This Tri-Lane is dangerous, man. If you get a toss back, you're being pushed into a Dazzle with an advantage, and he's going to be able to run you down, not just one, but perhaps two, because does get away only because of the fact that, oh, the poison damage. He does have the stick, though, and was able to pop it, but he's not feeling great about his position. He brings a little treads to himself, but he's going to need some regen.
This is the correct play from Gaming, I guess. Like, you have to keep your Dazzle in the lane. You can't just let Matthew 3v2 bully Ace out of this off lane while, you know, Whisper's doing this, right? That would be a death sentence on this map. I mean, you can fall back a little bit on the Necro Mag, but Necro's not necessarily the best mid to rotate to these side lanes either. Quinn just wants to play his own game. If anything, when you pick these dominating matchups like the Huskar they mentioned that's similar, you want supports rotating into you to abuse it. Very slick Sprout here by Matthew. We'll get him out of danger as
going to be slowed down a little bit more, but I think he should be fine. Meanwhile, C-Smile is being punished heavily, so if they keep the pressure, another good thing about this Tri-Lane, they keep Matthew kind of locked down. He can't help C-Smile out nearly as much.
I mean, there's no helping this matchup. It is not a helpable matchup.
And they're going to catch him with Tofu. They're going to make sure he dies, and that not only, they get the kill, but now Quinn also has his level 6.
And look at the tower. This is the Catapult Flag Bearer wave. So this is what Gaming want to do. They want to bring supports to the winning lane. They know they have the matchup. It's going to get a Tidehunter teleport just to defend this Catapult.
Do we swap lanes now? Put the Magnus in that bottom lane?
I mean, you could. I don't think you want to, but
nobody wants to be mid, that's for sure.
It's an ego thing, you know. No mid player wants to give up on the lane, no matter how bad it is.
No, he didn't beat me. I can still recover. Because going to be in some trouble. Jumps onto Tofu. Treant Protector can only do so much here. Is he going to be locked down by the Cold Feet? Barely gets out inside of the range, and lacking that stun, they will not be able to kill Pakaz. But it doesn't matter if they kill Pakaz if they're keeping him totally outside of the lane, outside of these daggers. It's like the only CS he's getting now.
The thing is that, like, you're looking at this net worth chart, right? I think EG are okay with this outcome. Just because the tide's going to be so strong, and you kind of got out of this Mag Necro lane a little bit. Like, this Mag Necro lane really could have been a disaster. With just mass rotations going in, creating a pressure point, this tower could be dead. I think that's what Quinn wants in an ideal game, right? So maybe he's getting 70% of this matchup right now. It's still very good for him, but it's not explosive, and it's not necessarily enabling the supports who could have gone there. Though, I will say, Tofu got a lot of XP off top. That's the upside of, I guess, Ace dying here. He's level 4 3/4 here before Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
This is like a dream start for a support Tiny. You can do a lot of work in this game, tossing people back. Not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament, but a hero we have seen a lot over the history of TIs for a very good reason.
Yeah, you were adamant that he was going to come back for TI. You think he always comes back?
Well, 2 reasons. I mean, 1, toss is a hell of a spell.
Yeah.
And 2, I mean, FY is playing here, so.
Well, that's a pretty good point for it. C-Smile, Quinn is in so deep. Evil Geniuses, though, don't really seem to have a way to be able to punish him. He's just taking away this little hard cam stack that C-Smile had going for himself. And if he's not careful, Quinn might go for the kill with Celery nearby, especially Tofu. An opportunity to maybe toss Quinn onto that big Magnus. Panda, who's sticking around a little bit too long, does get spotted. He'll be the victim instead of a Reaper's Sight. He goes down, and Quinn gets his first stack of the game.
Gaming making the correct read, playing up with this Necro, backing up and baiting the jungle. If the Mag doesn't want to lane burst, you bring the lane to him.
Look at C-Smile.
The stacking.
He's like, I got like 5 seconds to hit creeps in lane. That's it. Not going to be able to get the power rune, of course. Dyrachyo cut over to see if he can get the C-Smile kill, and he looks like he may just have him. Time dilation slows him down a bit. He can use the Chronosphere, but he'd really rely on bashes to finish him up.
How good are your bashes, son?
Can he get the bashes required? Well, 4 hits, not quite enough.
They're
5,
not very good.
6. Okay, Tofu's here. Looks like they're going to cut off C-Smile. And hey, they don't need the bashes, apparently, when you just bring enough heroes to the table.
Was almost demoralized.
God, it was.
So he's like, surely I'll bash him.
Quinn, meanwhile, did get a double damage. Perfect time for that when nobody's in lane pressuring the tower. Yep. Again, against the Treant Protector, it does seem like Gaming Gladiators really put a heavy emphasis on taking the towers before living armor levels are up.
The upside of a last pick lane-winning matchup, especially for this player. Back to the top of the net worth chart despite the first blood shenanigans. Tower dead at 850 here, and it means early bots he can rotate. So Quinn's going to be pretty active on the map. He can join these fights, look for the Reaper Sight stacks, continue to enable his supports.
Now, Whisper did recognize that. He rushed the Meteor Hammer. No boots, nothing else, just straight Meteor Hammer. He also took a tower in that bottom lane, so it is even in that regard. But it always does feel bad trading towers when you're the one with the Treant Protector.
So maybe another one of those games where it comes down to like how much do you believe in your scale, right? On one side, we have the Mag PA, a true OG classic, if you want to frame it that way. You are going to scale very hard and hit very hard and farm the stacks really fast if you get the Ancient stacks up for Pakaz here. And on the flip side, you have Faceless Void Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is a duo that goes back a long way as another stack goes into Quinn's pocket.
They get him, but they almost all stopped Pakaz's TP out. This top lane is in danger. As soon as the Necro shows up, you're like, no. Nobody wants to be there anymore. They immediately vacate the lane, but you can see Quinn, with his boots of travel, can play around the map pretty quickly. He immediately goes to pressure Pakaz. Might even be able to get him too. Avalanche slows him down, and Dyrachyo shows up for yet another fight. Not that he's needed, but the help might actually be needed here as Quinn's gonna keep trying to dive in. The heals are just enough. They got an RP. Skewer back into the tier 2. Throw that Ravage down. Finally get the punish on Quinn. Do not let this man bully you.
I thought that was just going to be a bad death for Pakaz, and somehow it turns into they get the biggest kill on the map. It's a lot of shared bounty gold too because the whole team showed up.
Man, what a massive difference like 50 HP makes because Pakaz lives and he goes straight into being able to farm hard camp stack, or excuse me, Ancient. So,
yeah, this is nice. He lives off the living armor and now he gets early in power. That helps him clear through this at a much faster rate than he would have. Otherwise, when you're looking at the camp stack, it's all Matthew here. So now if you're EG, the game plan is just hold the map for the PA, right? Especially when you're ultra on cooldown.
Can Whisper do that for them, though?
Pretty hard into the Necrophos.
Yeah, when nobody's going to help you out. Now, fortunately, there is no Reaper's side. They're going to try and body block in Whisper. Of course, without a Ravage, there's no real threat of a turnaround here. They're just going to keep running him down, and they will eventually get this kill and start going for that safe lane tower.
This is the battering ram. Just continue to run the Necro into these cores that are not ready to fight him right now. Claim as much map control and space as you can. This is all absolute free time for the Faceless Void, for the Dazzle. Ace is just going to go straight to the Midas. You already have the Mask Madness up for Dyrachyo. So both the other two gaming cores, they're just not going to get touched. Quinn is way too much of a menace right now. He's going to make his presence felt. I mean, he's just running behind the tier 2 at 11 minutes. Got to be a little careful of some skewers here, but outside of that, you're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, and I guess this is the time to do that before the Blink Dagger is up on C-Smile, which I assume, similar to Game 1, is going to be his rushed item. I mean, he's got 1,500 gold in the bank right now.
Yeah, probably. You're just way too poor here. Your lane was way too bad, and you're not getting the farm priority to go some carry mag type build.
Yeah, when you're kind of like this far down, repositioning is probably the best way to even the odds.
I mean, rushing Blink also doesn't feel great, right?
Yeah.
I think he's debating the Echo Saber into Blink here. Can't really blame him. You still want to be a mid-mag in this game because you have a tide to bring up utility.
Yeah. Is there going to be enough space for him to farm with that? Like, if he gets the Echo Saber, but you've got a PA Battle Fury, the map is getting good small pretty quick.
That's why they made the map bigger.
That's true.
Everybody has space now.
We'll see how much of that space Evil Geniuses can utilize as... it's funny, they haven't taken that top tower yet. Gaming Gladiators have almost just kind of been like, yeah, okay, you gave up this space, and now we're going to slowly bleed you out. Nobody wants to be up there right now because it's so deep on the map.
It's just been Ace.
Bigger. Yeah,
Ace farming it up with very fast Midas. I mean, the early 2 deaths off the Furion rotation, kind of inevitable. You expect 1 or 2 of those. And since then, he hasn't been touched. He's just stacking up Triangle for himself, going to town. It's going to be a very fast Dazzle Ags in this game. And until you have some of the Blink initiators to create the zone control, I feel like Ace can take over these fights. Which we saw in Game 1, he drove a lot of that mid game from the 15 to like the 30 or 40 minute mark with the Bristle.
Yep.
He was untouchable, right? He's trying to set up a similar situation here where you just force these objectives at a pace where EG don't feel confident enough to contest them if they're missing big items. It's particularly the BKB on Pakaz. You're talking about this Phantom Assassin with the mag. You can accelerate the timings. You can go for the Deso build. You can go for a faster BKB because you have extra damage. That used to be the staple back in the day. Actually, it used to just be you go Deso, not even the Battle Fury. Here he'll still opt for the Battle Fury, go into the BKB. And I think Pakaz will be pretty strong with that BKB outside of the Chronosphere. That's where that carry-to-carry matchup is going to matter a lot in this game. Who can get vision for Dyrachyo to find the Chrono?
Yeah, because they have the stuns. They get that disable on Dyrachyo, then Pakaz can probably follow it up and he'll kill him real quickly. But if he gets jumped by the Chronosphere first, then Gaming Gladiators, Have all the spells in the world to be able to throw into this one. You can see the Chronosphere into the Ice Blast are going to be one of the deadliest duos we'll see in this one. You throw a Reaper Scythe on top of that, that's just overkill.
This guy's dash is working, right? Just a...
Maybe he's saving them for the late game where they may need it most.
I mean, they're not quill sprays. You can't stack them up.
Aghanim Scepter being gone for Ace. He's halfway there. I mean, when you already have the Midas, you're able to lower the cooldown with Bad Juju. So you're already going to farm pretty quickly, but once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you're just like one-shotting creep waves, then you hit a neutral camp. You just get so much farm so quickly. Well, what do you do with that farm? How do you feel about core Dazzle right now?
I think it's insanely good in the late game. Cyril scales like an absolute beast. The deceptive part about him is he becomes a physical damage hero. With all the right clicks off the inverse wave and the talents going through, you get minus armor off the Bad Juju. It starts to add up. Cyril can just kind of win fights out of nowhere. And of course you have, permanent Shallow Grave can always be a factor. You can turn into the pseudo Tinker archetype.
Yeah, it's particularly annoying for a carry that is so single target focused.
Yes. So that's a big factor too. Like, can EG find Ace in these fights without multiple Shallow Graves going off on big core targets, which are gonna guarantee big heal coming out. Like, Shallow Grave on Necro in this game is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a lot of extra heal, a lot of time that aura is just going to work in the fight. Heartstopper is what this hero's built around now, particularly with this Heart into a later Ags build. If Quinn's alive for 5 or 6 more seconds because he is graved and then dies, that might be enough to win you the fight, because it might force a situation where Pakaz has to commit in and you just get stuck there, even during a BKB duration. It really is up to the big bruisers here for EG between Whisper and C Smile. You have an RP Skewer, you have a Ravage. You need to find and set the fight up for Pakaz so it works in that type of way. And on the flip side, if you're Tofu, we talked about the art that he had. I mean, you're gonna have a fast Tiny Blink in this game.
Yeah.
He's gonna be rich with Arcane Boots on top of it. So if you just toss one of the guys in, the fight gets very awkward for EG very fast.
Yeah, that repositioning, getting him away from the Dazzle is going to be pretty key.
And that Blink is finished at 16 on top of Arcane Boots. I mean, he's approaching C Smile right now. And he didn't have to lane against Necro, so.
That's pretty scary. Heart almost done for Quinn. No Blade Mail required in this game because he's really not receiving a whole lot of smoke from the EG side. They haven't touched him too much.
Gaming just gearing up for their timing, right? You hit this hard on Necro, you're gonna have the Ags on Dazzle. Your team fight becomes so strong at that point in time.
Gonna go for C Smile, the Blink Dagger. There's that burst from the Tiny with the Ice Blast, the Reaper Scythe. It's just a guarantee. You only need a bit of damage. You get him down to close to half. The Reaper Scythe will probably do the rest of the work, but if not, it gets him close enough for the Ice Blast to shatter him.
That's number 4.
4 stack of the game, an extra 8 HP regen permanently for Quinn.
And this trio is, I mean, the synergy is just so good with the Ice Vortex going down, amping up all the magical burst damage. This is where AA feels great. That's why I feel like we're seeing this hero so much more. It's about the Ice Vortex, not the ult for me. I mean, the ult's great, but you drop 3 or 4 of these down in a fight, you have a bunch of extra magic damage going in. Even Faceless Void, that combo's existed for a long time because, yeah, your Cold Feet procs, but you're amping all these bashes and Maelstrom procs.
That's a good point. Hell, the amount of magic damage. And if there's anybody else to throw some spells into that Chronosphere, then all the better.
Oh,
Matthew.
Low priority game.
You guys suck. I'm playing on the high ground here.
I mean, we've all been there.
So he's going to try and pull the Ancients to him with Treants. That's pretty funny.
This is effective, but it's not that efficient. I actually don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he didn't pull the Ancients to him at all.
Just chilling, man. He's watching Pakaz farm right now.
Hey, oh, here comes the farm. It's coming.
Yeah, but the thing is, he can't.
Couriers are on their way.
I mean, is he really going to TP off a cliff to kill a courier? There's no way.
Oh, one of them's going to get close. Get that one.
He doesn't want it.
No. Oh.
Are you sure this is Matthew?
Yeah, this guy is the courier killing king.
Still on the player cam, right?
10-4. It's a sleepy game right now. Game of Gladiators. Very similar to game number 1, where they take an early lead. It feels like Evil Geniuses have already conceded to just playing for the high ground and playing for the late game rebuttal. But I do have to wonder, I mean, I've heard this phrase, play to win, not play to lose, so many times in the TI's history. I do have to wonder, Avery, is EG just banking a little bit too much on playing it safe and conservative here? As Gaming Gladiators seem to have all the space in the world. Anytime they see somebody, they can jump. They jump onto Panda here, get that kill, and oh, hey, look, there's a Tidehunter. We'll get that kill as well.
I don't know why Whisper shows there. I think that's, I mean, you just give him the treant, right? Unless you're ready to fight this with the Phantom Assassin, you're not taking the fight. Your lineup deals 0 damage outside of PA going in and joining the engagement. That's what you're waiting for here. Talking about what is EG's game plan, I mean, it's Picaz. That's what the team is centered around, and the BKB just got finished, so you gave up 2 big kills there in exchange for a Chronosphere. Maybe something EG is okay with if they can make a move right now and exploit it. But damn, you are giving Gaming a lot of room, and when you give this team room, they build the lead quite fast. All 3 cores straight to the top, 7K net worth lead.
Yeah, you got to remember, they're a Western European team. They will methodically take a lead over you and grow and grow and grow it. Heard from Quinn in that listen-in last game, right? It's not the Barracks that's going to win us the game. It's building an advantage and killing them over and over again. Evil Genius.
I mean, to be fair, though, the Barracks was what kind of won them that game.
It did eventually, yeah.
And Blink on Mag. So C-Smile, he stopped off for the Echo Saber, will now finish the Blink. You got to get something going if you're EG here. I don't know how much you just want to rest on PA 1v5 in the game. I mean,
yeah, you can't say the game plan at 7 minutes is let's let them go high ground, guys. That's when we'll stop them. Hey, look at the courier play.
Yeah, there it is. The pentagram of Tormentor Death.
I'm telling you, man, it's so valued to be able to have a hero that can solo a Tormentor.
Well,
and
not for
Bristleback does that, Dazzle does it.
Yeah, for a Tiny Shard.
Well, Tiny Shard isn't the best, but hey, that's why you can solo it, because you didn't commit very many resources for it, right?
It's true.
And now you can get the second Tormentor at 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. There's the Blink Dagger reveal. Jump back onto Tofu doesn't feel very good at all. Dyrachyo gets a pretty decent time dilation. Overgrowth is going to be put to work here. Reaper's Sight doesn't quite finish him off, but they should have the damage, as Evil Geniuses really don't seem to have a whole lot going on here. Picaz tries to jump in, pops his BKB, immediately trying to go for Celery. This is just not working for EG. They're throwing a lot of spells, and not a lot of heroes are taking damage on the side of Gaming Gladiators. It is all easily being undone by the Dazzle heals. Gaming Gladiators are sure to be able to run down something more. At least Dyrachyo is trying right now.
He has Chrono back up in 1. He'll pop it.
Yeah, might as well. You just watched EG throw a bunch of spells around. It's not like they're going to be fighting you anytime soon.
He saved up all the bashes.
He did.
Put him to good use as he'll Chrono the Tidehunter yet again. That was a fight without the Chronosphere, which is why EG were looking for with your Blink reveal, a okay initiation, and your BKB on PA that yielded 0. So if you're EG, you are not feeling great about how this game is going, and if you're gaming, all you're really thinking is, how soon can we do Roshan?
Yeah, that's the worst part, is they built a second item BKB.
And didn't get a single shot.
Didn't get anything out of it. You could have gone for a Deso, you could have gone for this slower route, and it does seem like EG, they said, hey, we need to actually, you know, we need to punch Gaming Gladiators in the nose and make them hurt a little bit, but that one didn't hurt at all.
And they're still missing the Vessel charges on Matthew. He just finishes the Vessel. He went for that after the Solar Crest. We're talking about the anti-healing being a way that you can commit on these heroes without committing Picaz in himself. I mean, not if you're sitting at 0. It's almost time to TP into the fountain, like I always say. I mean, it's valuable to a degree here. Do not want to give an Aegis to gaming with this type of lineup, because they will push the objectives very efficiently. I mean, you're worried about like a skewer back, but not with how tanky your heroes are. And that Aegis will allow that, right?
Yeah, at least not for like when it comes to these tier. Like they can take all the towers off the map.
And then control Ancients.
Second, third, fourth, fifth Roshan again if they need to.
Octarine done for Ace. He's ready to fight again. Ags closing in for Quinn. In fact, it is flying out on the Courier right now. So 2 more huge team fight items for gaming. These heroes are just fully online, basically.
Now, they did just get a very, very small win, and it's immediately neutralized by the fact that we get a kill on Whisper. Managed to get the BKB charge out of Dyrachyo. Didn't mean much because it doesn't seem like EG are going to be able to fight, particularly not without Whisper. God's still playing around, though. We'll see. C-Smile get the jump. They get the RP on the 2 on the Dazzle. Can they kill him fast enough before the Shadow Grave? They get the skewer, and that's just enough. Quinn tried to jump in, give the extra heals, and he is doing a lot of damage. Remember, this Heart Aghanim Scepter, tons of damage over time, and that's why Picaz vacated the area and just went for other kills. They're just going to leave Quinn alone, kite him around. They're doing this beautifully, but can they kill him?
tanky boy right there. You have another chrono coming up in 8 seconds here, so if you're watching the clock on EG,
Oh, he's gonna jump under Dyrachyo. Knows the BKB and the time walk is down, but the Chronosphere is coming up and he gets him right on the edge. Quinn, he's gonna help with the damage. They're gonna try and skew him away, but Kaz is actually gonna live proof, and then he turns around and kills Dyrachyo. But Kaz does it again, and TP's out.
what a mana from Picasso. He just believes in the crit more than the bash.
And what a play from C Smile to bring
bailed
Quinn
him
out
out.
of the range of Bakaz.
Absolutely bailed him out there. Panda adding in the extra heals from Leech Seed. These are no joke on a high armor Agi hero. Flirting with danger here, but now you got a pretty decent team fight win, and you got the chrono out of them as well. So if you're Picasso, you're really happy about that outcome.
Yeah,
because the second your BKB's back up, you might just take another fight. And this is what EG are looking for every time. Find Ace out of position and punish him hard. You get the dazzle first, the team fight just opens wide, right?
Yeah,
You also have
especially
no
if you have the mobility to get away from Quinn.
Yep. I mean, he got away from Quinn. He killed Celery in the river.
Yeah.
Even more efficient here. If you have Reaper, this fight might look very different. But again, you're abusing the big cooldowns here. Something gaming have to be aware of in this. That's a big win. Kills a lot of momentum in this game. Puts Bakaz in a much stronger position here. It stalls out that objective taking that gaming we're going for.
You know, this was my biggest concern, is that EG was just playing too passive. That kind of play is what you need out of Bakaz.
That's playing. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? That's playing to win.
Absolutely.
That is absolutely playing to win here, and it's going to set the Faceless Void back a step against this Phantom Assassins. That lead opens up to 2,500, almost 3,000 gold between those two carries. That's what you're looking for in terms of differential here to create the openings in the fight. It's a lot about this carry matchup in this game. It's been very close so far. Can EG open up something in this game too, where similar to game one, Gaming have just controlled the map better. They've controlled the objectives better, have gotten more Tormentors, more Roshans, and they're looking to add to that total, and it'll be uncontested yet again.
Yeah, again, they have a way to do it pretty damn quickly. Maybe not as fast as game one. EG did just pick up an important item, the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter, so now they have Blink RP, Skewer back into Ravage. Like, if they catch multiple heroes in one of these AoE disables, then that could just be the fight right away.
So the Aegis on Dyrachyo, it likely prevents EG from going on him first, but again, they are looking for Ace. All right, that is so much what it's about.
Yeah.
This team fight is going to come down to positioning. Where is Ace? How aggressive are you forcing objectives, and who do you show? And do you have mechanisms to get vision?
And that's why he's going for the Blink Dagger, right? So he can deal with that Ravage AoE. He can play super far back, out of sight, out of mind, and then jump in at the right time to get the Shallow Grave.
I mean, you probably even consider like Blink BKB in this game. Just guarantee you're not too afraid of this Ravage. Though you don't necessarily need the BKB. It is, confidence and positioning. Definitely wins you games. So how much are you going to get with this Aegis period? And how afraid are EG to fight into it right now? Because Bakaz just finished a Basher. He also got Orbit Destruction. I mean, he is melting right now with Living Armor plus Empower on top of this Phantom Assassin. This is truly a buff your carry and let him shine lineup right now. And I mean, he's just firing on all cylinders. Almost has level 20 as well. Of his choice of a tier 3 token.
It's going to be scary, scary stuff when this PA comes on the battlefield. But Game of Gladiators have the advantage. 6,000 net worth lead. They have an Aegis in the hands of Dyrachyo. He's working towards that MKB, working towards the answer to the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Scan on the triangle right now. EG are smoked. Gaming know they're there.
Yeah, they know they're there. Are they expecting the initiation, though? Will they be able to react in time to keep you away?
Everything.
Keep you away. Oh, they don't have Quinn now. Right, the initiation comes in. The Chronosphere only catching the Magnus.
And the Overgrowth.
And the Overgrowth is going to stop the damage, too. Oh, the Ravage will be able to fall. An absolute disaster for Gaming Gladiators and Evil Genius. They will feast in this fight.
Quinn is
They're
back.
going to take away the Aegis. Dyrachyo's back into play. And yeah, Quinn's back with the shield room at that. Oh, a Shallow Grave just at the right time to be able to bail out Dyrachyo. They finish up the tree, but Dyrachyo fighting for his life right now. Great Avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just
won't die.
He will not die. Finally, because deals with them, but the damage is done. Dyrachyo lives.
Ace coming up huge in a team fight that could have been a disaster with Quinn going bottom. Instead, just keeps Dyrachyo alive way too damn long. Wears out the PA BKB, and suddenly you are caught in a man fight that just went on far past its expiration here.
Yeah, I didn't think a second life was going to be enough for Dyrachyo, but when he gets a third life and a fourth life off the Shallow Graves.
How many Aegis is this enough, right?
Yeah.
That is why finding that Dazzle is paramount for EG in these engagements. We are seeing the power of this pick in this type of lineup when you have the leaps, when you have the Necro heals coming through. And that was with Vessel on Dyrachyo that expired just before that last Grave did as well. So you might have even gotten Dyrachyo post-back. This is just not what gaming we're looking for, right? You have Overgrowth on the BKB Void during Chrono, and Pekaz gets to come in after all of it. But he chose to go on Dyrachyo here instead of Ace, where Ace is in the back.
Yep,
And then he couldn't find him because of the blink. So maybe Pekaz just didn't see him there, or he had the prioritization of the Void because Chrono was down. But damn, did those Graves just destroy the back end of this fight.
Yeah, the heals are out of control. When the Shallow Grave is used, it's amping up the heal, and that includes not just the Necrophos impact, but also the Time Walk impact.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, he's just like, whatever, man, you crit me twice, cool, but he already did his job.
Yep.
That was with a Reaper Sight on a Treant.
And Necrophos not there for the first engagement.
And they still won that fight convincingly. Shows you the power of this lineup when it all comes together. And now you have an MKB done on your Faceless Void, plus the level 20 talent. So the damage just went through the roof here for Dyrachyo in these fights. And the items just continue to pour in. 10k gold lead. I mean, you have Matthew to make up some of it, right? Furion will always find net worth on the map if he can get to what I assume is an Ags being built up.
Yeah.
Pretty nice Ags game. It's very close to it. 600 away. That disarm and root is going to be pretty good here because he forces Dyrachyo into a tough position. This Furion ult flies through. Dyrachyo isn't happy. He BKBs, then you get Overgrowth.
Oh, what a quick blink away from C-Smile right as Tofu tried to pounce there.
And this Tiny is still massive, right? You're still looking at Blink, 4-staff, Yule's Tiny for Tofu. So the control, the disable, you also always have that Jerax play where you can toss someone into the Chrono.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you're around the Chrono and not in it, you're not safe if you're on EG side. And once more, just run Quinn in first. Let the Necrophos frontline here with the Aura. It's pretty hard for him to get bursted. You're afraid of a skewer threat, but that's also what that Tiny Yules can interrupt.
Dire's middle tower.
All the itemization for gaming is hitting a really big stride right now. I mean, they're only missing that Aegis.
Dire's courier has
Feels like if they run
Oh, how's it feel, Matthew, to have your courier?
What if there's a special bit of mitigation you get out of that? Well, Matthew, I mean, very similar to game one. As you said, the Furion's going to be out on the map the whole time. He's also going to be cutting creep waves, which is going to be super annoying. And you're doing that with a BA who's always off the map in a way, thanks to Blur.
Yep. You're always going to find the side lane farm. Very hard to stop for game. I mean, their catch is also pretty limited, right? Is it even worth trying to catch them? Probably not.
All right, let's go ahead and take a listen into Game of Gladiators with that clutch move from Ace.
I'm dead.
Grave me.
I can grave you again, I can grave you again.
Stun in two.
I grave you again.
Bullshit.
I can grave you again. I grave you again. Kill the PA.
Hey, great communication. Clear and concise. I can grave you again.
I mean, that's top tier Dazzle gameplay right there. I mean, right, what else are you supposed to do?
What does Dazzle bring to the late game team fights?
Grave.
That's what he
And Grave.
And Grave. And more Graves. But wait, there's more.
I mean, you know, don't hate the hero.
Hate the ability.
Hate Valve for making the hero into the abomination it is now, right?
18-10, 12,000 net worth lead for Game and Gladiators. Very much a repeat of game one where they hold clear control of the game. They hold the map. They are much stronger in the fights right now. Question is going to be, how much do you need to be able to go high ground against a crazy repositioning spell? Last time it was the kick. This time it's going to be the skewer back. Evil Geniuses also have like more dangerous team fight. I mean, if things go really wrong for Game of Gladiators,
it can go really wrong, yes. Yeah. But their positioning and spacing should be pretty good, right? They don't have a lineup that needs to clump very much. They can have the Tiny go in. They can have Dyrachyo watch the fight develop. Ace is never, in theory, going to be seen until he makes his presence felt. It's just the Necro on the front. Again, though, the high ground's just not easy because of the displacement in the Magnus. It's going to stall this game out, particularly with Living Armor, and that means how much can Phantom Assassin carry the game? It's a very similar situation to last time. Does Pekaz have the capability to 1v5 with a hero that was the 1v5 king in the previous patch? Does have his act completed. Also got a Titan Sliver, which is just mega nice here because you're getting extra base attack damage on a hero that utilizes it better than almost any other carry.
I don't know what kind of read Gaming Gladiators have, but I feel like they could take a lot off the map right now just because I don't think they can, EG can play the next team fight without a Nullifier. Because you got an Aeon Disc now on this Dazzle. So there's pretty much no chance you're going to be able to catch him first in the fight or second, and even if you catch him third, then he's not going to die immediately.
I mean, Bakaz is definitely eyeing it up here. I mean, you have two routes, right? You can go this Nullifier. You can also just play for the level 25 Dagger talent with a Divine. Play that type of game, which is something that 1PA a lot of games. You just play on the back line. You don't commit the hero. You commit triple Dagger going in off Divine damage. Then maybe you're not too worried about dispelling anybody because it's going to get insta-pop. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo, he just wants to find the enemy carry here. He seems to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's just running straight to him. And Bakaz immediately has to jump over to see Smile, but not a great position to be because Ace is sitting in lying in white. Because they got to fully get out of here. Dyrachyo, with his own BKB usage, isn't actually going to be able to pursue. In the back line, see Smile. Anything to stop him? Dyrachyo can't get there in time. I'll take the ward. That's all they'll get.
Dyrachyo had some god tier read of where Bakaz was or something. He just ran across the map into him. Breaks that vision, but cannot find the chrono, leaps the wrong way. So EG escaped for now. Gaming running into issues catching them on the map. They're continuing to build the lead. Looking for Matthew up here. They're sick of getting ratted.
And they will find him.
Shouldn't have to use the chrono either. And no mana to use it actually, so.
Sprouted. But he time walks right on top of him, does get it now. He's time walk though. Bakaz immediately ravage into the burst.
And now he wants more.
And yeah, now with the carry dead, they feel confident, but they gotta be careful about Quinn. They found Ace though, but without Bakaz able to take advantage of this, they may not have the damage for it. They try and use the overgrowth the same, but it's already dead. Bakaz is gone, the damage is gone. The evil geniuses need to get out of here, but they're gonna be slowed down to a crawl. The ancient apparition with the vortex, the toss up in the air, and the ever constant annoying presence of Quinn will just heckle evil geniuses, laughing them down all the way to the grave as they're gonna lose 2 and maybe a third core. We see Smile being tossed up in the air. Gets in front of him, but he got a blink away to the side. Perhaps he lives.
So it's a carry for carry trade with a buyback on Matthew. I mean, Bakaz had the correct read, but maybe underestimated how much damage Quinn does on his own with these Vortex thrown down. I mean, Heartstopper did almost 900 to Bakaz there. That's enough to just guarantee the Reaper, and you gotta remember his BKB was on cooldown.
That TP was very important from Quinn. They see Matthew, they're gonna catch him. They've got the Hex to stop him from TPing away, and the damage over time will complete.
It's a dieback. 7 minutes, no Fury on here. You're missing the Vessel, you're missing that Ags. It's Wrath of Nature.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
70 seconds, we'll see him again, but yeah, opportunity for Roshan number 2. She's pretty valuable.
This Necro's just getting massive, man.
He's got 4,000 HP, 37 minutes.
Absolutely huge, and he has a lot of charges too. That's the thing with the Heart Ags build in this hero, you're amping up how much this Heartstopper does. It's just so much extra regen from 8 stacks. What do you do versus him? You have to sacrifice somebody, it feels like.
Yeah. This is the second Roshan of this game, right?
Yep.
That means that Gaming Gladiators have taken 7 Roshans in a row against Evil Geniuses in this series.
Sounds about right, yeah.
That doesn't feel like a great winning formula for EG.
No, I don't know the exact stat on that, but it's probably pretty good.
I have to imagine a team who takes 7 Roshans in a row in a series probably has a 100% win rate. But we'll see. EG has made some magic happen before in some of these crazy games. They tried to do it in game 1, wasn't quite enough. Gaming Gladiators, very disciplined in that game.
So much depends on Bakaz's decision making in these fights. Who he jumps, how he jumps, and when. Not easy when you have the Dazzle save. And how much farm Ace has as well, man. He's full Arcane Blink.
Got him.
He is the Tinker now. I mean, what?
Yep. He's got level 25, so when you get hit by the Poison Touch, you're not moving. And he's spamming out spells non-stop. He's going to get to level 30 super quickly because of this constant use of bad juju, lowering the cooldown on the Hand of Midas. On top of the farm, he's going to be cleaning up around the map, which just means the rest of his team, as you said, Tinker, means everybody else can play grouped up because they don't have to worry about the lanes.
Yeah, suddenly Dazzle's a map mobility hero.
Yeah.
With
Weird.
no cooldown blink and the Hex. Never thought you'd see the day.
Got to keep up. Cheese drops for somebody.
This is why when you were asking, what's the late game look like for Gaming? This is what it looks like. It's absolutely toxic as hell and disgusting as hell, and I wish EG the best of luck here. So it's getting to a point where you have 6 seconds of debuff immunity for Bakaz. What's happening before and after that, right? Not much good for you on the side of EG because your other 4 heroes are built around him cleaning everybody up.
Yeah.
And he can only do so much. There's a lot of HP to get through here, a lot of spells, a lot of saves.
I love how they keep on covering Ace too. The bots too, directly onto the Dazzle. The Tiny TPing behind him, just making sure he's within striking distance if needed. And you can see here,
very aggressive.
Yeah, Shallow Grave is going to be locked down. Oh, the anchor on him is going to be a problem here. Constant Shallow Graves, can they get a stun in there somewhere to be able to stop him? Ravage is going to be used, and finally can they finish him off? Bastions require the UCRP. That'll finish him off with a nullifier put onto Quinn. He is also going to be in trouble. Ice Avalanche, oh, the Goblin Size was just enough. It covers him and finishes off because Quinn will live as a result, and now the Chronosphere catches the Tide right on the edge and didn't get C Smile, but it doesn't matter. Dyrachyo will hunt him down all the same.
Quinn's just too beefy. Even with a great fight setup for EG, they just get completely shut down. 2 buybacks out from Gaming. It is worth noting on the Ancient Apparition and that Ace Dazzle. That has been a massive problem for them. But Reaper plus the Heartstopper has just been enough to kill Bakaz basically solo in these fights.
Gaming Gladiators are going to get so much done here. They do need to because they use some buybacks for that fight, but with an extra kill onto Panda makes things a whole lot easier. Once they get through this tier 3 tower, they don't have to worry about the living armor.
And Tofu has just been so annoying with these avalanches going off. The utilities provided, keeping his cores alive.
I mean,
that's a stellar game.
Is EG just going to lose to Megas here? Because I'm not sure if they could do anything
they have
with their heroes as there are. Yeah, they've got 3 heroes with buyback, but no RP, no Ravage. I don't think they could take a fight to Gaming Glide. I think that would straight up just be the end of the game if they tried to fight.
I mean, the other hope was, Divine Rapier, Triple Dagger. Bakaz just never got to it. A couple bad fights, Gaming take advantage of it, and suddenly, yeah, your whole base is gone here. Unless you're willing to commit the Phantom Assassin buyback right now.
Does Gaming Gladiators want to try and close it out right here because they might get caught on their way getting out of the base with this Megas. 5 seconds for the PA.
You have no RP, no Ravage. You got to keep that in mind.
Toss up in the air. C Smile not able to get the initiation he wanted. Has to BKB skewer out of it. That's not good for EG. They needed a good skewer away to be able to make this fight work. And now it's Gaming Gladiators. Seemingly in the clear. Panda tries to jump in, hoping to be able to catch Ace. Doesn't quite get him. They're looking for Ace, but they want him so badly. Matthew's even teleporting in aggressively to find him, but Ace is already gone. He's out of there. Nobody can follow him in. And Evil Geniuses, they'll surely have to get this one up. And in fact, they may even because the Reaper sights are going to be used with the Ice Blast coming in. The toss up in the air, and that is enough. Another buyback available for sure, but the Megas are in, and Gaming Gladiators are going to force as much out of you as possible. A skewer going to be used. Dyrachyo into the fountain. Okay,
just doesn't
put
care.
that Aegis to use, I guess.
Because he can get Grave forever.
Oh, he's going to Chronosphere him, stopping the fountain damage, and there we go. He gets both of those kills. Buyback's going to be used, but that's it. GG are going to call Gaming Gladiators. No 60-minute game here. They will take the advantage, and they will bury you in the dirt with it.
Ah, what a rough way to go out if you're EG. Bakaz buyback on a Phantom Assassin after the game has already been called. Just nothing came together for them, and a very convincing series from Gaming overall in terms of the map control. That's really what this came down to. Both games 1 and 2, every objective going their way. Every tier 2 using it to get into Roshan, to get an Aegis, to translate into more map control, to take away Ancients, to propel all 3 cores into a position where, okay, maybe you go in with your ults, your carry, you kill one of us with a Dark Willow or a PA. What happens after that? Okay, you can kill Dyrachyo. Quinn's just going to solo you with Heartstopper, an Avalanche, and a Reaper. It's too many threats to deal with right now for this EG that kind of went into like a 4-protect-1 style that's an older school meta. It felt very defensive. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? It did feel very defensive on their side, and then we're used to seeing them aggressive.
And maybe that's the problem, right? EG, they were dominant in the first half of the season, but unfortunately they're going to fall out here. Gaming Gladiators will take it moving forward in the losers bracket.
An unfortunate 2-0 for EG, but a massive 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators. That first game might have gone almost 70 minutes, but in this game number 2, they wanted to be in and out of that game as quick as possible, and they had a fantastic display. That last pick, Necro doing work, but also the first pick, Dazzle Purge, was just instrumental in making sure the team could stay alive.
Yeah, it was very effective, that game. He got as much gold as we expected with the Midas. They slowed down the game a bit, but then in those mid-game fights, the vulnerabilities that were there to the PA were just solved by the Grave in a lot of cases due to great skill execution. So just very, very well played by the Gladiators.
Yeah, and I feel, Quinn, he does finish the game 17-2-11, but for me, I got to give a big shout out to Tofu. The way that he was playing that early game, even throughout, playing a position 4 Tiny, we don't see it too often, but he was connecting the dots for his team and just bringing everyone into the fight, just being super annoying, and yeah. Ace, Dazzle, that fight around 30 minutes, the one time that EG doesn't decide to go on him, he gets to blink away from all 5 heroes, then hit the Grave on the Void, turn around the fight. In the moment where EG thought they could maybe come back into the game, a lot of clutch plays coming out from Gaming.
Yeah, that was that exact fight that I marked down as well, because a couple of them beforehand had gone in the way of EG. I'm like, hold on, were they cooking with something that we didn't know much about? Could EG do this out? And there were those moments, but unfortunately not able to make it happen for themselves here today.
Oh, EG had such good moments, like right here. I thought Pokaza's involvement in the fights around this time were really amazing. Like getting there, not just AFK farming, being able to maybe like turn the game on those pivotal seconds. Like this is great. Really nice involvement. And he gets out. Whew. I think that fight in general was like kind of scuffed though. Just like obviously them not focusing the Dazzle.
But yeah, here's the big fight, right, with Ace. You're going to see after the chrono, so PA jumps to the north, and then Dazzle's positioning. It's like, at what point, why doesn't anyone from EG turn around and hit him?
He blinks, I think, right
Yeah, no, of course, but there's multiple options.
Yeah.
The fact that it delayed so long, and then now he's on the far left side of the fight, free casting his spells, keeping the Void alive, and it was difficult for sure. EG, they've got Overgrowth, RP, Ravage.
That jump there from PA, like I understand the first one because Dazzle had blinked out of range of vision, but that second jump onto Faceless Void and not going for the Dazzle was so dumb. Sorry.
Hey, sometimes we're going to call a spade a spade. It's a high-pressure situations, a lot of emotions, a lot of things going on for them. It was something very costly at the end of the day for them for game number 2. They couldn't keep that momentum going for themselves, and it does result. Gaming Gladiators 2-0, winning the series. So let's get some words from them. I do know Pyrian has Tofu joining him right now.
I do. Thank you, Nat. I'm here with Tofu, who was just part of that Gaming Gladiators team with a convincing 2-0 win. Game 1 looked pretty close, but Game 2 looked like you guys were having fun with it and enjoying yourselves. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think that's fine to say. Like, coming into this matchup, I thought we're gonna be playing aggressive, like we wanna play up on them and kind of go ham, but eventually, I don't know if it's nerves, first game on stage, or the setup is a bit shaky. I don't know, everything felt a bit off, and we still tried to push it. So, like, I don't know, it seemed pretty hard, maybe entertaining as well. Like, was a very tough match. They're good players after all. But then within coming into the second game, I think like everyone got their mind sort of at ease, and like we knew what to do and how to handle them. So I think we're pretty happy with the outcome now, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Nice. You mentioned nerves. That was something Quinn talked about. We had a little profile piece before the series. He talked about getting over nerves and for the big stage. You as a team this year have obviously had a stellar year. Conquering nerves is obviously something you guys have done collectively. Would that be fair?
It's hard to say overall, because I wouldn't say nerves is a thing that necessarily should pressure you. Like, it can also help you in a way that if we had a good run and we were champions, that we are confident and we believe in our ideas and we play on it, and what other people think doesn't necessarily have to affect us. It's basically what we make up for ourselves, which changes from tournament to tournament over time, like how we perceive things and how we think other people see us. But I think right now we're not really an underdog, but we're not the champion here for everyone, and also in this lower bracket run, I think like it was shifting over the course of this tournament, but right now I think everyone's super comfortable, and we're just going to play our game and see how far we go.
Fantastic. And last question, just quickly. You got 9 Pandas up next. Is that a series you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to every game. It's pretty fun to play on the stage. We got fans, we got crowd. It's something different than just playing from the hotel. And it's always fun to play them. I feel like we've had quite some games against them in qualification, elimination matches on stage. It's going to be fun, yeah.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. I'm glad you are as well. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrion and Tofu. Beautiful answers there from him. Talking about those nerves, how it's not really linear, you know? You can't explain it in a way that all of a sudden it disappears, all of a sudden it's in your advantage. But I do know that they are fan favorites, especially in that matchup. So many Gaming Gladiators enjoyers in the house. I mean, there's also EG fans out there, and because we're not
Still here, yeah.
Yeah, you're still here, still on the panel. I mean, congrats to Gaming Gladiators. They're top 12 right now. They do need to do another best of 3 before they get top 8. That's the series that Pyrion was talking about. But yeah, EG, let's talk about them more because it is the last time we're going to see them. Some takeaways for them and what your hopes are for them next year when the time does come around for a lot of these players.
I mean, I think they looked really solid today. It's just they had a really tough matchup there against the Gladiators. Gladiators played like their old selves. EG played solid with some cool ideas, but they weren't quite up to match against them. So tough break for them to end up where they did, but they had a good shot.
Yeah, I think when you come into these deciding games, sometimes drafts can feel a little bit pressured. It felt like they overfought some of their drafts, and I hope, I mean, every year we say this, right? I hope next year it's the year for SA. I feel someone had to say it, but next year it's going to be the year. Just like it'll be our tour's year.
SA hope.
I know, but Keith Stars, I know, but I'm saying for this roster. No, there's Keith Stars, I know, but for this roster, like this is the roster that is like in SA's eye, like the superstar roster, right? So I would like to see, you know, Whisper, these guys to do well, and now I go to the Brazilian guys. I'm going to hope they do well as well. But for this team, I hope they do well next year.
All right, some very quick words for you, Sheep, because we've got something exciting coming up.
Really?
Yeah.
More exciting?
You want to just go to it?
Next game? Well, okay. I'm super hyped. Let's take it down.
Okay, well,
Goodbye, EG, though. It was a really fun time watching you this tournament. No, for real. I really liked, I thought their ideas were sound.
Yep.
Obviously, maybe just some execution issues in there. But overall, an amazing team of like awesome players and fun personalities. And I look forward to seeing how they come back next time.
Yeah, I hope to see them again. And the fun, exciting bit that I was getting up to, that I was gearing ourselves up to is, do you know what one of the second most requested things are? It's seeing backstage. That's right. So we have a little piece for you guys. You're going to see backstage what it's like for the life of talent. We have a very special guest and a very good boy joining us. This is our newest panel member, Echo. I'm so excited for you to be joining us. I mean, what has been the most exciting part of the road to the international for you, Echo? That is a very valid point. I mean, we even talked about it when we had the NA Bloodbath earlier this morning, that NA guaranteed top 8. Who could have predicted that one? I mean, look, yesterday was a bit rough, though.
Rough.
Obviously, talking about nouns, you think it's a rough one, a fluke that they lost that series there. But Echo, normally we try and keep a little bit, you know, unbiased on the panel. We don't really want to show too many favorites at all. So you might need to pick a different team to talk about other than just nouns. Oh, Echo. I think maybe we should just look at some of our short film contest finalists, Echo. I'm sorry. We might have to ask you to leave.
I'm just not going to go in there anymore. Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, no.
I agree.
X marks the spot.
Vistani, isn't it?
Yeah, so what happened next?
I've got Rotunda Coco's hex mark. Turn to pick.
The call to battle is a strong one for our short filmmakers as well as for us and for the players. And today is, of course, Elimination Day. It's bittersweet. We're joining here with the second panel of the day, and that means more eliminations in round 2. Inbound, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of tears, a lot of sweat. I'm joined by Fear, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, personally, I love the lower bracket. How do you feel about the lower bracket?
Lower bracket. It's always a treat to watch. You know, there's going to be some tears, of course, involved, but it's the emotions for me. You know, just seeing the teams that are winning, like how much you invested all of your year, and you know, some of the stories as well, storylines. But yeah, Dota sometimes is brutal, especially in the lower bracket. It's just the way it is.
It brings the best out in the players, though, Effie.
It really does. I mean, once you lose that safety blanket of the upper bracket where you could maybe experiment and have it go wrong and keep your morale up, that doesn't exist in the lower bracket. It's make it or break it here, and it either brings out the best in players or the worst, because this is a very high pressure situation and a lot of players do choke.
Yeah, extra pressure for all the North Americans. Fear, we'll get your thoughts in a little bit, because the North American Showdown, we're going to have a lot of words from Fear. In the lower bracket, we had earlier today, we had TSM. They beat their opponent in Shopify Rebellion, and their next opponent is going to be Noun. So it is time to get some teams on the stage for the next round. TSM coming out on stage. They are representing 5 different regions, and they took the best of every single one. coach Moon as well, and they're gonna need that energy because their opponents, they're very familiar with them. Let's welcome Nouns. Upper bracket. They met Azure Ray in that upper bracket, one of the strongest teams here, and they're gonna go for that lower bracket deep run. We'll see what they have in store against TSM here on the main stage of the Road to the International. And extra pressure is on, and Fear, I want to talk to you about that pressure because, sure, yesterday, you know, upper bracket, everything's fun and games. You can experiment a little bit, which we know Nouns likes to do, but now, This is it. This is extra pressure added.
Oh, it's definitely going to be way more pressure for this team. You're in the upper bracket, as you mentioned. They did win their series against Tundra. They're on cloud 9 after that. They get a reality check by Azure Ray there, and unfortunately, it was ugly. That was a very ugly 2-0. So you have to spend that night really thinking about what went wrong, what can we change. And we know Nouns are a team that I don't think they have an identity right now. Like, they're experimenting. Some things are working, some things aren't working. They're trying something new about every single game. So hopefully this series has come down for Nouns at least about preparation. How well did they prepare for this?
Could you feel like maybe there's a little bit of an advantage to not having an identity because that means maybe TSM doesn't know what to prepare for?
It definitely makes you more dangerous in a lot of ways, right? Because like it's harder to prepare, but I think Nouns, it was hard for them to prepare yesterday because they didn't know their opponent, and they're going against TSM. And if you were to ask me, I guess I probably would have prepared more for Shopify in that series, or TSM did take it, so maybe their prep isn't 100% ready.
Yeah, these two teams, they are very familiar with each other. Of course, Lacoste, they have faced several times over the course of last DPC season.
Yeah, it was pretty much, you know, in North America you have 2 slots to go to the majors, and in Tour 3, Nouns, they were victorious. It came pretty much down to that who wins in that particular series is going to go to the major, but these teams are very familiar. You know that these teams scrim against each other quite a lot, and they're from the same region. They know which heroes they're playing in the pubs, and TSM, they were victorious, Tour 1 and Tour 2. On the third one, they managed to lose, but should be an interesting one. You know, these inter-regional matchups, they always have, you know, more depth to it.
Mm-hmm. And regardless of whether they prepped for Shopify or if they prepped for TSM today, I mean, their entire competitive year was prep in situations like this. They've just played them over and over again, whereas yesterday versus Azure Ray, that was completely uncharted territory for them. They don't have experience playing against these Chinese teams, especially in their current state. I mean, I think they did manage to play against Azure Ray once during Bali, but that's not really enough to rack up the kind of knowledge that takes you into the main stage with that confidence. But hopefully we'll see a different side of Nouns today, a confident Nouns.
Yeah, and when we are talking about these two teams, there are two people that you wanted to compare especially, Effie, because we got two very different coaches coming out with Moon on one side for TSM and Astini on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, these are very interesting because I feel like it's two different coaching styles and two different personalities. So you have Astini for Nouns, who's a very cerebral kind of coach. He focuses incredibly heavily on the draft preparation. He's always running draft simulations. He's got all of these spreadsheets. I mean, even when he worked with us at the Lima Major, he had spreadsheets on spreadsheets on spreadsheets. And I would ask him, why do you have this? And he's like, I just do this all the time. I barely play Dota. I only watch Dota. So I think that's one take to coaching, and that's one take to draft analysis. But then you have Moon, who is a seasoned veteran in Dota, who has so much personal experience. And maybe a lot of his preparation doesn't come from the sitting down and creating spreadsheets aspect, but no, I've played this. I've tried this. This is what's good in my pubs. So this is going to be two different coaching outlooks in the draft that we're about to see.
Two different coaching outlooks. There's not one that is more right or more wrong. It's just very interesting to see how it will play out and what kind of effect it will have on the teams. We also have a little bit of a minor celebration here. I don't know how, it's a pretty big celebration actually. The upcoming game that we're about to watch is going to be Lettuce's 50th game fair on any international stage.
Well, that's a lot of experience.
That's
right?
a lot of experience.
Talking about Mu and how he's more of the veteran, but maybe it's more Lelis at this point, right?
It very much could be, and he, of course, has switched roles. Last year, when people would have seen him, he would have been offlane. How do you feel about his role change? Because sometimes it takes a little bit of time for people to adapt.
I think that's just how Dota is right now. You got to adapt to whatever the group of players you needs. Because we saw Lelis, yeah, he made a role swap from position 3, moving to position 4. He's fitting really well with that. Yamsun, he moved from 1 to 5. Mu, he's been a carry, he's been an offlaner. Most recently, he was a carry, then he moved back to offlane. This team is a team that has role swapped a lot, right? And Gunner's the only one that probably has just kept his role for a while now out of all the players on the team, and K1, of course.
Yeah, we have got Lelis here on the stage, and if he wins this, he will have his best placement at a TI so far. This is his 3rd international. We got a couple of newcomers here to Lacoste at this stage in the lower bracket. It might add some extra pressure, as we just talked about as well. What for you is going to be something that you're going to look for in the upcoming match that we're about to watch?
It's definitely going to be like Ahri, what he's going to play, because he tends to play like some of these like more aggressive styles, and Kasane, because both of these players, they're very young, and they joined the competitive scene in 2022. That goes for Ahri. In 2021, Kasane joined the team. They don't have that much competitive experience, but with the experience coming out from Moon, I remember one of the interviews during the DPC, we talked to Moon, and he mentioned that this is, a long-term project. They don't mind that they're going to lose, maybe they're not going to qualify to the major. They're going to lose a couple of these games in the regions as well. But this is the team that, they're playing for a long term, and I respect them. They didn't have the best results throughout the whole year, but overall, on a good day, these team, they can beat anyone.
And I just want to bring up quickly about Ahri is something a lot of people may not know, but he has the highest MMR to matches played ratio. I mean, he has 6,000 lifetime games in Dota and is 12,000 MMR. And that is an unprecedented level of talent that we've had come from these newcomers. So I thought that'd be a fun tidbit for people around.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of fun tidbits about Ahri. It's a first. It's TI 12. This is the first time there's a British professional Dota 2 player on the stage. I see Fear shaking his head.
I mean, that is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's insane. 12 years of Dota, and this is our first time getting someone British on stage.
Yeah.
Like, how's that even possible?
And it's like PlayStation there.
Yeah, that is very true. Also, Ahri is not completely unfamiliar with competitive play, as he played Heroes of the Storm competitively in the past. And at some point he decided to try out Dota. He, at some point, also got a little bit stuck. He played a core role in his previous game, and he decided to play that as well in Dota 2, but he could not climb as that. He swapped to 4, and that's when that major rise that Effie was talking about happened. And here he is on the main stage, and he is gonna be playing his heart out as I feel like position 4. How do we feel about position 4 at the moment? Because a couple weeks ago, position 4 Fear was the role to try and make the rotations, but I feel like they're a little bit less rotation heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends patch to patch what's going to be better. Oftentimes you will see the melee pos 4 being more popular, making rotations, or sometimes, and this has been the case for most patches for like the last couple of years at this point, is just having a ranged hero that can enable your offlaner to get farm, right? And that's been a lot of ranged heroes up in the meta, and it's still very popular, but it doesn't mean you can't roam anymore. We did see last series that we picked up Tofu. He was playing Tiny. You can make some rotations. It's still a viable strategy, and that's the beautiful thing about this patch right now. You can do just about anything.
And Ahri is also experimenting with his position 4 heroes. He's playing Centaur as a position 4 coming into this tournament. I thought we might see it more because it looks super strong. And also position 4 Weaver. Some of these flex picks that he can also play, which puts a ton of pressure on you in the draft, because you think it's going to go like, oh, this is Carry Weaver, this is offlane Centaur. But Ahri, he's the master of some of these heroes, and he likes to play like in your face, very aggressive as a player, and I do respect him a lot for that.
When we talk about new heroes and adaptations, and I feel like we have to talk a tiny bit about the Willow still, because of course we saw it yesterday, Shero's hands, it looked amazing, Effie, great. And then we had 2 teams try it today, and it just fell flat.
Yeah, I mean, it did look better when Pakaz played it today than it did when Shopify played it, but I think that the Willow carry is something worth investigating, because if you have this hero that can be flexed to 3 positions, 4, 5, and 1, suddenly your drafting is blown wide open, and I think that's what people are trying to do with her. But there are conditions that need to be met for Willow to be viable.
Well, we're going to find out what these 2 teams have in store for each other. Let's head over to the draft.
Nouns versus TSM. Game 1.
A best of 3 in the lower bracket against a team that you've played so many matches against, and basically both of these teams were each other's gatekeeper, not just over the last year, but these players are very familiar with each other throughout their entire career. As I actually want to focus a little bit more outside of North America, because both teams have a South American carry player, Fear, and somehow both Peruvians have not been on a team together, ever. Isn't that pretty unique?
Which players?
Both Tomato and Hector.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, both carry players are Peruvian, so, and they're some of the best from the region as well, obviously. That's why they're here. They're playing for North American teams. They both have their own individual style as well. Hector, he's been known for the longest time of being like the god of farming. He's had to adapt a little bit because that's just how the meta has changed. Their carries need to be a bit more active. Giving kills away is more important, or not giving kills away and getting kills is more important than hitting creeps. And then on the other side, you have Tomato, who I consider like an all-rounder at this point. Like, he plays whatever he needs to do, and he's always on the top of his game, and he's a very scary carry player.
One thing I particularly like is they banned Spectre. This is the hero that caused a lot of issues to Nouns yesterday when they played against Azure Ray, where they open up with 2 supports, Skyrot and Enchantress, and Spectre just completely dismantled them in the second picking phase, so really glad that they got rid of it. So this opens up some of these strategies that they ran successfully so far in the TI groups. Bristleback on the other side, I mean, this hero is just nuts. I don't know what to say. We tried to counter it, like some of the pure damage coming out, some of the break mechanics, try to turn him around with a couple of spells, the silver edges, but most of the time, the Bristleback, he comes on top, because hero farms so quickly, you want to pair him up with another position 4 who's strong in the lane, but also who can secure some of these early levels for him until he gets his Vanguard, and then you go to the triangle, make some rotations, get the stacks going, because he's one of the better heroes early on to farm those stacks.
And speaking of those stacks, Bristleback doesn't really feel like he's shut down by these break heroes anymore. They do help versus him, but the way to play against the hero is just to make sure that your lanes are strong enough so that you can go invade the triangle, so that you can pressure the Bristleback, so that you can rotate heroes. And it's not so much about picking these Vipers and these Hoodwinks the way that it used to be. And now starting off with their Naga Siren is very Nouns-like of them. This is a Hector specialty hero. It's not a flex hero like it would be for Talon, and it does secure their safe lane in the sense that they know this hero will always be sustainable. But I do find it interesting because I'm not sure how effective it's been historically.
Right, and I think the Naga, it's pretty good in Bristle. You have high armor, right? You have illusions. You can push the lane out, but generally speaking, when you pick Naga this early as your carry, he ends up being a hero that takes tons of net worth, but it's like a bad Naga game, right? You're playing against a lot of AoE that you can't really deal with and you can't enter the fight, so then you end up in a situation where you have this really farm Naga that just can't fight, and if your carry can't fight, it's really hard to win the game. So it is risky, and I think Nouns, if you look back at their previous successes, CK and Naga are heroes that they're really good with, and that's pretty much the only thing they have been winning with. So they're just being like, all right, they took yesterday, we've been winning with Naga, we've been winning with CK, let's just try to get these heroes, and I think they expected the Bristleback to come out, and they're like, okay, we're gonna get Hector a good game playing versus the BB with his Naga, but it's definitely not straightforward. They got Naga versus Bristol. It's an outdraft, right?
Yeah, because items you buy with Naga Siren, this is Silver Edge later on, the Scotty as well, if necessary, to reduce all of this healing, becomes super annoying. Bristleback, very strong. You know, Bristle front, not as strong, because if you just turn him around or break him, he's gonna die. He feels like a normal hero, and this is another hero that has been so popular during the group stage, because it is a flex pick. Like, you can run it as a position 1, you can run it as a position 4, it's another killer lane. One of my favorite pairings, Bristle Muerta, Centaur plus Muerta. It gives you a ton of, like, it's a lot of control coming up from your position 4, because her second ability is one of the best abilities in the game, especially early on. And we've seen Bristleback staying away from his passive, instead putting more points in goo, so you're gonna be super slowed inside that Muerta stuff.
For sure. And just to backtrack a little bit in this draft before we talk about the rest, what I mentioned earlier about needing to win lanes on Nouns so that you can make sure to have some form of gameplay where you can threaten the Bristleback. That's exactly what a Nature's Prophet does, right? This hero is like, I will gank every lane in the first 10 minutes. I will have the most impact that I can, and then we will just have our entry point through there. But oftentimes we've seen it go wrong. If the rotations in those first 10 minutes go wrong, you have another hero that's going to siphon net worth and not do that much.
I love that Luna pick though. I think it's really good. I think some of the harder matchups, like you see Nog every once in a while, you think you want some AoE cleave. Sven comes to mind, but Sven hasn't been doing so well this patch, whereas Luna's kind of like the new flavor. Same with Medusa, not doing so well this patch. Grab a Luna. You have so many things to have your glaives bounce on. Naga illusions, brew things as well. If this Luna gets really farmed, she's going to be super scary. And there's a nice support staff behind her too, with the Treant Protector, with the Morta. So this, so far for TSM, is looking really good. On Nouns' side, I think they're lacking a little bit of playmaking with the Skywrath right now. The Brewmaster can't really do it, so I think TSM's going to know that, Nouns is going to know that. I believe you're going to have Gunnar play something that plays a bit fast and runs around the map to do things.
You need that Earth Spirit archetype of hero, that Earthshaker, that Earth Spirit, something that goes in first. But I want to talk a little bit about Nouns' lanes, because I think that this Brew plus Sky lane is very difficult to play against. It's an overwhelming amount of damage with that Cinder Brew into that concussive shot. And even versus a Treant and Luna, with the presence of this Nature's Prophet, I do feel like they can get kills on this lane, which typically you wouldn't see very often. So again, I'm highlighting this Nature's Prophet. There is a lot on his shoulders.
It's a good Brew game overall, because they don't have that many silences. There's Muerta silence, there's Deadshot, but other than that, and also good Brew game overall, because you can throw one of these guys into the air, whether we're talking about super farm Bristleback, focus the rest, like focus the back lines, try to find this Muerta, Treant Protector, and they'll then deal with the others, but not the best pairing when it comes down to, like, you get out of the laning stage, it's not your Axe, it's not your Legion Commander paired up, but still you have like Naga Siren with some earlier points, and Snare might be the combo that you're looking with the Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, I'll definitely say it's like easy for Brew to get his ult off this game.
Yes.
But it might not be easy to keep his Brewlings alive.
Exactly.
Right? Because you're going to have the Luna hitting him. You're going to have Bristleback with the Ag spitting a million quills. If you can micro him, keep him alive, might be really good. And I think that comes down to Mu a lot too. Can he get to like that Radiance? Last series you saw him play him, he was having a difficulty in that off lane. They're going to have to be able to address that. And this is definitely a game where the Brewmaster, and honestly every core on Nouns is going to have to be high net worth, because it's Naga. If all the net worth is just on Naga, I feel like it's going to be very difficult going into the late game.
This was the first time we really saw either of these two teams go into their bonus time. It's been a very fast draft, you guys, which is very telling. It's of course game one in a series that the teams had some time to prepare for, and we are going to see that preparation come to fruition. But it's pretty cool to see that both teams seem to be fairly happy with what they got. Looks like we're looking for mid laners coming out for both squads as well.
We're going to see an Ogre from the mid lane or Gunnar?
Any of them? I mean, both of them, they did play Ogre.
True.
The first hero that came to my mind, like this overwhelming magical damage and also being super tanky. You're basically like an offlaner with the Heart and Blade Mail from the mid lane, who also deals ton of damage.
Yeah, the last time they ran this Brewmaster, they won with it, and they had Gunnar on a mid Ogre. So maybe they're going to go back to that. We'll have to see. TSM if they did their homework as well.
And I do think that they need a stun coming out of Gunnar here, just so that they can have a hero to playmake with the Skywrath, like you mentioned before. This hero does need to be set up for success, and a Sprout can't be enough. So I'm still looking towards that Shaker or Spirit archetype if possible. Potentially even a Pug with a Dream Coil could be good here.
I have to see here is TSM, they're taking their time to really think about it, knowing how important this ban is going to be.
Yep, it is TSM that has to pick first. Nouns will get the counter pick on TSM, and therefore you got to think about all the scenarios.
I mean, TSM needs the same type of hero, right? So yeah, they could just steal that type of hero. And this is what I mean about first pick being stronger. You end up in a situation in most games that I've noticed here where both the 24 and 23 pick need the same type of hero. So when you pick on 23, you kind of get the first choice of that. And then it's up to the 24. Do we want to go away from a stable draft, one that checks all the boxes? We got stuns, we got team fight. Or do I want to crush this guy and then we're going to have a draft that doesn't really work well? And if the lanes fall apart, then all of a sudden your draft really won't work. It's a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, I wonder if TSM are looking to run back their Magnus from earlier today. Ryle played it, it looked really good. They also paired it up with a Luna, and it was just absurd amounts of damage and control.
Well, they ban out the Earthshaker. have another 30 seconds to decide what they want mid, but they have decided, and it will be their Pangolier.
Another Naga answer.
Do we like it?
I know a lot of people have lost faith in Pango.
Yes.
But this hero is effective in what you want it to do. It lanes well, it has a disengage, the diffusal and swashbuckle will always be broken, it rotates to side lanes very well, and it gives you team fights. I mean, the hero has been downscaled a little bit in terms of damage numbers, but if you're looking at what Nouns have, it plays well into Nouns' lineup.
This is going to round up their draft nicely. It's going to be like a ton of damage, a hero that can rotate early on. Also another hero that, when paired up with Skywrath the Mage, you can go around and pretty much kill every single hero on the map. It's the same archetype of the hero as we mentioned for Ogre, and we can see Moon Meander going pretty hype about that last pick. And yeah, it seems like this Earth Spirit, I feel that it's going to achieve a lot. One of the easiest hero to rotate. Also a hero that doesn't need to get level 6 to rotate.
We're going to find out what's going to happen in game 1. I would love to hear some more thoughts, but maybe from the coach of Nouns, Estini.
Thank you very much. We can make that happen. I am joined by Estini of Nouns. Estini, these regional matchups always fascinate me because I'm sure you've played against TSM like 1,000 times at this point. How much of your preparation comes from, I know what they're going to do, I've played against them a bunch, versus it's the international, it's a brand new tournament, I need to look at it with fresh eyes?
It's totally the international, and it's about what we can do to them and not what they can do to us. It's about playing our strategy. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that we got our heroes. So the guys here, they will get to see Nouns playing, because I guess we didn't play yesterday. So today, you guys got to watch us playing. Yeah.
All right, they're going to put on a show for you guys. But then the last series was kind of rough. What was the discussion like? Because you only had basically like 18 hours to prepare for this.
Basically, we are kind of like back to our comfort. I feel like we worked out in some strategies that we were stronger at. And we just like back to the roots, and yeah, it was just like a mental reset. It was not even Dota, it was mental reset, have confidence in our strategies, and I believe we are ready with it.
Then let's start this series off with a clean slate. Estini, best of luck in this game number 1 as we pass it to our casters.
Welcome, everybody, to an NA showdown. I think some people were expecting Shopify Rebellion. That is not the case. We get to see Nouns versus TSM, which we've seen a million times in the NADPC, unless you didn't watch the NADPC.
Oh, we've been casting a decent amount of it together.
I remember none of that, actually.
Well,
I'm being literally honest right now.
Oh, well, it has happened.
Okay.
But yeah, as you said, these teams have played each other a lot. If it had been Shopify Rebellion, I feel like we would be saying the exact same thing, because guess what? These teams are like the top 3 of NA in every single DPC season, more or less, this year has been these teams. And yeah, we've had a little bit of a shakeup here. So Shopify, who in general has been the top representative of the region internationally, with the exception of, I want to say, one tournament where TSM did really well this year. Nowhere to be found. So we're now at a position where the good news for NA is that they will have a top team or a top 8 team at the international. But the bad news is they will only have one, because the winner advances to the international, progress from the road to the international, to the actual international main event. The loser goes home.
There's still Quinn, of course. Gaming Gladiators is an NA team after all.
Okay.
And I believe Snake King is still in the tournament.
Tundra is NA.
Tundra as well.
Okay.
So there's still a lot of hope.
Yeah. So if you show up at the final stage and you chant USA, you have like a 33% chance of being right. If you know,
pretty good odds. That's better than normal, at least.
Yeah. There's a lot on the line here. Obviously, aside from the top 8 placement, you want to be the top NA team of the tournament, right? Like this is obviously
the battle begins.
Yeah, the bragging rights. Yeah, the title of best NA team this tournament.
1v2 is going to be accompanied by Tomato, but Yamsen is here. That's a 3 versus 1. Whitemon likely will get first blood as the blood grenade is there as well. A couple more right clicks will suffice, and Yamsen for Nouns will get first blood. Now we should mention in terms of history, I mean, Nouns came from the upper bracket, which nobody was expecting them to get to begin with. And in terms of like them versus TSM or them versus Shopify, they have been playing third fiddle for the last couple years. And now they have a chance to prove, like you said, who's the best in NA.
And I think it's kind of telling in a way, because if you look at if you look at the NA region in general over the last year, I would say this is the most improved team. So I think it's only fitting that they finally get a chance to show that and pull it off here at the road to the international. So Yeah, exciting stuff ahead in this game. We do see 3 bounty runes as well. First Blood going the way of Nouns. So Estinio was talking about confidence. This is a great confidence booster to go into the laning stage with that little bit of an advantage. First Blood going to Yamsun was maybe not exactly at the top of their list. I would say Nature's Prophet in this particular game isn't necessarily the one you want the bonus gold on. But it's always going to be just a flat-out net positive. And I'm curious to see what he's going to convert it into. So he's currently eyeing up Boots, which I would say is a little less common for Nature's Prophet. I see like most of the time we see them rush one utility item before the Boots, but maybe he's valuing just the overall move speed. Obviously, Nature's Prophet has the global teleportation, which is why a lot of the time you don't really need the Boots. You just teleport next to the fight, use your Sprout, use your utility item, whether it's an Atos or Solar Crest, and go to work.
Now, we should also mention from Yamsun's perspective, as we're going to see the calling place, K1's going to take a decent amount of damage with the Blood Grenade there as well. Not going to lead to a kill, but does force him out of lane temporarily. The fact that Yamsun has changed from position 1 to 5 in just a couple months, that's one of the fastest turnarounds we've seen. I mean, typically when that happens, it usually does not have good results. So you got to give him a lot of credit. As Ahri continuing the pressure onto Yamsun, eats right through that Sprout, but now will back away as his high five will not be reciprocated. Very unfortunate. I was surprised to see Gunnar getting his patented Earth Spirit as a last pick. This hero has been, I mean, I know it's gotten a couple slight nerfs, but it still feels very powerful. And for a last pick, were you surprised at all with that?
A bit. I mean, what was it that TSM ended up last banning? Actually, the panel were talking about the potential Shaker. Shaker was the ban, and it was Shaker, Ogre, or Earth Spirit that were the option. I mean, I guess if you're planning on picking Pango, you kind of pick your poison in that regard, right? The Earth Shaker is probably the worst matchup of the 3 in that mid lane, so maybe that was something they were focusing on, but I agree. I think Earth Spirit is, in terms of just overall impact and what they have on their own team, I think Earth Spirit has a really good matchup in the game in general here, not just the lane. So there aren't too many heroes in the enemy team that have significant burst. The thing Earth Spirit relies on a lot is having mobility in the fight. So you roll in, you cast your spells, you want to re-engage either by disengaging first with a rolling boulder, getting your cooldown ready for the smash again, or you just want to stay in there and keep casting and spamming your spells. And in this game, if you have Blade Mail Heart, it doesn't look like you're going to, just get blown apart. There's no real stun locking you down. I guess Overgrowth is the main issue, probably. So, could be a good game for Gunnar. This one. Yep.
Another Blood Grenade from Ahri.
Also in mid, putting some serious pressure on Bryle here, forcing a TP out of Whitemon.
Whitemon does TP. And will force the likes of Nouns back just a little bit. Now, in terms of, I mean, Nouns played yesterday, obviously, and they did not do super hot, as the coach was talking about.
Fair to say.
While TSM played today, and they crushed Shopify. It was a 2-0 that was, especially game 2, not even remotely close. Do you think that that benefits TSM in any way? I mean, I know it's impossible to kind of decipher this based on what is inside their minds, but theoretically, since you love theory and whatnot,
I love my
hours on end about absolutely nothing. Usually
theory,
just calling it theory craft, or just sitting here listening to you. But do you think that benefits either team as Bryle just barely lives?
Well, to give you a short answer, I do think the team that just won is happy with winning, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That is good for them.
I'm surprised you kept it so brief. Yeah. Really appreciate that for everybody in the audience.
It's just a theory, though. They might be unhappy with their victory.
I figured you keep
never
going.
really.
Yeah, no big surprise. Bryle in the mid lane. We can see the CS is relatively close between the likes of him and Gunnar. I mean, would you say...
Penta nice, though.
That's true. Would you say that this favors one hero or the other?
I mean, my gut says that this is a slightly Earth Spirit favored lane, but not like by a mile. So I actually think this result is maybe a little bit better than what you can expect, especially on the deny front from Gunnar.
K1 continuing to get harassed.
Yeah, so this was interesting in the draft, right? This was an instant counter pick to the Bristleback in the first phase. They grabbed their Naga, so they were anticipating this was going to get banned. And I wanted to talk about this a little bit because K1 has like a subset of heroes that I always love watching this guy at TI because he has a subset of heroes that he just really made a name for himself on. Naga is one of them. We've seen his PL in the past, Chaos Knight. He popped off the other day on that one against Tundra. When you pick Naga this early, I feel like the hero is very exploitable. And in this game, he's got 11 CS minutes, 6.
Yep, not
so the Bristleback's 34, and this was your counter pick to the Bristle? I mean, you've got to better make it worth it at some point.
Top lane, Ancient Seals there, move with the Thunderclap. Yamsun makes his way over as well. It's an easy pickoff, and now Tomato is the one that they're trying to take down. He takes out the Courier in due time. Sprout does not keep him in for too long as Ari showing up now to force the rest of Nouns back.
Yamsen will be taking some pot shots here, but probably going to get out of there.
Yep, concussive shot with the slow. One more Sprout for good measure as Yamsen
has been killed.
limps away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like Bryle's going to be able to get a nice juicy regen, but he's going to take a Magnetize for his efforts. The level advantage you can see is going to Gunnar thanks to those denies. TP from Whitemon is here. It's a 1 versus 2. Turning around onto Gunnar. Looks like it's their kill for the taking, and Bryle will get credit for it. Nice turnaround there from TSM.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised there by this attempt even from Gunnar. Like, yeah, maybe this is... You could probably accomplish this kill if you have like 15 seconds of 1v1 there, because Bryle isn't level 6 yet and you are, but any TP stops that kill and you're at risk of dying. You had no mana left, your stick was empty, your bottle was empty. Just honestly a little bit of an overextension there, and that's really good news for Bryle. We were talking about he's a little bit behind in experience. Now he's going to be leading the charge here against Gunnar and get closer to that Diffusal the panel was talking about. I mean, this is... If Diffusal Blade was magically removed tomorrow, I think this hero would barely be played by anyone. Like, that is just the build right now. Bro. And in a game like this, you always look at, okay, how important is the mana burn? It's amazing against specific heroes in this game.
Oh, nice dead shot. Another silence.
Oh, he got 6.
Calling. Moo hit 6. There is the primal split. Can they find anyone? Looks like Whitemon might take the stun here, as Lelis is there as well to try to finish him off. Looks like that'll be an easy cleanup, but can they get Ari as well as Yamsen trying to keep him in place? As Moo gets the Thunderclap onto absolutely nothing, but Ari still falls in the end. Too much damage over time, but Brock coming in with his Rolling Thunder, trying to connect on the Moo, but a nice sidestep is there. Might have to focus onto position 5 Nature's Prophet instead, but Lelis is there waiting, gets up the instant Ancient Seal, and now Moo in the vicinity. The Thunderclap ready to go very shortly. Whitemon and Tomato there are here in numbers as TSM looks like they kind of want to fight, but so do Nouns as Whitemon taking the brunt of the damage from that Magnetize from Gunnar.
This should be the end of it. Diving here for Gunnar is really difficult, going in blind.
Bottle refill for Bryle now.
Yeah, a lot of heroes showing up to this move, obviously. The big winners, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, are the ones that didn't. So both Kasane as well as K1 are finding some much-needed farm down bottom, especially the Naga, starting to get a little bit of recovery going here. Kasane is gonna... It's just already settled. This Bristle's gonna have an amazing game.
Moo trying to dodge the calling, can't do it, because it does slow as well inside there, so very difficult. But he will still live.
Yeah, nice timing on that whole fight for him, right? It looked premeditated that they were expecting him to hit level 6 at that exact point in time, so they were kind of baiting a fight out. And he ends up tanking like 800 damage worth of spells and then using his ult, so obviously that means all of those spells not being used on another hero in the fight, and that did allow Nouns to get themselves a pretty good exchange. But as a matter of fact, despite being up 4-1 on the kills, they're still 1k down on the net worth, and that is really the majority of this discrepancy is found in that bottom lane. Kasane with 4,300 net worth to the only 3k of the Naga on K1. The panel we're talking about, they've counterpicked this Naga quite well, right? You've got the Pango, you've got the Bristleback with the Aghanims. If Naga on top of all of that is also not being farmed, the way Nouns win a lot of their games is because K1 pops off, right?
Yep.
And I don't know how likely that is with the current lookout here, so got to see if they can somehow bring him into the game a bit later on. Obviously, Naga just likes chilling for the first 20 minutes, whether she's having a good or a bad game. You kind of play the hero the same way.
That's better than it used to be. It used to be 40 minutes.
True.
And sometimes it was never. You never got involved, and you just won the game just by existing. We've seen that from time to time, but things have certainly changed. As like you said, TSM with a slight lead in terms of the net worth right now, and the Bristle being the main recipient of that differential. We'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter, of course. Already an Ogre Club on the way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One of my favorite Ags in the game, actually, Cinder. I know you're not a huge fan, but I actually love this one.
We have different tastes.
Yeah, that is true. Moo.
That's what Dota's all about.
He was initially slow, but he's going to use his Primal Split. And Whitemon might be the main one to go down here, but they get the lift on the Tomato. Gunner's there as well, not able to connect on the rolling Boulder, though, as Bryle coming in as well. Looks like Yamsen might be dead, but a nice lift at the last moment onto the Pangolier. They will take out the Luna. So it's a 2-for-1. All they've lost is the support in the Nature's Prophet. Gunnar continuing on. The Magnetize just continuing over and over. Double kill for Gunnar. But now Kasane has shown up to play. Level 9, trying to block out Gunnar, but gets a baby roll off. Continuing with these Quill Sprays. gets off to the other side, then to the high ground. The Quill Sprays are in range, though, as Kasane secures a double kill. So a lot of deaths on both respective sides.
Man, I feel like this doesn't happen very often anymore, but Earth Spirit ran out of stones relatively quickly in that fight. If he has one more stone there, Gunnar is going to survive, but couldn't get the distance anymore without that. Yeah, despite losing Tomato relatively early on there, TSM still end up getting themselves a decent fight with Kasane showing up and really putting that net worth to good use. So he's going to grab his level 10, 11 minutes in. That's a great look for him.
So we are casting nouns, which means we need to start counting Midases.
Oh, I thought we were going to start counting nouns or something.
Or that. I mean, Midas is a noun.
Okay.
Right? The move.
It's a proper noun.
Gus purchased his. How many is appropriate this game?
Oh, that's a very loaded question.
There's a Gloves of Haste on Gunnar, so that looks like it's going to be 2.
Are you sure he's not going Armlet?
Yes, because it shows Midas in his quick buy there.
Change his mind. Armlet or Spirit? What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm up for new things.
What's the appropriate amount? Probably no more than 2. So I'm happy it's not more than 2.
Well, Lelis has not quite. I mean, sometimes he gets a 40-minute Midas, so we'll see how the game goes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Midas. Skywrath, let me tell you, it's not really good value.
Now, once you get that shard, and you get the attack speed from the Midas, pretty damn powerful if you ask me, Cinderin.
This is a quite odd ancient farming team.
Yeah, but Gunnar does the important thing and kicks his teammate away so that he can secure most of the farm.
And he has Blade Mail, which he used to farm it with, and he had the Children. So actually a kind of nice play here from Nouns to identify that they can do it with this hero combination because of Shield Rune. Otherwise, Gunnar would have lost so much health, he might have almost had to go back to base.
Radiant are scanning.
Put it to use there. Slowly but surely, K1 is now catching up to the Luna. Now, in this matchup in general, I would say Luna has a relatively tricky matchup against Naga Siren. Despite having all of this spread damage with the Glaives, Naga, if having a good game, can just overwhelm you pretty quickly. But given the circumstances, I think Tomato is actually in a pretty good spot here with that 1k lead over the Naga. If both heroes are just left to free farm entirely, I think they probably stay roughly hand in hand in terms of just raw farm efficiency.
Ahri is spotted. Gonna get silenced and rolled on, and there's the Mystic Flare. Delete.
Goodbye.
The Gunnar gets credit for that one, as yeah, his Midas is very shortly will be in his inventory. Bryle, speaking of which, will have his Diffusal on the way now. That's a big power spike for Pango, as he brought up. I mean, the one good thing about, I mean, obviously not to talk about Midas anymore, but we will. The levels you get from it are actually extremely good on a hero like Brewmaster. Like that Primal Split just gets insane once you get to level 3.
And Brewmaster, it's also about what you want on this hero is to not only be your ult, right? Like the problem is when you have that natural downtime, it's really nice to have Midas just for the farm efficiency, right? So not only the experience of getting to the higher levels of ult, but also
cancel. Doesn't have his actual teleport for another 40 seconds, so that'll be a freebie for Tomato, but...
He is more than happy with that, though.
Yeah.
Got the rune. This is well worth dying for a position 5 nature problem.
Indeed. Sonic forcing move back. He does have his Primal Split. Not going to expend it quite yet. I don't think he's going to chase any further anyway, as Radiance looks to be what's in Moo's sights right now. We can see the Aghanim's already online for Kasane.
Yeah. Eyeing up the Bloodstone and the Shard, no surprise.
The one thing that we're going to have to hold your horses on, Sinners, we might actually have a fight here, as K1 is taking out some Ancients, but there's a smoke from TSM, Rolling Thunder from Bryle. They know that K1's in the area, gets silenced, and the Rolling Thunder should be enough with the right click.
Oh, and they stole the stack too, Kasane.
Indeed.
Got it with that Bristleback Axe usage, so very nice. Probably going to turn into a mid-tier 1 as well here for TSM. I don't think there's any hope of defending this one, but maybe Gunnar's going to try to roll away. Good choice.
Yep, he's gone.
Yeah. Goner, they call him.
Oh boy. As Yamsen getting some nice D-ward action here, but Tomato, does he have the vision here? Oh, the dead shot does hit. He's still running the opposite direction. Lucent Beam is there. Another kill. Actually uses Eclipse.
It's about sending a message.
He's just sick and tired of not hitting that R button. Like, gotta do it at some point.
Gunnar is testing the limits here. He does have a Skywrath on backup, so potentially there is a kill here if they line up their spells, but Tomato wisely pulling off here to the right, farms it up and gets out of there.
But one good thing about having hero like Bristleback is, I know it's only 16 minutes, but it's always on my mind, Torment time. It's a hero that can solo it extremely quickly. You don't need to worry about heroes coming in from across the map and losing efficiency. As Kasane trying to chase Moo's going to get dead shot, but still running the opposite direction. And we'll be fine.
Yeah, and Moo has to be a little bit careful in this game with his mana management, because if you get caught by a Swashbuckle at the wrong time, you might not be able to get the split off. So he kind of has to make sure he stays on around at least 300 mana when he's playing around the map.
There's hairball action from Kasane, so he bought the shard the old-fashioned way. There's the dead shot, canceling the TP, and you can see that Ags being put to good work for Kasane as he destroys Moo, who still does not quite have enough for that Sacred Relic.
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake.
Sometimes you just gotta let the voice lines speak for themselves, you know?
Yep.
That's why I immediately said something. All right, here we go mid.
Oh boy, the Mystic Flare not really going to connect, but they might still have enough damage. Indeed they do. Down goes Bryle, and Gunnar with that haste rune will likely be able to just walk away. Nice pick off here for Nouns, getting some retribution for Moo's death.
Gunnar will be... He's 1,000 away from the Reaver here, toward the heart. This is the hero I'm watching right now for Nouns, because I think there's a lot on Gunnar's shoulders. As we've already established, Naga's game isn't particularly great right now, so...
Oh, he wants some of this, though. The calling scares them away.
Bristleback is not the target you want right now. You don't really have that good ways of dealing with him. Brewmaster didn't get the full Vessel, he only got the Urn, so you don't have the healing reduction against the inevitable Bloodstone.
But I assume he will end up going for the Spirit Vessel at some point, right?
After the Radiance? I don't know, actually.
Really?
Because the problem is when you get it that late, even if it might on paper sound good against Bloodstone, the enemy team is going to start having Dispels, right? There's going to be some sort of Lotus coming out, even on himself. So...
How important is Silver Edge this game? Has hold that thought. Kasane getting gone on. Or,
well...
Going on K1, more like it. He just walks away with a casual ensnare.
Nice little tickle war here. Won by Kasane.
Airball. And he's going to use Song, which I believe
he can't
is the first
TP out, though, because Dead Shot could connect on him at any point. He will run away, though. Tomato will kill Yamsen on the side of the map.
Yamsen does die, but is this going to be a turnaround? And it looks like it is, as Tomato gets killed on the bottom of the map. Very unfortunate for TSM, but a huge kill for Nouns.
Very good trade for Nouns there. They get the last hit on Lelis, who, as a result, will almost have his Force Staff. A great item against both Bristleback and the Muerta. You want to help allies get out of the calling as fast as possible. You want to reposition them away from the Bristleback Ags. You can save people from Eclipse. There's a lot of really good value for Force Staff. I would actually like to see them get more than one, to be honest, on their team, but doesn't look like it's on the menu for Yamsen right now. He's eyeing up a Glimmer Cave. Obviously, also a solid item here, but I do think a second Force Staff might actually just straight up be better.
As Roshan, #1, will go the way of TSM as nobody from Nouns is in sight. Yep, Kasane will get the Aegis.
Interesting. I actually thought they were going to put this one on Bryle. I feel like Bristleback is borderline invincible right now. I don't really know if you need to be concerned with him dying, especially when he completes the Bloodstone. I don't really see much risk for Kasane the following 5 minutes, but
there it is.
I guess they just have the mindset that if they put the X on, or the Aegis on him, he's completely unkillable and he can just siege towers. Either way, they'll probably put it to use immediately to go and contest this Tormentor. You talked about it.
Torment time.
It's Torment time for Kasane. It's going to take a little bit of time to build it up, obviously, with the Hairball and the Quill Stacks, but he'll get there, slowly but steadily.
I think the bigger deal here is that he's stealing it from Nouns, and there he goes. Ahri will get a shard, which for a support, maybe not the one you were hoping for. Although, yeah, Tree already has his, I believe, so it would have been between him and the Pango, which the Pango one's quite good.
Yeah, I think they would rather have had the Penguin. The shard on Muerta is kind of a weird one if you're playing support.
Tomato already has his shard, actually.
Yeah.
Man, this man loves his... I mean, this is one of the few people that buys Glacier on Drow, for God's sake.
He's one of the few people playing Drow to begin with.
That's true. Really hoping for it here today, but instead it's going to be the Luna.
Okay,
Gets
Gunner.
rolled on by Gunner, gets off the Magnetize with that blade now, doing so much damage. Now you kind of wish you had that Aegis onto the Luna. He's dead. And now you can see the Bristleback inside the calling, but Brow's going to be chased right now with the Primal Split up, but there's the Overgrowth. Nice Dispel coming out from Moo, instantly getting rid of that. And now Whitemon completely surrounded. Kasane really low, but again, he has the Aegis, so that's life number one. The roll in with the Mystic Glyph, enough to take out Ahri just by using that ult. Not going to help you too much. And can they kill the big bad Bristleback with that Bloodstone? Completely surrounded now. Pops it. Yeah, that's the wrong direction, my friend. A huge team fight win for Nouns as they clean up nicely.
Yeah, like you said, it's just really dangerous to not have the Aegis on the Luna. She's frontlining and hitting the tower. I thought this was what they were going to do with their Bristleback, but I mean, obviously with this build, you're not very fast at taking towers, so at the end of the day, without
when they were going for Roche, I think Tomato had just died and he was bot lane, so I don't think he could have gotten there anyway.
Right, but then I think this push is just ill-advised in general then, right? You don't have a clear save for your Luna. She's exposing herself by hitting the tower. And you got to keep in mind, you're playing against one of the longest range initiators in all of Dota. The Earth Spirit can just roll at you from any angle. You won't necessarily have vision. You don't have time to react. So they got no value out of their carry whatsoever. They got a very clean engage there with the Brewmaster as well. So just excellent fight from Nouns. Worth about 6,000 gold, that team fight, as TSM were approaching it with a lead. And now things are going to slow down quite a bit. And we saw the thing there as well that the panel was talking about. Well, it's cool that you have this tanky Bristle. What if he just gets Cyclone for 16 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Mood just took him out of the fight forever while they cleared up the rest of the team.
But it's Tormund time again.
Oh, yeah.
Kasane, who's getting it this time? We talked about Luna already having hers. Is it just Pango that's left? I think it's guaranteed at this point.
I think Pango, you're right. He got it.
Wow. 100% chance.
Who do you think is getting the next one?
The other team. That would be funny. If you have your shards all done, it goes to the other team. You're punished. The true Tormentor action.
Wow,
that could be the next
you
buff for
truly are one of the game devs of all time. That is a great idea.
It's a nice little twist, you know. I mean, people are already dying to it anyway. You might as well make it feel even worse.
How this,
I'm a
is this
fan.
your idea of rubber band mechanics?
Yeah.
You just grieve the winning team. You must be punished for being ahead.
That's right.
All right.
Sonic going to be going through the twin gate. He's going to not be spotted, actually, as Lelis is there. Level 13 right now. Has his 4-staff with the Philly Stone in tow.
Important development, by the way. K1 is now top net worth in the game.
Oh, that is quite the...
Ever so quietly, he has been farming up a storm. 315 CS, minute 23 on that Naga. Heart is completed. So Heart Diffusal Manta is starting to look like a really big threat in the fights. Now you're reaching that point of critical mass where Bristleback alone can't really deal with you. And considering these 3 deaths on Tomato have really slowed him down, I actually think K1 is arguably just the strongest hero on the map right now on this Naga. So very curious to see how Nouns put this to use. Again, if I had to pick a Naga player to have on my team, this is definitely on the short list in the world. So K1 knows very well what to do with that farm that he has. He's gonna TP top and use it to get more farm. Like I said, excellent Naga player. Just
Dire's bottom tower.
a rich get richer.
Yep. As Bryle looks like he's going for the Blink Dagger before the Aghanim Scepter.
This is a big moment for TSM here. They want to find a big hero. Doesn't look likely though. That maybe they can find Moo. It's probably their best potential catch here, as Naga is already inside her own base and Earth Spirit is off in the middle of nowhere.
Lelis would tank the gank here. Would be nice for Nouns' perspective at least, as it looks like that's going to be, at the very least, that's going to happen here. Easy pick off, and you can see Moo just TP away.
That is a great result for Nouns. Losing
Trade
one
a
support
smoke
there.
for your support.
Yep, smoke for support, and you use the Rolling Thunder, so for the next 80 seconds, the playmaking potential of Bryle is very limited. And it offers some additional safety around the map for Nouns as heroes to just keep farming. I think, once again, Naga in this game is not really under that much pressure as long as Pango doesn't have ult, and obviously the Ags on Bryle is going to be a really big difference maker once he gets there. Currently eyeing up the Dagger. He's actually going to opt for that over the Axe, which to me is a little bit surprising. Maybe their mindset is that they're struggling to initiate fights on their terms and they kind of have to get this extra reach, but effectively you're delaying one of your key Naga counters by a good 3 or 4 minutes this way.
I think they're having a real hard time locking down Moo before that Primal Split comes out.
Yeah, that is true.
And being able to blink, especially with the Shard online now for Bryle, will allow them to try to set something up, the roll up. Very important to get a couple stuns off in quick succession.
I mean, speaking of this, the Shard on Earth Spirit could actually be really good this game, I think. I don't think Gunner's going to buy it, but if they somehow get this from a Tormentor, just being able to grab allies out of this...
Grab ally?
There you go. Yeah, you love that. Being able to pull allies out of the Pango combo would be a pretty big deal.
Very even game, which is kind of what we were expecting coming into this. I mean, regardless of how these teams have done thus far at TI, we talked about, they've played each other a million times, so be surprised if this was a 2-0 either way. Of course, it's only game 1.
I mean, with that logic, you could say in the previous series that TSM played today, they'd also played Shopify a million times.
That's right.
The second game was not very close.
Was that Shopify?
Yeah.
You sure?
All right.
Just check.
Not sure what you're going for here.
Me neither, actually. Whitemon opting for a Blink Dagger here relatively shortly. And it looks like the Midases are at 2.5. We're going to count Philly Stone as a half Midas.
Okay.
Side of Nouns. Not committing to the third quite yet, but did say 40-minute Midases are a thing with them, so we have 13 minutes to go. That's the limit, I think.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
And Roche, number 2, will know in about 10 seconds when that will spawn. And that, as usual, is going to be a pretty pivotal one. Feels like the first one's usually just given away in some respects. And the second one is when they start getting contested most of the time. You can see Nouns are smoked up. TSM going to the high ground. Tomato's going to break the smoke and move. He sees this. Can't really pursue any further, at least not yet. As K1 just ignoring everybody and hitting creeps, as he should be.
Gunner might fancy his chances here if they can get the Brewmaster in from the left, but he is obviously still smoked. We saw Moo break the smoke there. And Gunner is looking for an angle. Luna with the night vision, though.
That's true.
We'll see him easily.
I mean, at what point do you want to fight with Naga? Are we at that point yet?
I think you're absolutely capable right now of fighting with the Naga, but the fact of the matter is you have an amazing split push lineup too. You have Nature's Prophet and Naga, so if the enemy team is congregated in one area, you can just bide your time, push the other lanes, and eventually they have to go back and defend, right?
Yeah.
So Yamsen already pushed in bottom lane all the way to that tier 2 tower, and the mid wave is being cut here by K1. And this is going to be really annoying for TSM's lineup to deal with. We actually haven't really talked about this, but their heroes are not particularly mobile with the exception of Pango. Like, running around the map with as Bristleback putting out fires feels terrible.
And Bryle is trying to get the stun lock onto Moo. The Eclipse to follow. Do they have the burst? They do. He does have buyback, though. And obviously not able to get that Primal split up. That is a very big kill for TSM. The BKB already popped by Tomatoes. K1 going on to the Bristleback, and there's the buyback onto Moo.
Nice connection from Gunner.
Really deep onto Tomato with the calling coming through as well, but Gunner's going to roll on out for the time being. Looks like Nouns want to kind of reset and wait for their Brewmaster to catch up. The TSM now on the run as Bryle might be caught out. Thunderclap is there, and there's the Mystic Flare to finish him off. So Nouns trade essentially a buyback to kill off the mid laner for TSM.
Honestly, really good play call there from Gunner. Even though the Brewmaster is dead, he identifies that Luna used the BKB in that kill.
Oh, Kasane, he's going to get kicked to the low ground. That is a Bristleback, so you have to be careful. Doing a lot of damage with that Quill Spray, but now he's surrounded. Has a Spirit Vessel applied, but he pops his Bloodstone. Now opting to go to the other side of the calling as TSM getting pursued by K1. He is not afraid.
Oh, that's not a good force step. He turned around.
Jump in onto the Treant inside the trees. As you can see, the Pango buying back into the game. It looks like the Treant Protector will die to start this fight. As K1 looking to maybe saw, but actually going to turn this around onto Tomato instead. That is a huge kill for Nouns. As K1 with an ensnare onto that Muerta, and that's another easy kill for Nouns as Kasane coming back into the fray. He's kind of left all alone, but Bryle has his Rolling Thunder up again, using that Blink Dagger to good effect to keep K1 on the back line, but there's the song to keep the Bristleback in place. And Bryle might just have to Rolling Thunder away as they leave their Bristleback to die. So Kasane drops a huge team fight win for Nouns, and that means Roche number 2 is theirs.
Yeah, it's incredible how important it ends up being that Tomato used his BKB on the Brewmaster kill, right? Like, you can understand from his perspective, there's uncertainty about whether Nouns are counterplaying and baiting the Brew there, but he needed that BKB so badly in the fight that followed. He essentially just got jumped on by Gunnar, which was what spread out the fight initially and forced TSM back. And then in the chasing sequence, Tomato couldn't stand his ground. That's the problem against the Naga matchup. You're not strong enough when Naga has this amount of net worth to really stand your ground. So if you can't use BKB and hit other heroes, it's just a losing battle. So it's a really big one here for Nouns. They get a lot of kills. They get the Roche, Aegis Cheese here. Honestly, yeah, I was thinking put the Aegis on Mu, because you're not likely to get burst on the Naga in the same way if you play the hero well and you're splitting the map correctly. Rather put the Aegis on the Brewmaster so he can frontline confidently, and he could give the cheese away though. I don't think he needs to have both of them.
Why not have both?
Put the cheese on Gunnar, or even put it on K1. He still has a slot available that he could carry that in if he wants, but yeah, it's all coming up Nouns now. I know we've seen quite a lot of games this tournament where late game Bristleback has been a menace as well, but I have my doubts as to how effective the hero is actually going to be here truly late game, just because that Brewmaster and Naga matchup is so good at containing him, right? You just keep netting him, songing, throwing him in the air. Bristle doesn't want to buy BKB, so you're kind of just, yeah, you just control him all the time, kill the other heroes.
Yep, Torment time for Nouns as Yamsen gets his.
Okay, a little bit of a curse of the old growth.
Yep.
Giving some vision in the trees, doing some damage. It's nice for chasing sequences. There's going to be some of those in the around the top area in particular, where there's a lot of trees around that Roshan area, but I think that is likely to transpire anytime soon, considering they literally just killed Roche. Fights are probably not breaking out up there, but they might break out next to the top tier 2 tower, which I think should be next on the menu here for Nouns. Wouldn't mind seeing them going for every single tower outside the base right now with the advantage they have. I think fights for TSM are going to be exceptionally difficult to take.
Yeah, with 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, I think that is definitely what they're going to be up to. Now, one thing we've seen in the games we've cast, at least, is the issue of going high ground. I think maybe the best hero in the game at going high ground is Brewmaster, especially once you get like that refresher, and it's just, what do you do against
especially when you have Ogre in your team as well, as we saw the other day, just bloodlusting the earth element, whatever you want to call it, Brewling. Very, very great. Obviously this game not the case, but yeah, Nouns are no strangers to sieging with this hero. And I think, I mean, again, once you're constrained in your base as TSM, it's starting to become really difficult. There's going to be Treants pushing, there's going to be Naga Illusions pushing, there's going to be Brewmaster Ultimate pushing. The way you need to organize your heroes to put out fires and effectively try to turn anything into a team fight is going to be very difficult. Another Tormentor killed here by Kasane, a nice 1,400 gold influx for his team, but state of the game definitely is at least 2 waves are going to be outside your base more or less at all times. Now even a smoke up coming out here from Nouns. They place a ward behind themselves to try to gather any information about movements from TSM if they go where they just left. In the meantime,
we talked about the high ground potential for Nouns. What about the defensive side from TSM?
I mean, they have some decent spam. Swashbuckle is always super annoying to deal with. I'd say the Calling is one of the really strong defensive spells as well. But again, given the itemization that Nouns have with the double Force Staff, they did end up going back for it on Nature's Prophet, which I'm a very big fan of them doing. I think they can just reset out if they get jumped on.
Gunnar finds Ari, gets off his Shivas.
Yeah, he's dead.
A roll in there. We'll get the stun off and a Mystic Flare from a complete screen away on Lal's side.
Yep. Lal's is close to Ags. Haven't really talked much about his itemization, but he went 4-Staff Ghost.
Oh wow, he's actually really close. Okay.
Yep.
400 away right now. Only a minute and a half left on the Aegis, and they've only gotten the 1 tier 2 so far.
And actually,
their lead has kind of gone down since they got that Aegis.
The Skywrath Ags is very good together with Earth Spirit as well as Naga, though. Like when you have other cores that have reliable lockdown, you're gonna be able to hit 2 heroes a lot of the time here. Nice TP out here for Bryle, should be okay.
Good attempt. Yeah, the instant roll up into Rolling Thunder, pretty hard to counteract until, I mean, would you say that it's worth getting an Ags on Naga at some point for that?
Yeah, probably.
Is that like a 7th item Ags or an actual like inventory?
I mean, he's actually eyeing up a BKB before it after his Disperser, but
Kasane.
I don't know. I'd rather see the Axe, to be honest, than the BKB.
Quite good. Moo might have to expend his ult here. He gets forced out to the other side, dodging the dead shot, so won't actually need to use anything here.
Still has the
Aegis for 30 seconds.
so might as well just expend that instead.
It's still the green panda that gets like auras and stuff, right? Like the gem.
Yeah.
As Moo showing himself.
They're trying to set it up so they can kill him just as Aegis expires, but that's
it's close now.
Tall order.
He has his Octarine core now. I assume Refresher would be next, perhaps.
Currently,
Mr. Brewmaster.
Quick buying up an AC.
Okay.
Which I don't mind that. There's a ton of physical damage on the enemy team. It's really good for his Naga to have an AC on the team as well, just for overall just pressure. It's good for sieging. I like it more than the Refresher. I don't think this is a game where it comes down to just having 2 back-to-back brew ults, but rather you just want to be consistent with the one that you have and get major impact. So.
Plus, there'll be a third Rosh at some point, which may or may not have that Refresher shard.
Very true. They did kill the second one bottom, so I think it's not that likely that the third one will be top. The early respawn is in 2:18. So that will be around the end of nighttime, will be the early respawn. So more than likely the next Rosh will be dead before 45.
Gunnar showing himself in the mid lane. Tier 2 still standing, but not for long as K1 starting to pound on it. Through backdoor protection for now. Kasane slowed to a crawl. I'm going to try to defend this. Here's Whitemon. He's going to try to help out Brawl. He gets silenced by Gunnar to start things out. There's the Manta Styles. Brawl just going to use his roll up and just TP away with that ult usage.
So I think this is why it feels so good for Naga to buy Axe right now, is in this game state, TSM are very clearly communicating their read on the game to the enemy team, essentially. They're shying away from every fight. So having any sort of reliable lockdown that can turn these moments into key kills is how you open high ground. I don't know if they're, like we talked about, just hoping to get a free Axe, perhaps, which would then go to Naga. Maybe that's the idea. Because the second or the third Rosh will be respawning in 1 minute, so they could set it up to get it bottom. Tomato will have to TP out here.
Yeah, BKB down. Does Nouns want to take advantage of that right now, or do they just want to continue to just have control of this map and then kind of suffocate the likes of TSM so that they can get the next Rosh?
Ahri.
Throwing to Ahri, but Lotus is off the side.
Oh, nice.
Get rolled on by Gunnar. And it looks like that'll spell the end of him in all likelihood. You see the Aghanim Scepter Mystic Flare being used for the kill. Primal Split used as well, but not really catching anybody in the process, so might have to focus on the tower instead.
That was a really nice connection from Gunnar there, just anticipating the Force Staff. So he rolled ahead of Ahri and scored what we call a Joel in one right there. So very nice.
Nice. Good meme.
There you go. Memes have grown on you a little bit. You used to be very anti-meme. You've become a little more fun with time. I guess I rubbed off on you a little bit.
That's right.
You became a little more fun and I became a little more cynical. So, you know, great trade-off. I made your life better and you made mine worse. Thank you so much.
That's right. It's a good balance.
Yep.
Kasane sticking to the high ground for now. As we can see, this is actually a pretty long Rosh timer.
The seeds of fortune.
But would be surprised if Nouns doesn't just wait for that. Still 2 tier 2s up for TSM. They've been doing a good job of defending that. They do have the living armor, of course, which makes it a bit of a nuisance to go through. We have a 5-man smoke from TSM. See if they can find anybody. Butterfly online for Tomato. He is fully loaded. Show the Manta illusions, and Gunnar's going to use that as a means to escape. Still smoked up, but not finding any meaningful connection here for TSM. But at least they've left their side of the map. It's been a while.
They're getting out on the map. The main thing I'm looking at right now for TSM is actually their support progression, right? We've been talking a decent amount of the itemization on the side of Nouns, but TSM are also slowly approaching some items that could make a big difference. Whitemon almost has a Force Staff on his Treant. On the Muerta, we're actually starting Arius preparing for this to be a long one, eyeing up a 40-minute Maelstrom.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Midas. I was excited there.
Yeah, you were hoping for it, but... All It seems to be the plan here that this one, they're banking on it going ultra late essentially at this point. And well, Treant with a Force Staff can be very helpful at separating heroes from Naga. Getting that
And
distance.
Disperser is extremely good value this game. The amount of dispels,
Yeah.
very cool. And we can see Roche up in less than a minute. So it's going to be a bit of a Roche-off situation, as we love to see, as Kasane still has that shield rune at about half amount right now. Shivas is popped, but not finding a connection again. Brian looking for the Rolling Thunder potential as Gunnar will be rolling Bouldering away. Both teams knowing how important this next Roche is.
And how important it is to keep rolling.
That's right. Keep on rolling.
Yep.
This one will be the Aghanim Scepter if it's kept on the day.
Gunnar has a really good positioning here, but they actually sent the Brewmaster mid. So Mua's travels level 2. So again, they're playing into this whole mindset of our lineup is really
Gunnar.
good. Okay.
He's going to have to kick Kasane away.
Oh, he will. And this is how Nouns are going to set up for Roche. They're going to have Mu push mid and use a split probably to force them to come back. And I think TSM, the clock is ticking right now. You kind of have to commit for this Roche now. If you're timid about this, you're going to be forced back. You see Nature's Prophet now connecting mid as well. Just these travels to Nature's Prophet teleport. It's really threatening.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder from Bryle trying to hold off on K1. He's already half HP. Pops his BKB though. Now maybe the focus is on Lelis. A little bit easier of a kill. Pops his Ghost Scepter, but there is the song. She's going to give space for Lelis to get away, but you can see in their base they're actually starting to siege now. Fortifications popped on the side of TSM. Still no Primal Split used. That's when you have to really worry if you're TSM, but Bryle TPing away already, so that likely means that Nouns will back away, be able to get this Roshan for themselves.
Oh, they want more heroes to come back.
Yeah, they get the tier 3. You can see the Primal Split already used, and now that racks are exposed.
Wait, why did he instantly cancel it there?
Oh, that's true.
Was that a misclick?
I don't know. That might cost him, though, as Bryle getting a nice swashbuckle onto Yamsen. Will die inside his own Sprout. Oh, will barely get away. The Overgrowth, my goodness, that's a close call. Yeah, that.
Wait, how do you misclick that? What's the hotkey for that? I play a lot of Brewmasters, you can tell. Like, so he split and instantly ended it.
The shard allows you to instantly end it, right?
Yeah. It's just it didn't seem like there was a point to ending it early. All of his Furlings were nice and healthy. Anyway, despite the mistake, they get the outcome they were hoping for. I really like this macro play from Nouns. I think just showing good understanding of the game state here. Forcing TSM to split up. That's the one thing their lineup does very, very poorly.
The Aghanim Scepter online there for Earth Spirit. That's a crazy one, too. We'll see how that works out for Gunnar, as he is ridiculously farmed. Top 3 net worth in the game. How would you rate that, Ags?
Quite high.
Sometimes it can screw you, right? But, I mean, we're assuming that good usage here.
I mean, I still think it would be better to give it to Naga. I will stand by that. I'm not sure if there's some sort of key, because usually I would say it's obviously a multi-purpose one. It can be really strong for catching and for saving. I generally think the save is the more reliable way to use this, and it just doesn't feel like you're going to need to save very much, right? If you've looked at how this game has progressed in the last 15 minutes, so. But it's definitely, like in terms of just theoretically how good it is, I think it's very high up for me. But it's also difficult to use, so.
Remember that used to be part of his base kit?
Primal Split.
The Primal Split from Mu.
Here he comes.
Now that the Earth Panda is there.
He didn't cancel it.
As long as he doesn't cancel it, a lot of damage will be done to his barracks. But I have to say, Tomato being there does clean them up relatively fast.
They definitely have good heroes for killing the Brew Split, and they have living armor, which is a pretty big deal here, actually.
That's true.
If the strategy from Nouns is going to just be chipping away at buildings for the next 15 minutes, at some point you're going to have to commit unless you can bring it down with just the Brew Split.
That's with the 1200 Brewing Health talent at 20 as well, by the way. He's about to hit 25 now.
Yeah, and he has... Oh, actually, he doesn't have the AC yet. That's going to be a pretty big help. Getting that armor aura. Almost complete, I do believe.
Yeah.
Actually complete, I do believe.
I do believe you are correct.
And level 25, so...
Okay, one. You get dead shot, but we'll be able to walk away as illusions. Just a constant nuisance on the map for TSM. As Kasane, he's starting to run out of room in his inventory. He's actually maybe going for a Radiance, I believe. As Whitemon getting gone on by the Brew. Not able to get his ult off quite yet. Continuing to get silenced. There's a lot of damage being applied to Moo. Is this going to be enough to actually take him out? Getting onto the other side and finally gets off his ult. And that is a lift onto the Brewmaster. As you can see, the kick in. Tomato in a lot of trouble. Surrounded, pops his BKB. Trying to focus now on the Brewlings. None of them will die quite yet. Uses the Eclipse finally. Most of the focus now onto Yamsen, who actually gets away. And now the Song of Siren from K1, holding everybody in place. Looks like the Train Protector is going to be the first to fall as Tomato. Trying to focus down Moo again, who will somehow live the Sprout, just continuing to be a thorn in the side of TSM, who've already lost 2, including the likes of Bryle. Lots of close sprays being applied to the Naga Siren. Gunnar getting the double kill for now. Rolling onto Tomato, lots of damage being applied. He's going to get the lockdown on him and likely will fall as well. A triple kill for Gunnar as K1 doing his thing against the Bristle, just keeping him consistently rooted. I mean, this is a very frustrating game for Kasane. He can't do much because he is the last remaining member of TSM. He's going to get kicked as a stone form. Do they even have the damage at this point to deal with him? We'll see. Might just walk back to base the old-fashioned way. The K1, another kick back. Kasane,
I love
the Billings being taken by Moo in the meantime. Just keep the Bristleback away from his base. They'll be able to take out all their barracks as a result. Another roll in. Most annoying heroes to deal with if you're a Bristle. Can he get back to his base? They're just ignoring him. He's doing absolutely nothing. Moo has a Primal Foot available again, and now we'll focus down the second set of racks. Another lift up onto the Bristleback. Can you even play Dota this game? Kasane feels so bad for him. 2 sets of racks now will be secured for the Signs of Nouns. And still, no Luna in sight for 40 seconds. Bristleback is not a hero in this fight, Synderen.
It was really funny to see, you know, the cogs turning in the brain of K1. He's like fighting the Bristle for 20 seconds. He's like, all right, whatever. He just runs away from a 5v1 to start pushing the base.
Bristleback things.
I mean, just Bristleback things. And again, it's really showing why they valued the Brewmaster in this game. I think Moo has had insane impact on this hero. Just effectively negating Kasane. And yeah, he's bought status resistance, which at least helps, but he's out of the fight for about half of it.
I mean, do you have to bite the bullet and go for the BKB at some point?
I just don't think it really matters, because can you get enough done in those 9 seconds?
Probably.
I don't think so. So it's just strategically a little bit of a checkmate here for Kasane. I don't think there is a good item build to solve this problem. It kind of has to come from his teammates.
Now we have the Rolling Thunder. Can they actually lock down Moo?
Oh,
There's
they
the
can.
Eclipse, and that's the 25 talent being put to good use. Along with the... Oh, he actually doesn't have Ags yet. Actually, he didn't take the talent. What am I talking about, Synderen?
I don't know.
Just ignore me.
That was
a lot of damage from the Eclipse,
some of the
though.
time. Well, if he
20,
had taken the 25 talent, it would have been the same amount of damage from the Eclipse.
That's true.
Worth keeping in mind. As a matter of fact, your call about him dealing a lot of damage was more true because he took the other talent that actually does give damage.
That's right. He did damage one way or another, which is technically correct, as he liked to attest to being a fan of. Tomato forced to just defend his base from afar. Can't really leave it. And the Bristleback kill was nice, as I think we're going to be able to listen in to a previous fight here.
No, man, can this guy even die? Surely he can die, guys.
I mean, it's all you, Gunnar. I'm gonna watch. I can stun him soon.
What the fuck you want me to do? Just kick it back.
Kick him back and I can sprout him. Kick him back and I can sprout him. Oh, fuck this guy. I'm going for the
All right, that's good. I mean, that's essentially what we said in the commentary as well. They can't kill him, so just ignore him. Just kite him. And that's good to hear that they can have a conversation like that and be so dumbfounded during a match at TI.
They came to the same conclusion that we did with slightly different lingo, but you know, it was the right idea. Just leave him alone.
Well, the brew kill was good for TSM, but they're going to do a lot more of that because, I mean, Moo has his buyback still.
Looks like they didn't recognize the fact that Moo had a gem, nor did Moo, because he's not sending his courier for it either. So everybody just forgot this exists.
They were just so excited by killing him. I can't blame them for that. And Muerta, TPing, we'll ignore the gem. More important things to do.
Did he actually TP next to it and not pick it up?
I don't think it was quite in vision, but yeah.
Okay.
Close enough.
Oh, this is effectively working as a ward for Nouns right now. So that's kind of good.
Yeah, true.
Give them that little bit of vision.
As TSM have actually ventured off to...
Oh, he saw it now. He's like, he was looking at his man. I was like, why do we have vision here, guys? Oh, right, I had a gem.
Maybe he just assumed they picked it up.
Gunnar on the hunt.
Yeah, Gunnar wants to find somebody. Muerta popping the ult, getting a nice silence. Onto the Nature's Prod. You can see TSM on the other side of the cliff here, but it's not going to matter for Ares. He dies straight up, so that's a 5v4 now. Bristleback. Yep, he's stuck inside a Sprout. We'll just assume for the rest of this fight that he will not be taking any damage and will not be dying as well. Although, Nouns perhaps wanting to actually kill him this time? No. They remember the previous fight. Still a tier 2 in the bot lane. And the gem is still there indeed. Kasane, even a point in talking about this right now. Okay, Yamsen making his presence known. They're actually doing quite a bit of damage this time. Whitemon in the vicinity. Bryle with the Rolling Thunder coming in as well. And Bristleback is living again. And now the song being used in more defensive measure than anything is Gunnar popping his BKB as well as K1. Bryle. Rolling Thunder has now ended, trying to do as much damage to the Brewlings as he can, but they're still going to survive as Tomato trying to TP out. He will be able to get away with a sliver of HP, and guess what? Kasane still very healthy, but no, they finally break him. Must be a Silver Edge on the side of
Otto died in base to Bloodthorn.
The position 5 Silver Edge is all they needed.
Yeah.
Now they have the answers. And with that, Nouns with a 30k lead and in prime position to take game number 1 as we're 52 minutes in now.
Yeah, they're going to have to burn both core buybacks to not get megaed here, and they will do that eventually as this bottom wave is coming in about 10 seconds. And the Radiant lineup pretty quick at pushing. The Brewmaster ulti will be up in 20. As a matter of fact, they're looking for a little bit of an extra here. Mu as well as Lelis pounding the Muerta.
Yeah, that's a buyback onto the Bristle. He dies here. Of course, he hasn't really made his way over quite yet as Muerta getting chased now inside the Sprout. And Mu trying to find an angle, and he will. Thunderclap and the beatdown. Prowl. Well, does have his Rolling Thunder up now. Trying to go on top of Gunnar, but he can just roll away with such a low cooldown on that spell. And that's a big ult down now for TSM. And Mu still has his Rolling Thunder available. They just need their position 5 in the area to right-click Kasane once, and they perhaps can kill him. And the Shiva's going to be popped. There's a fortification. Likely the last one for TSM as Tomato up in 7 seconds. Gunnar gonna yeah, just kick into the other side, focus on the buildings. Likely will be able to secure themselves mega creeps now in this game number 1, and they will do just that. As Kasane can only look on. He doesn't even get the kill on the Storm Panda.
All right,
back to defending they go.
So here's the thing, you've got megas, but the enemy team is really good at defending megas, so this game is not over yet. It's obviously extremely Nouns favored, and it would take quite the catastrophe for them to lose the game, but the question is how long is it going to take them to win? Because sieging into this, as we talked about, it's not that easy. You can send Naga Illusions, you can send Brew Split, you can send whatever you want, but if the Bristle and Luna get to stand their ground and just hit stuff, they can overpower it relatively quickly.
Well, if they give the Aghanim Scepter here to Mr. Mu, then you'll have that Earth Panda all the time.
True.
That's pretty good.
A nice little companion, but, well, when it dies, he doesn't have it all the time.
That's true. And it will likely die. So we have a smoke now from TSM, but they're too late for the Roche, as Gunnar will take the Aegis, Mu with the Cheese, and the Aghanim Scepter as well. Now they have to worry about either a Storm Panda or whatever Panda he chooses to use at all times to be up.
All right, so they chose to give the Ags over to the Brew over Naga, so again.
K1 was all alone for a little bit there. Pops his BKB as Gunnar.
Oh, they kick out the Luna.
Really deep. The kick out onto Tomato. Pops the BKB. Mystic Flare doing a little bit of damage through that BKB, but Gunnar and company are going to turn him to stone again. Still at half HP though as Gunnar trying to get to the other side of these trees. The Sprout onto the Bristleback as Mu gonna try to go on top of the buildings now instead. Now they have the break onto Kasane, but there's the overgrowth from Whitemon keeping him in place, but the Cheese actually healing up the Earth Spirit to a high degree as Mu continuing just to hit buildings while the Song of the Siren keeps TSM in place. They're trying to heal it up with the Living Armor. There's the Mystic Flare again being used. And guess who's still healthy? It's the Bristleback. Gunnar now rolling out to the other side, getting slowed perpetually. Deadshot's going to connect as well, but looks like he might be able to walk away. as somehow no deaths in this engagement other than one tier 4 tower.
And we have to say goodbye to one cheese. But fortunately, Gunnar has second cheese.
Yeah.
So I would have loved to see him stack up a third. I feel like that's a true rare spawn in Dota. I don't think we often see 3 cheeses on the same hero, but actually did end up using one of them there. So very sad
Oh,
for all the fermenting fans out there. Considering you can make block of cheese out of the... How many lotuses are there? Oh, there's a lot of lotuses. What a shocker.
Yeah, why bother though?
What if you could combine 3 cheeses into like giga cheese?
And what does that do for you?
It's just a very big cheese.
It's a visual only, I see. Cosmetic. Sounds good to me. What if the cheese is so big it just turns you lactose intolerant? And that's an aura around you.
So that's another comeback mechanic for the losing
Yeah,
team.
it's a bad... That's correct.
You have the best ideas.
They're hoarding too much net worth on their side, so it should punish them. Nobody wants to see that. It's 50k lead for Nouns.
Is that the biggest of this event?
Tomato. Is he going to turn into stone again? Gunnar looking for the potential connection here. He's going to get stunned at the top of his BKB. Rolling Thunder not going to be doing too much as a result. Magnetize is there. Remember, this is undispellable now with that 25 talent. As Moo continuing onto the tier 4 towers. There's the Mystic Flare. So much damage applied to Tomato, trying to stay alive. A nice overgrowth. This is enough to take out the Earth Spirit. Either way, he has the Aegis. Life number 1 down. Moo now focusing all his efforts onto that Luna. Will drop him, but that is just... Now that's actually the buyback now as the Ancient is fully exposed. They can just right-click that to their heart's content as GG's will likely come out here any moment. Tomato getting extremely low. It's going to be a dieback for him. And they can't hold this any longer for TSM. So Nouns will take game number 1 in this best of 3, Synderen.
Yep.
And what a display it was. Eventually, they will hit that Ancient, and the game will end, and there we go.
They were waiting for everyone from TSM to type GG before they hit it.
Yeah.
They wanted to drag out every excruciating extra second of this victory. And yeah, they get there. Ending the game with a 61k gold lead. I do want to say that that's probably the biggest gold advantage we've seen this event.
Yep.
Maybe I've missed a game where it was a bigger one, but that's quite rare to see it on this northern side of 50,000. But yeah, what a fun game. I mean, I feel like more so than anything, this really felt like a strategic win for Nouns, right? Which has got to feel good. Sure, all your players played well. You knew what you were supposed to do. You played your roles, but this was really a great display of understanding counter matchups for key enemy heroes. You give away Bristleback, who's extremely powerful this patch. You really kind of triple dip on countering him with the Naga, the Brew, as well as the Earth Spirit, just kicking him away and stunning him all the time. You itemize defensively when it matters the most. You have the 4 steps, the Glimmers to just kite. You effectively played a game of kiting, you know? It was
I mean, honestly,
fun to watch.
I don't think I've had so much fun watching somebody not die and not do anything at the same time for like a 45-second period. That was an insane highlight reel. I think you could put some nice music behind that and make a nice little montage.
Benny Hill theme.
Yeah, something like that. That might be copyrighted. I'm not sure about that.
Sure, it's fine.
We'll check on that after this. But yeah, let's see what the panel has to say about this very entertaining game number 1.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Synderen. There's a lot to say about this game number 1. We'll start off with something that actually Astini said right before the game began. He said yesterday we weren't able to play some Dota, so hopefully today, you'll see us play Dota. And boy, did we see them play Dota, Fear. That was great.
They definitely played a lot of Dota in this game, and I really love the way that they itemized, particularly on the Brewmaster and on the Earth Spirit. They both went for the Midas. I talked about before, I didn't think Naga could carry this game, so I think they realized that as well, and they realized that they had to scale really hard on Gunnar and Moo here, and buying those Midases helped them do that, and boy, did they have such a good game on both of these heroes. It wasn't just the K1 show. Everyone on Nouns did super well, and I think that a lot of that had to do with the scaling on the side of these two cores.
Yeah, and you see what Fear talks about when it comes to scaling with the Earth Spirit closing the game at 68k damage done, more than his Naga, which typically you don't really see when you're talking about a Naga Siren game, but that's just the nature of the first pick Naga. It did what it needed to do, though, in terms of lane control. That's what I want to talk about. So Nouns, after they were able to fight and win that second Aegis over, TSM felt like they had no movements that they could make on this map, because you're dealing with all of this map control that you lose with this Aegis, and this Naga constantly pushing out 3 lanes. So they were very limited in the smoke plays that they could take and in the areas where they could take fights. And we saw that consistently after that, is that TSM never took fights on their own terms, not because they didn't try to, but because they were choked out entirely by Nouns after that second Aegis.
Yeah, it definitely felt like this game was over 20 minutes ago. It's just that Nouns wanted to take it safe because, you know, it's an elimination series. And also something that we did highlight at the start of this series is that Brewmaster, he's going to be able to get his ulti off. So like a lot of the times you'll see him just like walking into a fight with his Radiance and the Hand of Midas, you know, getting those levels, level 20, level 25, getting Cloak of Flames as well. There's so much damage on the ground that is very annoying for TSM to get into a fight. We're talking about, again, Radiance, Naga Siren Illusions, random damage from Earth Spirit. They're resetting multiple times. Refreshers are coming online. So very difficult games. And I also want to touch upon Luna as a carry because this hero's ultimate feels very lackluster in some of these situations where your ulti is not going to deal damage to heroes. Like it even goes through BKB with reduced magic damage. Again, Naga Siren Illusion, so Brewlings as well. So pretty difficult game for Tomato to carry. And I can't really blame Nouns for taking this, you know, to a distance, 50 minutes and then closing it out.
You want to be safe, right?
Yeah. And we just witnessed, I mean, I think 45 seconds of that highlight was just Nouns trying to take that back, take down the Bristleback, or rather ignoring the Bristleback, but because they could, as we heard on the comms as well. And it makes me wonder, Fear, that, you know, you open with the Bristleback, that's your first pick hero, and he lives very long, and that surely is good, but where is the damage? The damage?
Well, he did a good job at surviving, and I think he did his job, right? And yeah, you do have Scotty, you do actually have a Shivas to deal with him, but still, this hero is so strong they still can't even kill him. I believe he did his part for the most time, but I think TSM, they just missed timings in this game. They went for that fight that was around 20 minutes and 45 seconds. They ended up losing that fight. Tomato died right away. They put the Aegis on Bristleback instead of Luna there, and maybe that was like the beginning of the end for TSM there, and they really missed the timings that they needed to hit. Brawl, he had to get that Aghanims online. You really needed that Satanic online as well, the Butterfly. Before there's a Scotty online, before there's a Shivas online, but that didn't happen, unfortunately. And Tomato, he just missed his timing there, and they were able to scale really hard on Nouns.
Yep, and they thought that they could deal with the Naga Siren as well, which obviously turned out not to be the case, apart from at the start of the game, which Purge is going to talk about.
Hey, yeah, that's right. The Naga Siren had a rough early game. You might have missed it because it went so late, and eventually his net worth caught up. But Hector, the greedy player, wanted to get a first blood kill on the Treant Protector. So in game here, he used Mirror Image for the first blood fight, had to TP all the way to the safe lane to get there. But unfortunately, because of this, he now doesn't have Mirror Image. 45 seconds into the game now, he uses Mirror Image again, and the second he does, Ahri starts nuking these things down so that he can't use them to get last hits. Now, every single one of these illusions here increases, it gives him, does as much damage as 25% of his regular damage. So if these are dead, his damage and ability to last hit just isn't there. And Bristleback with 60 damage has just way more damage to work with. So he gets more last hits that they have to deal with. So here's his third mirror image of the game. He gets pressured a little bit, he pops it, and that exact second, TSM throws all of their AoEs into it, and now he's again dealing with just his primary hero. It gets worse though. His courier comes with his Band of Elements again, that gets sniped. That would have given him 6 damage and an armor to help deal with all these quills. Here's a dive at 3 minutes. Kasane started with 3 mangoes, by the way, so that he could spam quills a bunch. The second that he uses split again, it gets killed using blood grenades and other things. And then even more interestingly, Kasane just didn't even go for a fast Vanguard. He just rushed Arcane Boots so that he could do stuff like this. He stands under tower, he casts Quill Spray, and these Naga illusions are dead. So this progressed to an amazing part of the game. 6 minutes in. Let's compare these networks. It's hugely different. Great performance there by TSM, but ultimately it didn't matter.
If the game lasts long enough, the game is very different from the laning stages, as we witnessed. And the game also is very different from the history of these two teams. We touched upon it before the series started. And Fear, I just want to reiterate, if you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said, you know what? History shows, and we've seen it time and time again, it's not Nouns that's making it to the lands in the DPC. Every time it's TSM that comes out on top, apart from the one time.
Yeah, of course. TSM has had Nouns' number throughout the entirety of the year. We talked about a lot on the NATPC. It was like TSM, Rebellion, they were the two strongest teams, and Nouns was really the only contender from the region. And they took games off them, I think even Tour 2. They ended up beating TSM in Tour 3, and we're seeing the progression of Nouns. Now they have up one game against TSM. So Nouns, I think this is a great matchup for them. I think this is the team they're going to be most confident against, potentially in the whole tournament.
Yeah, and they have great communication amongst each other as well, very important. And I loved that we got a little bit of a snippet of that communication when they were trying to deal with the bristleback. And we have more communication for you to listen to.
Four staff, they have.
Going the bristle up.
Silence on Pango.
I'm starting
Ignore
Pango.
Bristle, ignore Bristle.
I'm going Pango.
Go Pango, go Pango. Tree is here, guys.
I can ult. I can purge. Bristle has no eggs. Bristle really low with no eggs.
Kill tree, kill tree.
Pango? Bristle dead. Muerto. Bristle dead once, guys.
Kill Bristle again. Can we kill him?
No eggs. Yeah,
have silence in 5 seconds.
We have to be careful of the lifesteal. He'll have it soon. He has Bloodstone up.
Nice.
Go lanes.
I love listening in to these because I know communication across is so incredibly important. You don't want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want everybody to, be precise. And it seems like they were so on
Yeah,
point.
it was pretty clear. After they kill, reset, I have silence in 5 seconds. Then also, immediately after they kill Bristleback the second time, they're going to go and farm the lane. So they know what's up. Comms are pretty clear, and also no one's like yelling or anything. A little bit of, good job, just to keep the spirits up, and then go immediately back to farming.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about the overall last pick and the second to last pick as well. I think we had the Pango versus Earth Spirit. I know that Earth Spirit, the overall last pick, ended up winning, but how do you feel it played out, as we know that there was so much time that these teams put into those final 2 picks?
I mean, I think obviously we can say that Earth Spirit played out very well because they won the game, but I would attribute that to TSM missing their timings because it became about TSM not being able to fight when the Luna BKB was down, not being able to fight when there was no Rolling Thunder from the Pango. And they did have that window in the game, the first 20 minutes, where they were able to take fights on their own accord, but that just disappeared. You had the double 4 staffs coming out of the supports, you had the Glimmer Capes, you had the Bruce Split to fly the Bristleback up and ignore him, you also had the Song to disengage. There were so many means for Nouns to play around TSM's conditions necessary to win the fights. So I think overall you'd say you're very happy with that Earth Spirit performance, but it's also due to how well his team played.
I just want to touch upon that because Earth Spirit, they played it 2 times on Gunner and it was sitting at 0% win rate, and this is what 24th pick Earth Spirit. I think it boosts a lot of their confidence coming into the next game.
Yeah, and those type of wins are important.
Oh, for sure.
So that you know that what you practiced is still holding true. With Nouns winning game number 1, it also means that on the other side, TSM is on the edge of elimination.
I would say that soak in the moment, really feel the crowd and think about how much it cost you to get here and how fun it's been to get to this point. And, what if we lose? It's been so fun. Just go play again.
That is the correct mindset, Fear. That is what you want to feel in this moment as TSM. Is that the reality of it? Because it's so easy to say, that's what I want to feel when I'm on the verge of elimination, and it's one different thing to be here.
I think it's a good goal, right? To look at it that way, because if you put a lot of pressure on yourself and you lose, you're going to be very, very sad. So you don't want to be in that position. You always want to find ways to take pressure off, and whenever you can do that, you're going to play better ultimately, because if you have too much in your head, you're feeling like this is going to be a very difficult game, you're probably going to play worse, right? So he's a young player, but he has an old mind, I want to say. He is very wise and has everything he's said so far. I agree with entirely. It's a good motivator for the team at this point.
Yeah, a good philosophy to have. And speaking of philosophies, Lacoste, this is the time where coaches, especially on the verge of elimination, coaches come into play. You gotta pep the team up Moon Meander seems like the right man for the job.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Moon has always given his teams good speeches, and if there's one guy that can lift up the spirits for the team, like look at him on camera. He's smiling. He's trying to do his best, just so that the players that they feel good coming into this next series, next game, because they need to win it.
Yeah, dude, Moon is the energy of that team because every player on TSM is quite shy. They're quite quiet. They're all very calm. And then you have Moon, who's their dad, who's encouraging them to go play sports, go join a club, son. You got this. And it's just such a funny dynamic to see play out because it works for them.
It works for them, and they are taking the stage once more as game 2 of this best of 3 coming your way very soon. And it is a lot on the line. Pride, but I think sometimes you just, with this series, I feel like we have to take the whole title, Road to the International, off the table, because I think North American Pride is what is on the line. We know that Shopify Rebellion has been eliminated, and then you got Nouns and TSM happen to find each other, and you want to be considered the top dog of the region, and I don't know who is going to take that honor at the moment. Of course, Nouns is having it within their grasp. And Fear, do you think that this is going to be? Did you think before that Nouns was going to take it or not?
I thought TSM was going to win last game, honestly.
Okay,
so the fact that they were able to take the game on Nouns is already surpassing my expectations of their own play. I feel like they won last game because they just outplayed TSM. I feel like TSM also made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. So going into this next series, Nouns has to be feeling really good. And hopefully during that break, TSM used that time to do a mental reset because that was not their cleanest game by any means.
Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't count TSM out in any way because they have had such great performances over the last couple of months, and they've really grown as a team, and they surprised everybody too at their group stage performance. Most people thought they would be one of the teams that would get eliminated, but no, they held their own. They got second place in their group. So we can chalk that up to maybe those few uncharacteristic mistakes that Fear was talking about, but I believe that they'll be able to reset here. There's no way that they come into this feeling discouraged.
Yeah, I want to touch upon resetting as well, because Nouns yesterday against Azure Ray, they looked terrible. This was like the biggest stomp when it comes down to Road to the International group stage as well. They didn't get the chance to play Dota. Astini, he was pretty convincing the team that they can do so much better, drafted them a really good draft, and it all it takes. At the end of the day, one is going to be victorious, but hoping for some closer game. Even though the game lasted for 55, 56 minutes, last 20, 25 minutes were pretty one-sided.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about the Dota, because we talk about the mental aspect, Nouns versus TSM in the break, how do you claw back from that confidence-wise, but what about the strategic side of it? We had Bristleback overall first pick. This was something that TSM, this was their strategy. It got beaten, Effie. Where do you go next?
And I would attribute the factor that they're looking at if they're going to run back the Bristleback is allowing that Brewmaster through. If that Brewmaster wasn't there, we would have seen an entirely different game from Bristleback because he would have actually spent time in the team fights instead of up in the air. And they opted to ban the Witch Doctor in that second phase, which you don't see many teams do often, but that's the nature of knowing this team, and Moo has ran the offlane Witch Doctor, but potentially take that Brew out. I think giving Moo this Brewmaster is a mistake.
Yeah, what changes would you like to see, Lacoste? Because it's hard to say that it was draft related, but at the same time, where it ended was so obvious that basically TSM could not do anything that you have to start there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the draft was okay. I think this position for Immorta can look like either extremely good or it can be very bad when it comes down to using Deadshot, one of the toughest heroes in the game right now in terms of using your abilities. So, I mean, they also decided to go with Luna. Luna and Immorta, pretty similar in terms of what the heroes want to do. They want to farm up, show up, but they missed their timings. This high ground, the tier 2 push when they had Aegis on Bristleback, and Luna used Mask of Madness, reducing her armor. I think that was a big mistake, and I think they are very aware of it, and they're not going to make it again.
Yeah, I don't think they'll make it again. At the moment, we have Tomato and Bryle. They have hereby, by being here, they have already beaten their personal best results at the International. Moon, though, Moon needs one more series to be his personal best. He needs to start winning right here, right now. Let's see if he can do it.
Nouns versus
TSM. Game 2.
With their backs against the wall, TSM, they need to force out that third game of this series. And it all begins in the draft, and we are in it. We got TSM on the Radiant side this time around, and Nouns on the Dire. First pick, also flipped. And Brewmaster, I know Effie, you're pointing at it, that Brewmaster is removed. And it does mean that a couple of heroes will make it through that were not banned earlier. I can refresh you guys' memory if you want. Previous game, we saw Primal Beast, Phoenix, and Ancient Apparition banned on the side of TSM, so they go on a completely different round. And we got Nouns, but last game, they banned out Dazzle, Spiritbreaker, Spectre, and Spiritbreaker.
I really like TSM's bans here just because Nouns has been a team that has varied success, right? And we talked about how Hector has pretty much only won on CK and Naga. They just banned him out. They just lost last game to a Brewmaster. So they just banned it out. They're just like, okay, we're just going to ban heroes that we know that Nouns likes to play. So this is a very individualistic choice to play against Nouns, not necessarily the meta.
Ooh, Primal Beast is in the pool. Same goes for Phoenix. I think TSM, they're one of the better teams at using Phoenix, especially Ari. He kind of is the one, him and Kaori, I think two of the best Phoenix players out there from what I've seen, like just utilizing their Supernovas, dives, very aggressive in the lanes, and also going for this like newer build in the last 3-4 months where you rush Hex after picking up the shard, sometimes even skipping the shard, but it's going to be Muerta again.
Yeah, the reason why Nouns just go for this Ancient Apparition instead of the Phoenix, which is also a really great hero for them and their draft, is they did leave Bristleback in the pool. So by them taking AA here, not only can they build around a stun carry plus the AA, but they have their solution to Bristleback, and in fact they're encouraging the Bristleback pick. But TSM pivot around that, they go for the Muerta. It didn't look that great last game on their 4 flex, but this time around it could be different.
I mean, it is Hector. He does play a lot of stun carries, but his 2 best stun carries are banned in the first phase, right? In the Naga, then Snare, then you also have the CK banned out. So they're probably not going to get their #1 choice. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban the Void next, which means he's going to have to look at heroes like potentially like some Wraith King and Sven's later on in the draft here. But it does put them in a position where, yeah, I think Effie said it best. They picked this AA just so they don't get bristled again. Last game they picked the Bristle, they had an idea, but they just couldn't kill it, right? And if you have an AA, all of a sudden this hero is killable. You can't go that one build where you just put 1 point in your Bristleback, go Bloodstone, become killable by just doing a lot of damage. Now all of a sudden you have to play it the real way and just max Bristleback, and then the hero's not very scary.
And this is an interesting one because nobody else played the Lycan. Kasane is the only one who banged it out in their previous series and they managed to get a win. So even though it's not a Zoo meta, you still have to be aware of some of these specific heroes that they're very good at utilizing, you know, because Kasane, throughout the DPC, he looked extremely comfortable on the hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Removed from the pool.
I mean, he came into the scene and then in a DPC playing almost exclusively Brood Lycan and Beastmaster. So he's like super good at these heroes. Maybe we might still see a Brew Beast later on, who knows, but he's been trying throughout the whole year to evolve and adapt into not just being a Zoo hero type of player.
And we have seen the difference, right? We've seen him be scary on his lone druid even.
Yeah.
He has gotcha heroes that aren't within that whole Zoo summon, run over the map type of meta. He's also been playing a lot of Tidehunter. So Kasane's evolution as a player has really showed in TSM's results.
Yeah, it definitely has. He's been really great, and I think this might be a game, though, for him to potentially bring it back, because we look at a lot of the heroes that are popular in the offlane right now. You think of Heart, you think of like these Blade Mill heroes, you think of the Bristleback with the Bloodstone. AA is pretty good against all of them, and that's why AA is really popular right now. But what AA is not good against is the Zoo type heroes. It's very bad against them, and maybe that is something Kasane is thinking about, but it is something Nouns is aware of, so they are definitely going to be prepared for it in some capacity.
It is quite interesting and for me very entertaining to see that both teams already at this point in the game have used so much more bonus time than we saw previous game. That's the nature of needing to adapt on the fly, both teams wanting to have a different plan than what they came in with in game #1. Primal Beast now on the side of TSM.
10 seconds
I'm
remaining.
wondering what happened to Clockwork as a response to Primal Beast. Like even in Muerta, you just get like good initiation, a hero that provides you with vision. You don't care too much about the dead shot because you're inside the cogs. It's another setup for Ancient Apparition. I know the hero is not like the most popular, but could be a potential pick in this one.
Renounce did actually play Clockwork.
Yeah.
During the last day of the Road to TI group stages, they busted it out in position 4. It looked good. I think the reason why this clock fell off is because ranged 4s are the meta right now because they're typically paired with these offlaners who are melee and build the hard into blade mail build. But it's not a bad discussion at all.
But yeah, but that to build on your point there about the Clockwork and ranged 4s are generally going to help you, play a stable offlaner. Most of them are melee. They might have to adapt a bit here by either putting the A in the offlane and picking a ranged carry, or they're gonna have to pick a ranged position 3. There's not a lot of ranged position 3s right now that people want to go for. And the pool is very limited. We saw the Dazzle, that could be good potentially. However, like that some type of adaptation, because if you do Clock with another melee that isn't Darkseer, maybe they're thinking about Darkseer, it can be difficult to win your lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can break the mold a little bit and just play that double melee lane. I do believe that is how they won with it. But if you're talking about a ranged offlaner, if your Dazzle does fit that archetype, doesn't he? And it's the first time we've seen him go unaddressed in a draft for this long.
Yeah, I mean, that Dazzle can go anywhere. It can go with the Clock, it can go mid potentially. I've seen this hero dumpster Primal Beast mid on many occasions just because you can keep clicking him, force him to run out. So that would be a good choice as well, but could be an offlaner, so that's going to be a flex pick now, so I do like it.
I think you need to start thinking about heroes that can run away from Clockwork, run away from these cogs, also run away from Dazzle. So this position 5 for TSM, it needs to be something that can move around. Like something, I mean, Phoenix is still in the pool, even though you're not going to get the full value out of it because of the Ancient Apparition ulti. I feel like it still could be a really good pick, and it is a pick that they do flex from position 4 to position 5 if necessary. Also, these heroes are not really good at hitting the egg until Dazzle, being universal hero. Maybe later on get some, right-click damage. He gets the attack speed from the items as well. So,
do you feel like having an Ancient Apparition on your opponent team is enough to move away from a hero like, for example, Enchantress as your +5? Because I know she can't really get out of the cogs, but she can survive through it.
I think that's a good choice. Is there a Shadow Demon in the game?
There is still a Shadow Demon available.
That is also a hero I really like against Clockwork because you just disrupt whoever gets in the cogs and all of a sudden some illusions pop out that can not only get them out of the cogs, but they absorb the battery assaults. Phoenix can work too. I also think they don't have a lot of means to deal with that. And Phoenix kind of just safeguards your team fight in a lot of ways, or if they do want to pick some more tanky heroes down the line, that hero is just great in the meta overall.
Phoenix can be a bit scary though, because as you're diving out, depending on the battery assault interval, I mean, if you have to time it so that after you see it pop once, you dive out. Because if you mistime it, you're stuck in that cog cell.
Yeah, I believe
he
it.
will interrupt your dive.
These are e-gamers we're talking about in the end.
But back in the day when you're talking about supports who are good versus clog, it used to always be the Rubiks and the Muranas of the olden days. Like Rubik was able to lift him out and then with his shard lift his allies out of. But Rubik has fallen off completely. So it's a shame that we don't see that as a response as much anymore.
Yeah. Now, we talked about Kasane going back to his roots here, playing these zoo type of heroes. He loves his Lycan, he loves his Beast, he loves these type of heroes. So good against the supports right now of Nouns, and this is what Beast thrives in, generally speaking. We're probably going to see him go for that, and they also go for the Shadow Demon. These are two heroes I think that are really great right now. Whoever you set up, you can do a minor save with the Disruption. You're going to get the Ice Blast proc still on you, even if you're disrupted, but it won't do the damage. So that's going to be nice as well. And the Beastmaster, it's an absolute nightmare to try to play Clockwork or AA. And even, I guess, Dazzle to some degree. I'm not sure how he interacts with Beast right now with having a dragon running at you. I don't think this would be a good game for the Aghanims.
And also keeping a bit of a flex open on side of TSM. I know it's not the most popular pick, but Primal Beast can be ran as position 5 if needed, especially if you pair it up with Muerta. So you have like someone in front to soak up the damage for you. It's not like the most obvious one, but there's some flex to it.
There's a flex on the Shadow Demon as well. We've seen both Ari and Whitemon play it, and then you got Muerta. We've seen both Ari and Tomato play it. So yeah, they're keeping quite a bit up in the air there, as we have got a Phantom Lancer picked up.
This PL is scary. It looks scary. for TSM, honestly. Their heroes that they have don't address it that well. I mean, it's a hero that's going to beat up Shadow Demon later on. Beastmaster stopped being good against PL once his Drums of Slom got nerfed. And not only that, his laning stage got nerfed. I mean, Beastmaster, we stopped seeing him be played this TI because his Call of the Wild Hawk went from a 1-second route at level 1 to a 0.25-second route. I mean, that is one of the most significant nerfs we saw in that D patch. So they are now worried about this PL. They might have to look for something to deal with it. I mean, we saw it yesterday be dealt with by Azure Ray with a Leshrac, but at this point we already see the Primal Beast. We know that it's going mid.
Yeah, I think they just pick the Phoenix, honestly, if they want to, because I don't know why teams are so afraid to play this Morta versus PL. You're a natural Mjolnir carrier. You attack very fast, and you can kind of deal with these illusions. So, like, putting on Pos 4 is, like, sure, but there's very few carries that I think enjoy playing versus PL in a 1-versus-1 matchup. It normally comes from like the whole package of your lineup. Can you kill illusions? And there's very few carries that just do it by themselves that are good in the game.
Nouns turn to battle.
And so, do you think that Muerta actually has a shot outscaling PL?
You're not going to outscale him, but you can out-tempo him, because you do have a Beastmaster, you do have like this Primal. That's like the downside of PL. This hero takes a while to come online, and very rarely is there any hero that's going to just outscale PL. But you can definitely push the tempo. Morta's great at hitting towers as well. You can play fast this game if you want, if you're TSM. I think a Phoenix could outscale the PL.
Playing fast on TSM is what they have to do, because what Nouns don't really have right now is solid lanes the way that they did last game, because they don't necessarily have that combo with the AA to actually play for the kills on the cold feet. You're just going to have AA trying to protect PL's farm for as long as possible before PL hits the jungle. And the Clockwork, we still don't see what kind of hero he can be paired with yet.
Okay.
That pretty much can fake
cover
offlane Dazzle, right?
Yeah. And I mean, it's Sven's still in the pool. If they want to run it, could be sometimes tricky against Clockwork. Or if they want to speed it up,
so hard.
If they want to speed it up, bang out carry Nightstalker. Can run away from Dazzle, like you get a good jump. Phantom Lancer can get out of that silence. You know, it's not your traditional carry, but I'm leaning towards Sven. Just that you have this like explosive damage. It's going to be Phoenix in the end and Muerta. Okay. We did call Phoenix for a really long time, since the first phase, and a little surprised that TSM gets it in the end, because usually this hero is banned against them.
I mean, I think they saw it coming. There's no way that they didn't. They probably just feel like their PL is strong enough to deal with it. And I feel like now that you have this offlane Dazzle, who's going to do a great job at applying a lot of pressure with this Clockwork, you have this mid Earth Spirit who's going to be able to play on that pressure. TSM don't have the chance to out-tempo them that it looked like they might have been able to. I feel like this PL is going to be a big problem.
It will be a big problem, and TSM surely has a way to deal with it. Let's hear from Moon if they do.
I'm standing by with Moon of TSM yet again. Now, oftentimes when you have to play multiple series, there's this idea between momentum versus stamina. Which one do you believe has a more stronger influence in how a team does when they have to play multiple times in the same day?
Momentum, violence, and speed. That's all I'm all about. That's all we all about in TSM.
So you're telling me you're gonna get the 2-time in this series, right?
Yep. Like game 1 was just like super cap. You know, we had them, and then people were like throwing and shit. Like it's whatever. You know, like Naga has 6 CS. Whatever. This game they pick PL. If that was often, this guy's gonna buy Midas. We're just gonna run at them.
Okay, the game plan seems obvious. How about from your perspective as a coach versus a player, how does the stress levels compare when you're sitting back there versus sitting in the booth?
It's not really much stress. It's like kind of chill, this TI. I feel like it's because we're in Seattle, so it's like no cares, you know, it's YOLO TI.
Seattle, how we feeling right now? No cares. Let's get into the game. It's time for game number 2.
Thank you. Moon Manor, always a very special interviewee, if I do say so myself. Sunsfang here with Cinder in game number 2 between Nouns and TSM. Nouns take game 1. Do you think that TSM have a shot to push this to game number 3, Cinderman?
I definitely do. I think something that the panel touched upon that is going to play a really big role in this game in particular is the Beastmaster. So the choice from TSM to run back for something, you know, Nouns talked about what they adjusted after their series, where they kind of got run over yesterday by Azure Ray, and I feel like TSM are kind of doing the same thing here in game number 2, where it's like, you know, you go back to your comfort. Kazane on Beastmaster, They correctly identify that AA has certain offlane matchups that it's very good against. This is not one of them. And I think this is probably the hero and the lane to watch is Kasane on this Beastmaster and the AAPL lane. That is very far down my tier list of best safe lane combos. There's no synergy, it's not strong whatsoever, and it's extremely exploitable. So got to be careful up there. I think that's the biggest thing for TSM.
Would you say no synergy or little synergy? It is a slow.
Next to no
with
synergy.
Cold.
Yeah. It's definitely not the best. And I wonder if Nouns maybe got a little bit too creative here. It's obviously going to... I mean, if K1 gets there, it's completely fine. I think this is a good PL game, ultimately, when he gets farmed enough. But the concern you can have here is that if the lanes don't go well, you only really have one hero to fall back on, and that's Gunnar. Because Clockwork position 4, sure, he can, you know, do some stuff around the map, but he's not going to find that many kills himself, and he doesn't have obvious synergies with anything else than the Ice Blast, which might not even be available if the lane goes poorly enough. So all eyes on top lane for me here.
Okay, what are your thoughts, because we haven't had the chance to officially discuss this, on Core Dazzle? We've been seeing it, as we can see a pause, so we can talk about this a bit more. Do you like this hero as a core?
Yes, I do. And I think it's better as a core on average than as a support with all these changes. I think the Aghanim Scepter on this hero is proving to be incredible. And I'll admit, honestly, I just underestimated the hero in general. Not going into this tournament, but in this patch, I didn't think it was going to be as good as it has been. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this hero, and he has... That's one synergy here that I didn't hear if the panel touched upon this, but the Dazzle PL is actually a classic as a lane duo. They're not laning together, but later on in this game, that heal bomb with Ags on Dazzle as well as the PL illusions can be quite powerful. So.
Yep, and the constant Graves coming. Of course, the Graves will indicate what the real PL is. I don't know if that's an issue.
True.
I mean, I know that you usually will end up graving them anyway, but that is a downside.
Do you remember when Dazzle Ags gave you AoE Grave?
Cinderin, that hero has been remade more times than any hero in the history of Dota. So yes, I do remember that.
Oh,
it was like
that was not what I was
short
expecting.
nightmare. Very brief.
Yeah, that was not a popular pickup. It was almost impossible to use, but it was good with PL, because then you didn't know which one was real.
That's true. As Bryle will be playing the Primal Beast in the mid lane versus Gunnar, who gets the last pick, Earth Spirit, again. So something that TSM feel comfortable playing against. I mean, Gunnar did have a very good game, game number 1.
This is a worse Earth Spirit game, though, I would say, for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think this mid matchup is not as good as the one in the previous game.
That's first blood for Whitemon. Nicely done from TSM, as they are first on the board.
Yeah. So a couple of things about Earth Spirit. His lane matchup is not as good as last game. It's still fine. He's still going to farm. This hero farms against more or less everything. There's a couple of really bad ones, but this is not it. But he's playing against 2 defensive supports that can actually counter him quite well. Demonic Cleansing is very good against this hero, that the Shadow Demon will ultimately get either by buying it or getting it from the Tormentor. Phoenix with Sunray can... during the egg, Earth Spirit can't stop that from happening as long as the Supernova goes off, and Phoenix has Shard, that hero has major healing, and above all else, arguably, it's 2 supports that Earth Spirit doesn't just kill and run down, right? Like, he has to, if he goes in, he's going to get Demonic Purge, they're going to have saves for each other, and none of the cores are easy kills either. All of them pretty tanky in their own right, so... I don't expect Gunnar to have as free of the games he did last time.
Do you think there's any issue with Noun's lineup being so focused, like the fact that they don't really have a frontliner other than the Earth Spirit? That's your mid laner being your frontliner, whereas before your off laner was Brew, who creates a lot of space in the front lane. Now it's a Dazzle who kind of wants to be in the back to be able to get these Graves off.
I mean, they're trying to compensate for that by having a position 4 that can go in this time, right? Last game it was a Skywrath Mage, but now they're putting Lilith on that Clockwork going in. So I do think that can work out, but you're right, in terms of like distributing the farm and having some sort of truly beefy hero, that's probably not going to be the Clock. I think his role in this game is setting the fight. His role is going to be dying, it looks like.
Good dead shot. Lelis resigned to his death, trying to do as much damage before he ultimately goes.
He pulled Timato in there.
Side the cogs, another right click will be enough, so Moog gets a nice revenge there.
I play a lot of Clockwork. When I use those cogs, they don't get pulled in. That was crazy. That must have been literally on the last pixel that he got pulled in, and otherwise that is not a kill, so very good news for Nouns to get that kill onto Moo there.
I love Earth Spirit. I know people are so sick and tired of seeing this hero, but it's actually so entertaining to watch. Just kicking people left, right, and center. I mean, how does this matchup go generally, would you say? Because
I think it's
pretty normal mid laners.
Yeah, it's largely a wash. I think Primal might be slightly favored, but it's
Good blocks there with the PL illusions from K1, but now Ahri has come with that dive and slowing K1 perpetually. Blood Grenade is there as well, and Ahri will get credit for that kill. So a good turnaround. You talked about the lack of synergy. I mean, if he was able to block a little bit better, the cold feet would have activated.
yeah, I think, honestly, it's a bit of a trap playing aggressively up here. I think your PLA lane has to just accept that you're not playing for kills, but you should be playing for farm. So try to pull as much as you can, try to get key CS with Lance. And I understand that if you're not putting any sort of pressure, the enemy team is just going to run at you non-stop, right, and just punish you. But trying to dive for kills is not the way to do this, I think. It's just too unlikely to work out. And K1, I mean, he was off to a bad game 1 with his Naga. I think this PL, he has way more CS than he did last game around at this time, but also a hero that is extremely dependent on getting his alone time. Phantom Lancer needs to build up.
Seen a couple of Shadow Demons today, and we just saw that combo there potentially.
Yeah,
pull that thought as Yamsen getting gone on. Ahri and Kasane. Looks like they'll eventually find it because remember from yesterday, this is an ancient apparition. So Kasane will get a freebie. But the Shadow Demon disruption into the calling, very annoying.
Yep.
Like it literally just sets it up to get that auto silence.
Yeah, and considering how long that slow is on the calling as well, it makes it pretty easy for Shadow Demon to at least land 3, if not 4 Shadow Poison stacks. So this lane does have quite a lot of kill potential. I would say it's particularly good at killing tanky offlaners, which Dazzle isn't even. Right, A is trying to find impact somewhere else because it surely isn't happening top.
Oh, deny of a rune there. Gunnar not going to be too happy with that. Level 3 Phoenix coming in for the kill. And in terms of egg killers this game, I mean, PL, classic.
Yeah.
Kind of it, though.
Yep. And I don't think he'll necessarily have the freedom to hit the egg with the right peel because there's going to be a lot of things to worry about, right?
Yeah.
Primal Beast is going to be on top of you. You need to not get roared. The calling is a pretty major attack speed slow. So, yeah, I genuinely think Nouns, with the strategy that they've picked for themselves this game compared to the first one, this feels like a game where K1 has to get 5 slotted or 6 slotted to really get there. Because the rest of their lineup, it's effectively a turtle game almost, right?
He's
It's
buying a
kind of
Midas.
core protect 1.
Midas is the first item of that 5, I believe, right?
I mean, I don't mind it because I think the right read on this game is, all right, guys, me jungle for, 30 minutes.
Jungle. Yamsen trying to
the
go
Tarzan
through the gate,
build.
but he's going to get caught off guard. His Brow's there with the Pulverize. Another death for Yamsen. They get a nice little D-ward action of their own. Actually, they're just getting it to half HP, it looks like. Nope, they're actually denying it. I guess it's because it's obvious that it's there, so.
Yeah.
And Moo. It's going to be first item. Is that the normal build? You go right away for the Ags?
It is from mid Dazzle. I would say on offlane Dazzle it varies a little bit, but I don't mind it here. I think Moo's mindset should be, how can I have the biggest impact at 20 minutes? Because that's where the game is going to be decided for Nouns largely. They need to buy time for their PL, and if he goes Midas and plays it slow, I think they just get run over. So he kind of has to have a high impact item, and that's the biggest purchase you can make on this hero for that timing in the game. So it also enables certain things to happen in the game, right? It makes it easier for Clockwork to go for kills because he gets a new killing partner suddenly. AA wants to have that extra damage to find Ice Blast kills, so I just think it's just pretty straightforward to make that choice here for Moo.
Nice couple stacks here for TSM as we have a 2-man smoke from Nouns on their way bottom. And Tomato obviously the prized possession if they can get him. He's gonna get slowed to start out. Is Gunnar going for the rolling boulder? He's gonna get a nice little damage proc onto Whitemon and Tomato, but you can see Bryle has made his way over as well. Pop that illusion room, going for the Pulverize, and Lelis finally gets the cancellation thanks to that battery assault, but he's gonna die inside his own cogs. But Bryle, this will be a very big kill for Nouns, and they'll take that trade any day if they can actually finish him off. Pops the uproar for the extra armor, but he does eventually drop to Gunnar and that Magnetize.
They are
Tomato
very, very
low. Blood Grenade popped by Whitemon. Tomato apparently still wants to fight. That's because he's an ancient apparition, which usually means a free kill, but a beautiful kick from Gunnar leads to 2 more deaths from TSM.
Ronaldo has arrived.
3 for nothing. That's a soccer reference, I do believe.
Wow, impressive.
Thank you, Cinderin. That was an alley-oop.
That is not a soccer.
Okay.
That is another sport that shall not be named.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kasane in the mid. Why is Beastmaster falling off? I know there were some nerfs. Has that really been enough? So just because he was the hero like a patch ago. So you see a little deny here.
Yeah, it's something I've been wondering myself. I don't know if it's because certain meta safe laners just have better lane matchups against Beastmaster than back when he was popular. He got changed a bit, but I thought this hero was really good and was going to be a much, much bigger pick at this tournament than it has been so far. Maybe we're going to come full circle because now, you know, the things that Beastmaster doesn't like dealing with has been figured out, and now we're, you know, banning those out, and he could maybe make a comeback, but it's a good question. I love this hero in terms of like just overall power in the game. I feel a lot of the times it feels very impactful.
10-minute power rune will be top for the shield rune. As, Bryle wants to go in deep. He sees a juicy ancient apparition. Another death for Yamsun.
Yamsun is playing AA.
Yes.
So it will die.
Now?
Not specifically because it's Yamsun, but because he's playing AA.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the player. It's the hero is meant to die. I'm waiting for the talent that has like a death ice blast. I think that's needed for him.
What about respawning faster? Those were great. Let's bring those back. Everybody loved those.
If you bring it back for supports, maybe not so bad. Mid Lina, though, was not fun. As the Tier 1 tower will go the way of TSM. K1 still not quite finished with that Midas.
Yeah. He would go for the tread, so obviously it will take a little bit longer, but...
You can see his farm in comparison to the Muerta a decent amount behind right now. Bryle. His smoke pops. He knows that K1's in the area. Gets the pulverize onto the correct one. Well, the Sunray actually gets canceled by Ahri. It looks like K1 is just done. No way to get out.
K done.
K done indeed.
Yep. Well, they're trying to make the most of it down bottom, Nouns are, by pushing the Tier 1 tower in return. They have the Siege Creep wave, but being pulled off here by the Shadow Demon almost kills off the Siege Creep, but actually the Creep's reset position. Was scared of getting dove, so he backed off, and that will probably lead to this tower falling in the end if Mu tanks it up a little bit longer, but he's a bit careful too. All right, not careful.
That is a Shadow Demon. He's actually level 7 right now. Takes an Ice Blast and will drop. As Yamsun finally on the board here with an assist.
Yeah. And now we enter that stage of the game that's going to be, for me, the most interesting, probably the most interesting stage of this game is going to be the next 10 minutes. Mu almost has the Ags. PL is absolutely in the jungle, and he will be there for the foreseeable future.
I mean, his farm is pretty bad right now.
Who plays the tempo better? You have this incredible Ags on Dazzle very early. This is so powerful, but the other team has 5 heroes. So what's better is going to be the question.
Well, if it ends up being an even state of affairs, then I think that Ags might be a little overpowered, if you put it that way. But yeah,
K1 is basically going the greediest possible build, right? Midas into Ags. So that is one farming item into the next farming item. Sure, you can show up to fights with this Aghanims, but essentially you still want to just use it for farming as much as possible. And it feeds into this idea that PL is playing the 6-slot game here, and that was the plan from the beginning. This doesn't seem like a fallback plan for K1 where he was like, oh man, my lane went really poorly. You picked AAPL, you know what you signed up for. You are not winning this lane, so...
Not sure if they think it would have gone better than it did, but I mean, he's only technically 500 behind.
I feel like this is almost par for the course, honestly. I know you're really far behind Beastmaster, right? You're 2K behind, but I think theoretically this lane is just flat out unwinnable. So it's, all things considered, not that bad. Like, we're painting this picture of a terrible PL early game, right? But they're still even on gold, the 2 teams. So they can buy him the time they need because Dazzle's game is this good.
Yep.
And Mu will now go Midas.
Yep.
So.
I'm surprised they didn't go for it earlier, but yeah, makes sense. I mean, the fact that you can actually make the cooldown lower, I kind of have to buy it on a core Dazzle. I feel like this and Ogre, it just feels wrong not to. Even if it griefs the game as an Ogre in some cases, you just got to do it. Feels too good.
Yeah, well, in this tournament, Ogre has been primarily played mid, so I guess he's been more of a core than a support. I think, I want to say LGD played it support one game on Y, but yeah, it's not been a popular support. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is one of the Gunnar heroes. I think he lost that game.
No, well, I think he has both won and lost, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
One and
But
one.
it was one of the games against Tundra that, you know, Nouns were kind of the silent assassins of this tournament, where everyone was like, okay, Nouns made it out of groups. Maybe some people didn't expect them to do that well, and then they go into the bracket, and then they beat Tundra, and then all eyes were on them suddenly, like, okay, these guys are the real deal. And one of those games that they won, they played the mid ogre, so
Radiant are scanning.
deservedly so. I feel like Nouns are getting a lot of attention and a lot of praise from fans, because not only are they winning matchups that on paper are not favorable, but they pick cool stuff.
Lelez. Oh, he actually hook shots away, but Gunnar wants to go in. He's going to take a Primal Roar for his efforts. AA Blast is coming in. He's going to clip 2. Disruption there for the time being, and you can see Primal Beast has made his way over. Nice grave onto Gunnar. Can he stay alive for a longer period of time, though? They find the Shadow Demon to start, but there's the trample and the onslaught from Bryle to take their prized possession. And they're going to go for the Dazzle as well. So 2 core kills for TSM, and all they lose is the 5 Shadow Demon.
All right. They won the 5v4, so Dazzle Ags may yet be fine. You were worried about it.
Yep, very worried for another redesign of Dazzle. If I was a betting man, Cinder, this time next year might be an entire different hero again. Maybe Shallow Grave will be passive then.
I miss Weave. I do miss.
That was a boring one, though. I can understand.
I understand it's a polarizing ability. I always thought it was really cool, but I'm also a boring and weird person.
That is true.
I like Venomance, so that says a lot
Okay,
about me.
stop talking right now.
There you go.
Thank you for joining us.
Your least favorite hero in Dota is Lion.
That's right. That's more personal than anything, though.
Very interesting. Fortunately for you, it hasn't been played this tournament. So
Thank God. Lela's only 1,500 away from his Aghanim Scepter, which is kind of a crazy... We'll talk about that when he actually picks it up. The old overclock.
Yep.
I mean, looking at the net worth, this game is pretty even, all things considered.
It is.
I think Nouns are... If they knew that, they'd be pretty happy with the current state.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations that are... It's kind of interesting because, you know, historically, you sometimes look at games and you're like, okay, this hero is pretty good against PL, this hero is pretty good against PL. I feel like PL, unless he's like double or triple countered, he ultimately reaches a point of, you know, just becoming too much of a nuisance. Even if, let's say Muerta, you're like, yeah, she's pretty good against him. He uses Pierce the Veil, he can't hit her. He can just kite forever, you know? And then you just outlast all the problems you have, and then eventually it's too much. So I do think if this becomes a 6-slotted PL, I fear for TSM's ability to solve this hero, because despite, you know, you look at Phoenix, you're like, yeah, the egg is good and Muerta's good, just run away, you know?
Yeah.
Just run and then turn and win. So
Radiant's middle tower.
Primal Beast is a little bit of a wild card in that with the Ags. I think that can maybe push it over the edge.
Yeah, his Ags, I mean, Mjolnir eventually on Muerta. You have Drums of Slom eventually for Beastmaster.
Drums of Slom, true. That is also another one. So maybe, yeah, you're right. I didn't
want
account
some
for the
sort
drums.
of a Shiva's carrier. I mean, theoretically, Phoenix would want to go for... I know he's going to be able to afford it, but I don't think there's really a Radiance holder on TSM unless they really force it. I mean, theoretically, Phoenix does like to go for it in some cases, but this is support.
The Drums of Slum are a really good point, actually. I think that's kind of the thing that could push it over the edge, where TSM have enough solutions. But Kasane did deviate from it. He planned it, and now he's quick buying up a pipe instead. So maybe TSM with a little bit of a let's play it even faster mindset. Let's look to push as 5. A lot of teams have failed to do that successfully in this tournament. Going high ground has been very difficult for most. And Nouns do have a lineup that will ultimately be quite hard to push into. You've got Shadow Wave from really far away that does a lot of damage. You can get kicked into base. Clockwork is always going to be a problem for displacement. And while you do have a save in the Shadow Demon, you don't have a repositioning save like, say, Nether Swap or a full-on hard save that, like Oracle, to just get people out of trouble. So it is... It does feel like this game is likely to get decided on Nouns' high ground at some point, one way or the other. And the question is when TSM want that to be. Obviously not 18 minutes in, that is definitely not going to be the case, but this is likely just going to be a farming Aegis, right? Like, how do you use this one on where it just feels very difficult to set up.
Yep, still 3 tier 2s available for the taking for TSM. They're trying to look for a pick off first, though.
Are scanning.
Putting down an observer, but not really gaining any vision on a enemy hero quite yet. As we are about 1 minute 20 seconds away from Torment time.
Well, Dazzle can solo that, worth keeping in mind.
That's true. Oh, Bryle The onslaught to the other side of the trees. They're going to find Moo. Can he get off his ult? Yes, he does, right on the wall. Do they have enough damage? Indeed.
Oh.
That was a Veil of Discord, I believe.
I'm surprised he didn't get off the Grave there, but yeah, the Veil just barely got them across.
Very nice pick off. I mean, that's the thing about these fights. I feel like you kind of have to kill Dazzle first no matter what, right?
Yeah, that seems to be a great recipe to enter the fight. So you don't have exactly the best catch if he's in a good position. Like Primal can technically go dagger and jump, but do you have the follow-through burst? You know, something like a Skywrath, you know, just pile on him and just blast him during the Primal ult, but maybe it's not necessary. Like, maybe it's going to be more of a maneuverability thing where you try to just flank and set up the fight under the right terms, and then sure, maybe Dazzle gets a Grave off, but if he's out of the fight because he hasn't been playing offensively, that might be good enough for the side of TSM. They really want to steal this Tormentor. I think this is the perfect play on the map. It's obviously, you're already over here because you took the tower, but you also know you're playing against Dazzle, so this is effectively a 3k net worth play.
Yeah.
You get 1400 and they don't.
Nouns have an idea that this is happening. They have the Aghanim Scepter now online for the Clockwork. Kasani's going to get initiated on the AE Blast is coming. He Spirit Vessel as well. He does get off the Roar. Looks like he can find enough distance to get away for now. Hook shot again.
Oh, that's a good Hawk.
Destroy that Hawk. Destroy him now. Delicious meat for everyone. And looks like Gunner's on a really far away from the rest of his team. Trying to get on Kasani, but he just dies.
He died to poisons, right?
And somehow Kasane, the one initiated upon, lives through the day.
That's a value pipe there, I have to say. He does not live without that. But yeah, the Hawk, more so than anything, really saved his life. It blocked the hookshot line, and Lelis obviously ends up self-stunning from the overclocking, so he can't really pursue any further. Well, they didn't get the Tormentor. At the very least, they found a core kill, and they keep control of the area. It looks like they're not going to give it up under any circumstances. They're staying around.
Yeah, they love Torment time. Understandable.
Ryle throwing a bit of a tantrum here.
Well, they got the Wisdom Rune. That's what he was really wanting to get.
And I guess now they have to dip because they're too low.
They'll have to concede the Torment to Nouns, because it is theirs after all.
Yeah.
Now enough vision from those rocket flares to be able to secure this one for themselves.
Here comes the full squadron of flying donkeys.
Will they
rams
get the jetpack? Yes.
What's that? What's this dog called again?
What dog?
The courier that Clockwork has. It's from a video game, right?
Okay, go ahead.
How can I not remember this? It's called Courier. That's right.
Okay, yeah.
There we go. Yes.
Gunner 2,000 gold into his eventual heart right now. TSM sporting just a 1k lead. I mean, what kind of lead would you want if you're a TSM fan at this point? Like, is there a certain threshold, like we should be up by this amount at this point, or is it not that simple?
I think it's hard to say how much you should be up by, but I don't think 1k is really necessarily enough. PL is, once again, he has 0 assists. I don't know if K1 has over 1,000 hero damage yet. Probably not. But he's slowly but steadily getting to a point where he can start entering fights. And with that in mind, if you've kind of like drawn, as we talked about, more or less 4v5, how are the fights going to look when this guy actually turns up, right? So I don't feel overly confident that this first 20 minutes for TSM has been successful enough. But I also think in this patch it's very difficult to necessarily pull that off, and that's why perhaps that's part of the reason teams are shying away from a hero like Beastmaster, that they feel like they cannot accomplish enough of what this hero is known for, which is taking over the map and dominating in the first half hour. Maybe players just got too good at playing the map. It's hard to say. Obviously, a bit of a factor in this, there's 2 Midases on the side of Nouns, right? One of them is Dazzle, so he will use it way more than other heroes, so a lot of quote-unquote fake gold. These 2 Midases are worth almost nothing in terms of teamfight prowess, so arguably in power level you're behind by 6k. But that's only if you know, are forced to fight. As long as you can keep using them passively, should be a-okay. And yeah, win expectancy in the game is effectively just a flat-out 50-50.
Yeah, it's definitely a close one. And we'll see if they end up going for some of the itemization we were talking about against the PL. But right now, I mean, PL is not that big of an issue until he gets to a certain point.
I think man to heart will be a problem. Okay. Until then, you probably have him decently under control. And K1 is a very seasoned player on this hero, so he understands when it's a game where he doesn't join at all. Like, he's you know, I think a lot of players will be tempted to join fights once they have their defusal, right? It's like, okay, now I have my fighting item. He's not going anywhere. He's still farming. And his quick buy currently is Manta into Linken's into Hearts. I guess looking for some protection against the Primal Roar and the Pulverize. I want to say he's probably still going to pick up the Heart first, though.
You're telling me he has patience.
Oh, yeah.
He has 2 Midases on his team. He has to have patience.
Yeah.
You have to. There we go. He's actually going for Linken's after the Manta.
Oh, if only someone would have told you that 20 seconds ago.
It looks like Linken's is going to be the choice here, Cinder. You're aware
I
of
think
that.
he's buying the Heart first, but
Tier
somebody
2
told
tower. Looks like it's TSM's for the taking.
Yep.
And Nouns just waiting for the inevitable push into the high ground, which
I don't think it's coming here, though.
Yeah, they might just take that tier 2, then hope that Rosh has spawned, but we can see it's a very, very late Rosh spawn timer, which benefits Nouns, I would think.
I don't know what Moo makes of this pike here, if that's... I mean, what were your options? Could have got Octarine, could have... I mean, I guess you just want to, you know, position yourself as well as possible, so you're staying further away with this. All right, he's spamming his Midas and Fountain. Very nice.
Just got to use those spells. Get that cooldown on Midas, that's all he cares about. Next tier 2 tower, and in fact, the final tier 2 tower for Nouns will be uncontested as well. And Kasane is going to be greeted by the Ice Blast. He has, yeah, about 150 gold away from finishing his Ag, so Drums of Slom.
Yeah.
Which, we've seen that work against PL. I know it's been nerfed since then. Still relatively good skill against the hero in general. That was with like Bloodstone, and that was a kind of an older school build, I think.
Yeah, and I guess you can. You're probably unlikely to buy Bloodstone because you're against AA. But... Alright.
Lala's completely out of mana. Yamson existing, which I don't think Bryle's too happy about. Gonna have to wait.
He's playing AA.
He is.
He is actually probably set a record for this tournament, playing AA for 10 consecutive minutes without dying.
He only has 3 deaths. That's impressive, considering how aggressive the TSM lineup is.
Yeah. Solid.
Yeah, give them credit.
Yeah, he's got a half Midas, so just chilling, you know.
Oh, he's back to the half Midas again. Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 and that seems to be the average amount for Nouns.
Yep.
Somewhere between 2.5 and 4 Midas.
So somewhere between 2.5 and 4 means the average is 2.5 is what you're saying.
Depends on the weight distribution.
We can't all attend our classes. It's I got you covered.
It's been a long time.
Do you want to have one guess of what the average between those 2 numbers are?
3.25?
Yeah, you didn't miss that.
Huh?
You didn't miss that one.
Because I'm smart.
That is
pretend to be
very
for you.
much up for debate.
I mean, it's the only way to make you look good. It's me being a complete moron. Heart now online.
I have been pretending for 7 years.
My whole life I've been pretending. Life is easier this way.
Your eulogy is just, it was just a prank. Was that
nerds?
Smart.
Runner very, very tanky now. More for the SNK. Bryle about to finish his Heart as well. Still about 800 away from the recipe itself, as we can see Rosh is about to spawn. Kasane pretty happy about that, banging on his drums. And it'll be nighttime for the foreseeable future, so Rosh will likely just be taken out by TSM. And I think this is the Rosh, the Aegis they have to use well, or else I think they might be in some trouble.
It's easier said than done, though. I think it's kind of hard for their lineup to go high ground because the only hero that can truly siege is Muerta. And if there's one thing this hero absolutely hates, it's displacement, right? When you get thrown out of position...
Oh, that's a nice blast.
I mean, they're just going to pipe through it and kill it, right? But they know there's no contention. So. The problem is, if you get hookshot or if you get kicked into base by Earth Spirit, you're probably losing your first life off that alone, right? Or at the very least, you're forced to use your ult, and that might be enough to just break up the fight and delay. And while that is happening, you're facing Peel Lance spam, you're facing Shadow Wave spam, and you're facing them both at the same time, which is even worse, because the Shadow Wave is going to bounce on the Peel illusions as well as the enemy heroes. So as soon as he lances and it bounces twice, which the Axe does, you just have this like extremely annoying wall to get through. But they are going to go for it. This is the moment of truth for TSM. I feel like if they get forced back here, or even worse, take a very bad fight.
Yeah, you can. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
So much spam
cleansing.
between the poison touch shadow waves and these rocket flares constantly coming out.
Difficult to
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
Not right.
Like, yeah, we don't really have to do much to get you off our front door steps.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they brought back K1. I actually thought he was just going to stay mid for a bit and that they would be spamming them out with just the rockets and the dazzle, but Nouns feel like PL is needed, and I think it was the right call to bring him back.
Perhaps
so.
waiting for this heart on Bryle, still not quite finished with it.
TSM are scanning and hoping to find someone, but they could not be further away from the enemy team at this point, basically, while still playing aggressively on the map. And arguably, they have to go bottom at some point, too, because this wave coming in is going to start being relatively sizable. If any of Nouns' cores shows up there, that will force a rotation. So I think TSM will have to give up positioning a little bit here. Tomato already TPing mid. Obviously, this rocket spam. Overclocking is great on clock when you don't have to fight, and you could just use it for farming. It feels nice. You know,
Right.
Sure, the stun drawbacks, kind of whatever. You know, you just keep spamming rockets on the waves, keep farming up your PL. Ever so quietly.
Have we seen more than one roar this game?
Well,
his spell icons sure are small.
He has roared the Earth Spirit
He has
bottom.
6 on there. Goodness.
And
Like he's playing on mobile or something.
I think he might have roared twice.
Twice? Okay, sure. Still not that many times for 30 minutes in the game. It just goes to show how Nouns has kind of been playing keep away
to
some degree from TSM. Waiting for their critical mass point, which PL, let's see, he has the heart done in 400 gold or 600 gold.
What do you think he's going to go after hard? Do you think Lincoln?
Lincoln's, I think so, yep.
Probably a good choice here.
Yep. You got a problem?
I got many.
Okay. But Lincoln's ain't one of them.
But you ain't one. There you go.
Bryle and company looking for an opening to get to this high ground. It's 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They need to, I feel like they do need to try to do something with this. Finally, PL within a few feet of another enemy hero. Not sure if we've seen that the entire game, other than the first death in the laning stage. A lot of creep kills since then.
I really hope the crowd is going to go wild for K1's first assist. That's what I want, guys. If there's one thing...
0, 2, and 0, but 425 creep kills. That's a lot.
If I can ask this one thing of the crowd, be the loudest you've been all event for K1's first assist here. That would be really funny to me.
Making mistakes.
Just hold your breath. It's not going to happen just yet, okay? Wait, we're waiting a bit.
Waiting for his Lincolns, I think.
Yeah, we might be. Also queued up the Shard, as well as a Disperser.
Oh, Torment time.
Oh, yeah.
They're big fans of stealing enemy Tormentator. Cross between
Tormentor and Commentator. It's you.
Tormenting our audience. Bryle will get his rocks ready to throw.
Yep. Another spell against PL. It all adds up.
It's getting there.
But you need to see him first. It's hard to throw rocks at things you can't see.
Oh, you can throw them, but it's not going to connect.
Sure.
And it looks like Tomato's Aegis will not be used for really too much. I mean, they do have all the outer towers, but they had those already. And I can see the lead technically on Nouns side, but still, this feels like a 50-50 game. The later it goes, maybe not so much.
It's hard to say. I mean, I've built up this PL. We haven't really talked too much about the other cores, but obviously Earth Spirit is really big now at this point as well. Kaisange coming up. You've got the Dazzle almost with Octarine. Mu is quietly farming up a Storm as well, but obviously TSM, they have 3 of the top 4 net worths in the game on their cores. But there is a significant distance between the Clockwork and the supports of the Radiant. That could turn into a bit of a deciding factor here, that Lelis will just keep farming more than the enemy supports on the map without overclocking. Just spamming out waves, keeping his net worth growing. He's 3,500 net worth ahead of the Phoenix, which is a lot at this point. That has bought him a Halberd. Not a very common item to see nowadays, but obviously nice against Muerta.
Yep, absolutely.
And he's going Lotus next.
Yeah, those rocket flares have to be one of the most annoying things to deal with. I mean, to the point where I mean, I guess I do, but most people probably couldn't even name what the Ags does for the other skills. It feels like Rocket Flare is the main reason that you buy that item.
It is. I mean, to be fair, it does quite a lot of things. So.
I mean, I want to see the day when the cogs giving attack speed becomes an actual thing. You go like some crazy right-click build on Clockwork. Sounds like fun.
Do you mean just the base spell?
Yeah. No, part of the Ags. Like the reason you buy the Ags.
Oh, you mean, okay, you know it already does it, but you want people to itemize it specifically.
Correct.
Yeah, I think if the drawback wasn't a 4-second self-stun, that might be a thing, but it is hard because
minor details.
You pop it, you go in, and then you stun yourself for a long time when you're really starting to get some kills.
Hey, Linken's is done. It looks like 6 items are finished on K1.
All right.
Is he ready to fight? As the crowd goes wild,
Relax. No
anticipation
assist.
for the first assist of the game for K1.
Take it easy.
He might need to wait for the shard, though.
We're not there yet.
And then Disperser after that, and then maybe need to, you know, consume the Ags and then buy another item. So there might still be some time to wait.
He has room to grow.
12-6 at 35 minutes in the game.
Fun fact, it was also 12-6 at 25 minutes into the game.
That is...
And at 20 minutes into the game. The last kill was minute 21, I think.
Wow.
Am I wrong? No. The last kill was... Whitemon killed Gunner, minute 20.
K1 has killed a tower. That doesn't count as an assist, technically speaking, but we'll give it to him. He has bought the shard now.
Here comes Kasane, so K1's out of there.
Okay, yeah.
Shard coming up.
Got a shard on Kasane as well, by the way, so...
Yep.
Got a zoo.
Extra Hawk. Shadow Demon. I think Whitemon should be farming more, or stacking more, to be honest. I think if you're playing this kind of stalemate game, the supports have to follow through and really get there too. And it just looks like Nouns are getting more value out of that. Keep in mind, you're getting out-farmed by Shadow Demon, or by AA as Shadow Demon, right? Like, AA has nothing to farm with except Philosopher's Stone. So if Shadow Demon was actually focusing on stacking camps or farming wherever his cores aren't, I think Whitemon could be looking at 2k more network.
Oh, the roll in. Will we have a kill in this game?
Here he comes.
Oh,
okay,
Gunner really wants to find Kasane. He will kick him back into the Lotus Fountain, and K1 is doing damage to something that's not a creep. But he's going to try to get out of dodge now. He's not interested in fighting. He still wants more items to work with. Gets the Spirit Lance out as Tomato ready to do some damage here. No kill yet, ladies and gentlemen. Might have to wait a bit as Nouns resetting now. They forgot how to actually fight. Action stun onto Mr. Earth Spirit. The Primal Roar to follow. A-Blast is coming, doing a nice amount of damage with the trample, but he's going to get graved. And Gunner still being surrounded by Brown. Not sure if he can actually get away from this as Tomato pops the ult, dealing so much damage to K1. Still doesn't have a kill or an assist, and now he has to run away in shame. Invisible right now. Nice hook shot with 2 in the cogs from Lelis. Beautifully done as the cheeses pop. Bryle is very healthy. We'll take a disarm there from that halberd. That's going to be 3 deaths for Nouns. They kill off everyone other than K1, and somehow the Ancient Apparition lives just to taunt us. And K1, he's not finished farming yet. Still needs a few more minutes, Cinderella.
That was a great fight from TSM, I have to say. They did a really good job weaving in and out, playing around the perimeter of the fight. Got a lot of value out of the drums of Slom and the pipe on Beastmaster. Kasane tanked so much in that fight, and they just keep him alive. They have the supports protecting. Tomato gets quite a bit of freedom.
K1 pretending that he actually wants to chase here. We all know that's not going to be the case. Eventually, he will run away.
Sunray.
And there we go. Forcing out 1 spell, and that's enough. Back to the creeps.
Structural damage.
Yep, a little bit.
It adds up. But that was honestly kind of important for TSM to experience this fight and recognize that, okay, finally, if they do give us the fight, we can win it, right? They win it cleanly. They're gonna, as their reward, probably going to get the Roshan here unless Nouns can get over there. And it kind of is playing out the way we were predicting, right? Like, PL is going to force spells and then keep kiting forever, but if he can't ultimately pierce through heroes after that, it's all for naught. Like, the Supernova went out, Beastmaster used everything, and while PL didn't die, his teammates weren't able to distance themselves. They actually kept going in to try to set up the PL, but he wasn't strong enough to commit. So Lelis kind of killed himself going in, Gunner died, and ultimately they ran down Mu as well, as you pointed out. So maybe,
Disperser finished on K1.
Yeah.
Now all he can do is consume the Ags and maybe upgrade the treads.
Yeah, do you reach, like, what is the last item here? Is it Butterfly? Is it Swift Blink? Like, so you can just...
I mean, you don't really need boots on this hero, right? And
Not
late game.
necessarily true. So
Especially with Disperser as well.
Yeah, so maybe what K1... What he identified in the last fight when he was halfway through it was, I can't kill a core. I need to kill supports first.
I think they want to contest this. AA Blast is coming. A bunch of illusions now from K1. It's going to get gone on by Bryle, who has that Aghanim Scepter, so the Uproar, something you do have to worry about if you're Nouns. Pipe going to dissipate here relatively shortly as Roche is at half HP. And K1 pretending to go in. It's going to get roared. Linken's broken. There's a roar. He's dead. 80 seconds of no PL. Not much difference in this game because he's not going to be hitting creeps at least. That's the big difference, but hasn't really been a PL this game, it feels like. It's now Roche is available for TSM, and this is a big one. This is Refresher Shard. You could wait 15 seconds to get the Ags, but they're not going to take the chance.
There's just no way around it. That's just a blunder. Like, he's going in. His teammates are nowhere near to save him. There was no hook shot for a save. There's no Force Staff. There's no Grave. Mu has Dagger and Force Staff, and he still couldn't Grave him. So K1 was way far ahead there. We're going to see the replay here. So, like...
That was really quick between the Linken's break and the Pulverize. Like, super fast. Like, I was just ready to play Dota. All right, back to hitting creeps in 30 seconds. As Bryle now not scared at all. Going for this high ground push as Mu will try to spam everything out. Fortifications pop. Muerta still with that Aegis because she literally just picked it up. Hasn't died since then, in case you're wondering. And this is going to be a set of racks, I do believe. 13 seconds left on K1. Another fortification, so they do want to defend this melee racks as there's an overclock activation. You can see if Clockwork wants to go in here. Mr. Lelis. They will be able to defend the melee rack, so that's pretty big for Nouns. And now PL is back.
Maybe the thing that Nouns needs, we've been focusing so much on the PL, maybe the key thing here is unlocking Gunnar, who seems to be struggling with initiating fights because the turnaround potential, we talked about how this isn't the best Earth Spirit game compared to the previous one. He seems to have a hard time going in because if he goes in, he's going to get roared and just blasted, right? But when the BKB comes out, he's going to be able to ignore a ton of damage. He's going to take way less from the Primal. He's going to take way less from the Beastmaster, and the Shadow Demon and Phoenix in particular are going to be doing way less to him. So maybe for Nouns, that is what you're hoping for to get him in. But essentially, you need long fights, right? You need them to drag out so that PL can keep poking, and you need to find supports because you're not killing the cores. They're too tanky. Beastmaster has this huge tanking build. Primal speaks for itself, right? And Muerta, half of the fights, Tomato has Aegis. So not really going to be an easy target either for them. So TSM?
I feel like their whole lineup for Nouns is just like poking in and out. They don't really have this guy that's just going to go in and kill everyone.
Lelis overclocked.
Yes,
you got stunned.
He is self-stunned. Going to hook shot to safety. Gets onto the other wall. Will be fine. K1. I really do wonder how much damage he has done this game.
I mean, he's starting to lance spam quite a lot, so it's going to add up.
Let's see. 14.
More than Gunnar by now.
That is, I mean, I guess that's not that surprising considering Gunnar, he can't really fight without a steal at this point.
He can't really go. He's going to complete his BKB now for the upcoming fight. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him queuing up a Linken's next, because you need that freedom of movement in these fights as Earth Spirit. You need to be able to run in, pop your BKB, and not get roared. So you can get off all your spells at least once. TP back to base here. Let's see if TSM fancy going here. 2 minutes on their Aegis is plenty to try to get something done.
Rock throw actually will hit. They got to get rid of that Linken's first, though. What is their best Linken's breaker this game?
Probably Demonic Purge.
Yep, as Bryle jumps in. AA Blast will clip him barely as there's the roar, this time expended for Gunnar. You can see Mu on the outskirts ready to grave at any point. Before he gets to half HP, we'll be able to use the BKB and roll away. Another grave to come just to make sure. Pretty tense moment here as TSM distracted by the fact that Tormentor is available. They really love this Tormentor.
Like
still, even at this stage, going high ground is quite difficult.
They don't actually have Phoenix Shard.
Torment time.
They should really try to get this Phoenix shard.
They might. 50-50. There we go. All right. That is a very good one.
How is that a 50-50? It's the only shard they didn't have.
Yep, 50-50. Between him and the enemy.
Is that another comeback mechanic? There's 50% chance you get nothing.
Yeah, that's
breaking
right.
the torment. Okay. Makes sense.
40 seconds on the Aegis. Tomato.
He is progressing. I mean, they're getting some damage in.
Yep, it's going to happen eventually, you would think. Of course, this endless.
Oh my God, this is
my God, so much damage. All right, well, Bryle is trying to put a stop to this, but he goes in with his BKB and nobody's with him. Now hightailing away, and I think TSM are just going to back away knowing that this Aegis is going to expire in 20 seconds. They don't want to be caught in a weird spot. They still have the refresher shard, by the way, and it is on the Phoenix.
All right, Aegis is out. Time to play the map, probably until next rush for TSM. I just think high grounding is genuinely impossible for them without an Aegis. It's just so difficult. So essentially what you're hoping to do at this point is keep control of the map, smoke out at some points, and if you find and kill PL, that is where you force high ground and get a buyback. Because if K1 is out, the defense is not possible. His spam is way too important to holding them off. And if they were to find him now, he wouldn't have buyback, so they would actually just end the game. But doesn't look like they're in the right area of the map to make that happen.
Back to the spam. K1. Looks like Bloodthorn will be the choice.
Okay.
So either going to consume the Ags or just ditch the treads.
Probably ditch the treads first, you would imagine, right? It's too expensive to go the other way around. He is approaching his 25 talent. Do we have any of those? We do have the Muerta one. Magic resistance.
Yep, pretty
one of
solid.
the less creative ones.
But very good. Bryle's going to be found out. Well, onslaught to the other side. We're going to have a fight here. Whitemon's going to get some action with Gunnar as he puts himself in a very precarious spot. And Tomato's going to pop his ult and trying to delete Gunnar, but the Grave comes out just at the last moment. See if another Grave will come from Moo, if he even needs it on Gunnar, but they're going to lose the Shadow Demon from the TSM side first.
K1 got in his face!
Great job for K1 and Bryle trying to get away with that BKB. The pipe is still activated, so mitigating a lot of damage. Going to pop the cheese as well, so we'll live through the day. The first egg comes through, healing up Tomato. Kasane gets off the roar onto the newly minted 1 assist on the Phantom. Okay, Mr. Phantom Lancer, K1, trying to poke K1 from afar. See the Rocket players from the south as Gunnar is going to sheath mid-rolling boulder. Very weird fight, very segregated overall as K1 now focusing his efforts onto Ahri. Looks like that's going to be the kill as Gunnar now continuing the pressure as Kasane gets to the high ground. He's going to have buyback here potentially coming out as a big A blast comes in. Will hit Kasane, and somehow Nouns kill 4 heroes. I thought they forgot how to do that halfway through this game, but they've remembered. But they do lose a set of racks in the top.
Damn, look at that damage from Dazzle. He actually did more damage than the PL in that fight. 12.5K coming out of Moo.
Yeah, those shadow waves on the PL have been insane.
Yeah. And I think the critical difference in this fight, there's a couple of things that happened. First of all, Gunnar went on, he was the first target, right? So he's going to go in here and start off the fight, and he has the BKB, and he's tanking quite a lot of spells here and a lot of damage, right? From Tomato, forces out his ult, he gets graved, and he gets to reset. This is what Nouns want in the fight, is for Gunnar to be able to do this with confidence so that they can just make the fight chaotic, make it long, and then PL ultimately will start building up. The hookshot from Lilith is crucial here, killing off Shadow Demon. You need to kill the support first, right? At the very least one of them. And then the fight can open up suddenly. And that's what happened. So.
And that was with 2 eggs being used, so now the refresher shard is gone. Although it looks like Ahri is, well, he's going to finish his Boots of Bearing first, but then refresher will be next on the list if he's able to get to that point. And K1, who now has 2 kills and 2 assists, actually, will be consuming his egg shortly. Very lackluster cheering.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be consuming the Ags for an eventual Swift Blink. And then Moonshard is next, of course. And then I think he's done at that point. Maybe a pocket Boots of Travel.
True.
Not ready to go here as Bryle is going to get some Lotus Flowers to consume.
That
One
was
is top net worth in the game.
That team fight was about a 12,000 net worth swing.
Yeah, that was huge.
That is absolutely huge for Nouns. Obviously, not out of the woods yet. This is still an extremely close game, so this kind of team fight win, while nice, isn't going to cut it for them, but it will open up for a bit more aggression, it seems. The confidence here to push in through bottom.
Oh, we're going to have a fight up top. Pulverize is there. AA Blast coming in.
That's a big
It's not really going to connect because Gunnar is already dead.
No grave for him there. Dazzle is covering
K1.
PL bottom.
Yeah, it's going to force a fortification. Going to have to come back to their base here pretty shortly. Doppelganger away potentially is Kasane. He's going to get some Axes action with those Drums of Slom going to work as well as Bryle. Nice onslaught. Can they find the correct Phantom Lancer? There's the Sheep to try to keep him at bay. Another Doppelganger onto the high ground. But no, K1's actually stuck on a low ground. He gets unlucky, but you can see the Primal Beast actually going for the wrong target. And now, finally, the Primal Roar.
They found him.
Sunray is there. K1, he is dead. No buyback on this Phantom Lancer. 100 seconds he has to wait.
That play from Nouns is
high risk.
It's super high risk. You're splitting your team in half 50 minutes into the game. You're sending PL to push bottom and covering him with Dazzle, which means you're leaving your Earth Spirit vulnerable top. And ultimately what happens is Earth Spirit dies, TSM have a power play, and they're just going to collapse on bottom as soon as they can. Very well played by Kasana there to just be patient, isolate the right PL, get that roar with the Sunray, and find that kill. I think Grave was not available for Moo there. He maybe wasn't in range. And then it is a big one. They don't know he doesn't have buyback, but, you know, they're absolutely going to try to force it out if he does have it. So 100%. The play is the same regardless.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Roche is back, so they have something to fall back to if they choose to go down that road. But like you said, 5v4, whether they know it or not. Kasane, oh, Tomato actually goes to the high ground, trying to take out the Dazzle, but he's able to find enough distance to get away. But the Primal Roar onto Gunnar. There's the Grave from afar, nicely done from Moo. AA Blast is coming in as Tomato stuck inside the cogs, but I think it's Lelis that's actually stuck inside there instead, as he is completely surrounded. Will likely be the first casualty, but the Grave comes in at the last moment, again from Moo. No one is dying from Nouns because of this freaking Dazzle, and just like that, TSM have to pull away. 13 seconds from K1, and now I don't even know if they get Roche for free anymore.
That's a really good hold. No casualties, they didn't lose any barracks in this 5v4. 50 minutes in, this is usually the recipe for losing at least one lane, but they hold out. And yeah, their heroes are just stupidly tanky, right? Gunnar has a heart, Lelis has a heart on the clock.
Okay, okay.
They're sending these tanky heroes in front and just keeping them alive with the Dazzle and buying time.
Oh, overclock, get out of his way.
Yeah, trying to
get
find
some vision. Bryle trying to cut them off at the source. Throwing rocks in his frustration will actually hit Gunnar. Now that the overclock is ending, maybe this is the path for TSM to potentially take this Roche, but still will be difficult.
Moo is taking care of top wave in the meantime, so TSM do see at least one hero on the map right now, and they know the PL illusions are here too. But yeah, Dazzle with the Travels level 2 will always be able to connect. Also with the Arcane Blink picked up on Moo, a classic super late game Dazzle item is in this patch.
Oh yeah, that one's dirty. That is such a dirty item for this hero.
So
now that it heals and gives mana each time you blink.
You're kind of Tinker in a way.
A poor man's Tinker, a less disgusting Tinker, some would say.
That's up for debate.
Yeah, true. One. Keeping this wave pushed perpetually. Bryle will take it out with Trample as well, so these creeps are not passing this location as Roshoff number X of this TI continues.
K1 is just cutting the wave. He has no cares.
All right, Roche attempt from TSM.
They can keep rocket spamming it though. They should get the information, but actually 10-second cooldown.
AA Blast is coming though. Roche will take all that damage.
Pretty hard to get in there. Ninja Gear.
Man, such a pivotal moment in this game. It could be the end of TSM's run if they lose this, potentially. Back into the pit they go. And there, the Muerta ult comes to fruition. And look at the damage. They're going to get some vision thanks to the rockets. But Roche has died, and TSM will claim the rewards that come with it. Gunnar and company, do they actually want to continue to fight this? They have all the vision in the world as Bryle's going to onslaught to the other side. Pops the uproar as well.
No ulti on Muerta is a big deal here.
That's
You've got to be careful if you're TSM. You committed that to get that Roche kill. So now it's time to kite.
Continually being harassed by these illusions that seemingly never end. They'll roll in onto Ahri. Can they take out the Phoenix before an egg can be consumed? But no, the disruption comes out. A blast is coming. An early grave on the Gunner just to make sure that he's okay. As Tomato doing a lot of damage from the high ground. But it looks like Gunner's going to die inside the pit. The AA dies as well. And Nouns will likely have to try to fall back. Only having 3 members available. 2 buybacks are there, though, for Nouns if they really want to use them. Another overclock use as Tomato. Not able to get the stun off there, so the TP is successful.
What a nice sequence from TSM. They get the Roche, they get these 2 kills. They bide their time because it's a moment of vulnerability when Huerta doesn't evolve. Sure, you have the Aegis, but it's still kind of scary. You're cornered in the bottom right corner of the map. You know the enemy has vision of you, but they're just buying the time they need. And they find that, you know, Gunner goes in on the Phoenix. I think he was maybe expecting a little bit more backup from K1 on that. Obviously, the disruption came out, but maybe they could have killed the egg together, as a matter of fact, there if they would have popped everything on it, but...
K1 trying to solo defend this for now. And Tomato and Kasane making, I would say, short work of the illusions. That wasn't really that easy. And now pounding on the tower. Can Nouns hold this? Again, they do have their buybacks intact, but don't want to use them if they don't have to. Tier 3 tower is dead. Sunray expended from TSM side.
This is
These
so obnoxious. I really feel for TSM here with pushing.
Oh, big Pulverize coming in with nice clockwork.
Oh, they got Kasane with it!
Kasane's deep inside the base, and he's dead. No Beastmaster. Could buy back as well. I'm sure most of the buybacks in this game are intact overall. Now, absolutely no mana whatsoever on Bryle, and he gets destroyed. So not only do Nouns get 2 kills, they don't have to buy back to be able to hold that.
Yeah, it seems
now
like
Ahri on the run.
It's so frustrating, right? You really feel for TSM when they're pushing this high ground.
Silence there from Gunner. Tomato with the calling.
It's kind of forcing some errors, right? Miscommunication there about what the plan really was. You have Beastmaster and Primal diving a little bit into the base while everyone else is disengaging away from the PL and Dazzle spam. And ultimately...
Oh my goodness.
Of course.
We have a Divine Rapier on Tomato.
Well, we don't. We have it on his Courier.
His Courier has Divine Rapier. That is a powerful Courier.
There it comes. What's he going to swap out? It's going to be the BKB and the Pike for now. Has to be quick on his inventory management.
Yes.
There's some really important items in his backpack.
Are they going to give up this set of racks is the question. Again, TSM have both their buybacks, but they might just hold off on using them.
I think those 2 buybacks are worth more than 2 lanes. This late into the game,
yeah,
having 2 cores without buyback is extremely dangerous.
Tomato's Rapier will not be a surprise factor at all, as now K1 focusing on bottom. And it looks like you're right. They will be giving up 2 sets of racks. And we'll see what they can do with this Divine Rapier. And of course, still a minute and a half on that Aegis as K1 looking to pick a fight right now. Might just need to focus on the barracks and be happy with that. As the Rocket players come out, that is the overclock from the Clockwork. As looks like they'll be able to defend this melee racks in the end. Oh my goodness, the items coming out. Wind Waker, what is
big pickup here?
These items are ridiculous.
This is actually a really key item here because if you can save from Roar unless the Demonic Purge is on top as well, right? So you kind of need to stack your spells.
Yeah.
It gives him a way of disengaging from the fight himself now. When he hooks in, if he sees a bad moment, he can just reposition out. On top of his, obviously he already has the jetpack, but that kind of depends on you not being stunned. Whereas the Wind Waker, as long as you get it off, you can't get stunned during it. So the utility through the roof here for Nouns. And AA is close to a refresher.
Oh.
Yamsun wants this. That is a very big late game item.
It's not Torment time anymore. It's just gold.
That was a very short Torment time.
The fact that Gunner's not 25 yet, it's actually quite surprising.
The fact that we're 58 minutes in and you haven't talked about tier 5 neutral items.
I don't want to get everyone's hopes up, you know? Every time we do that, the game ends within 10 seconds.
That's not true. We had tier 5s yesterday.
Yeah, one fight and then the game was over.
I mean, that's generally how they work, right?
Sometimes.
A lot.
I think, especially with a Rapier in the game, that's probably how it will go. Whoever wins the next fight should be victorious.
It really, it's so much comes down to these buybacks, right? Because the buyback status is everything in a game like this. It means if one team has all buybacks and the other one doesn't, and a huge fight breaks out and it turns into like a 10v7, you know, that's generally where games are ended. So I think all heroes at this point should really look after their buyback. And the problem right now that TSM are facing is after buying the Rapier, Tomato doesn't have it for another 1700.
I mean, if he loses the Rapier, I think the game should be over, sure.
That's fair, I suppose.
Then again, Downs don't really have the greatest
It's pretty good on
carrier.
It's pretty good on Dazzle with the Ag Shadow Wave.
Oh, that's true.
It fires an auto.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It's actually quite a lot of damage.
Damn. I'd love to see that. But yeah, PL with a Divine, doesn't apply to the illusions at all. All right, dead even game, 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Now we will start discussing tier 5 items.
Okay.
What's a good one? What's a good tier 5 item this game, Cinder?
Book of Shadows is insane against Beastmaster. It really messes with that hero.
Yeah.
So that's definitely one that Nouns would want one of, if not even two. Judging from how these fights have gone so far, I think Arcanist's armor is also going to be very interesting.
That, I feel like nobody goes for that.
But you only want one, right?
Right.
But I just... These fights are just a mess. Like, there's so much damage flying around everywhere all the time, so I would at least say TSM should consider investing into one. Just think about how much damage is being spread around, right? It's ridiculous. Rockets, spam from PL, spam from Dazzle, Earth Spirit Magnetized, that will be undispellable soon because he's almost 25. I can't believe Gunnar isn't 25, actually.
I said this already, but
yeah,
thank you.
That is still kind of crazy.
Thanks for joining
It is equally crazy to when you pointed it out. It's actually crazier now because we're later in the game than when you said it.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You're right. It's been one full minute. All right, okay, Arc in his armor.
There you go, Kasane.
Not ignoring
nice.
it for once. Very
good.
Cool. Ex Machina on Huerta.
Standard.
So can refresh the Divine Rapier. Very important.
Oh, nice.
K1 has the Giant's Ring.
Oh, that's a big.
That's a juicy boy.
That is a big clock in bottom lane.
Very nice.
That is.
So 2 Giant's Rings.
Oh, baby, that is. He looks. I have never seen Clock with this item, actually. He looks menacing.
He's not quite 25 yet, but I wonder what he's going to go for. Is the Battery Assault interval, perhaps, or debuff immunity inside cogs?
I think the battery.
Radiant's middle barracks are
It's
under
probably.
attack. Radiant's middle
Probably the one. What else we got? Mirror Shield on the
Pirate
Dazzle.
Hat on Phoenix, the right-click machine that he is. Of course, the bounty runes are kind of a big deal, especially if you think this game's going another 40 minutes, which could happen, of course.
And it's always the wildcard item, Seer Stone on Yamsen, which has the potential impact of just winning the game off of the active.
Yep, increases the range of his Ice Blast as well, I believe.
Phenomenal.
Right, Cinderin?
Amazing.
Phenomenal.
But yeah, the 800 AoE vision has the potential to win games. So it is, the potential is there. On the other side, we've got Ex Machina, like you mentioned. There's also Seer Stone and Shadow Demon. Force Boots the choice of Bryle. So not a single Book of Shadows was chosen. That's a bit surprising. I feel like both teams really benefit from this item. There's no way they weren't offered it for any of their 5 heroes, right?
Maybe it's too high skill an item for TI.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is a really difficult one to use. But I agree. We talked about this yesterday. I think it's the most, in theory, the most powerful tier 5 item.
It just, the potential is just incredible, right? And I think in this game it's actually relatively simple to use compared to a lot of other games because, you know, you're either going to pop it on a Roar target if you're the Dire, or on the Radiant, you're going to pop it on the target PL's laying into, right? You have time to react. You know what you want to do with it. It's relatively telegraphed, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe the wrong heroes were offered it, but I would have definitely liked to see at least one.
Roche up in 8 seconds. They're actually scanning, so they have a good idea that Lelis is just chilling in the pit. Gunnar is going to be found as well. We'll dodge the rocks. Roche number 5.
So what?
And this age is pretty important for the likes of TSM, especially with that Divine Rapier, which we haven't gotten to see too much of yet.
I think TSM's hexes are equally important. They really need to find this Dazzle and just blast him. He has Linken's and Mirror Shield though, so good luck. But all right.
Oh, Pulverized to start. AA Blast is coming in from Yamsen. It's going to connect on the Primal Beast and pop the BKB. Gunnar pops his own and jumps right in, gets the refresher up, but shortly after is Roar, but a nice grave from afar as Moog keeping him healthy, trying to get Opt to the other side, but he's going to continue to get stunned.
Braved again.
Braved again, number 2, trying to roll out, but Kasane's body is just too thick to get through, and Gunnar has died. We'll buy back and instantly try to TP here. Now big fight to Lelis inside the colony right now. The onslaught coming in from the Primal Beast is K1 continuing to do a lot of damage with these illusions. Doesn't want to get too far in his Tomato. Still available with that Divine Rapier. Now trying to focus all his efforts on a Gunnar. He has his BKB again popped because he probably popped Ex Machina, which is a great movie, by the way. His move going to be able to get the Grave off on himself. We'll get to the other side, and that's going to be the death of Gunnar. Die back for him, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 4 for TSM. And we'll see if Nouns try to retreat in the process here as they lost their mid laner. Bryle gonna spot Yamsun, somehow lives on Ancient Apparition, just a miracle. See the Wind Waker onto Lelis. Trying to find an avenue to be able to get out. Looks like he will not be pursued any further despite being extremely thick as mid lane has to be defended now. But knowing that that's a dieback, you have 90 seconds where you know for a fact it is 5 versus 4.
Yeah.
The fact that Gunnar died twice, and if I'm not mistaken, nobody else died in that fight.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yep.
NA math and all, you can never trust that, but.
And now Nouns, because of this pressure mid that they put with K1, look to be grabbing themselves an Aegis here, 4v5 late game.
Okay. Very normal.
I mean, the guy you wanted on is dead though. So I guess it goes to Lelis? Moo?
Yeah, who takes
Lelis.
All right.
All right. Okay. This will be the only time this TI Lelis gets to hold that unless he wins the tournament.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a Roche be conceded when it's 5v4 late game situation. That is so
yeah,
weird.
that is
very weird.
Truly a rarity, but this game has had plenty of those.
Indeed.
Clockwork Aegis, I wonder how many times that has happened at a TI. Probably less than 5.
Divine Rapier still there, and still no buyback, by the way.
Yeah, the bottom lane is such a problem for TSM. They have to keep rotating heroes back to deal with this K1 pressure. Lincoln's popped.
Okay.
Right, that's a full pulverize.
Force boots there. See TP's coming in from Kasani. He gets off the roar. Pulverize just lasts forever at this point. Trample doing a decent amount of damage, but now K1 can turn his efforts onto the rest of TSM because they can't tell who's real at this point. Looks like he's going to get to the other side.
Dispersed and ran left. They saw it, though.
Onto the Well of Eternity. Definitely not the real name, but we're going to coin it that now as the Lincolns has popped again. K1 onto the high ground he's trying to get. Of course, he can just walk through the terrain freely thanks to that Tier 5 item brought to you by Valve Software. K1 gets sheeped. Still pretty fast, but there's another pulverize. And now Tomato with the Divine Rapier rips him a new one. 90 seconds of no PL, but buyback remains. And during this entire process, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, Gunnar did spawn.
Yeah, and he also tipped K1.
Oh, so very important, yeah.
Jumped the gun a little bit on that. He was like, good job, K1, and then he instantly died. So, you know, maybe not, maybe wait until he's actually out. He really thought that was a clean escape. And honestly, it did look like it was going to be, but late game Dota is wild. Even being away 2,500 range is not enough against a Primal with Dagger, Hex, and a full duration pulverized.
Ahri has Aegis. He has Refresher Orb finally. We talked about that 20 minutes ago. Finally is a real item in his inventory. Very powerful on that hero. Bryle was poking bottom racks.
Is this going to be the time that TSM get a barracks against?
I don't know. Hookshot in from Lelis.
Oh,
there's the buyback onto K1. They have the Grave right now on the Clockwork, but remember, he does have that Aegis intact. He's going to use the Refresher for himself. Going to go for a second roar as Tomato's going to have Refresher for himself as well. As they're being pursued onto the high ground, into the enemy triangle. There's the first egg, I do believe, as Tomato trying to save Kasani, but just dies to the illusions. Tomato now kind of to stand his ground. Has to be really careful. This is the Divine Rapier we're talking about. The Disrupt's going to keep him alive a little longer, but beautiful Kong. Tomato's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck. Who will pick it up? Whitemon gonna survive a little bit longer as Ahri finally passes with pressure. There's the second egg, now being completely destroyed, and he is donezo. No buyback available. Divine Rapier now on the side of Nouns, and it is Dazzle, like you said, so Shadow Wave will apply his auto attack. And now he just needs a Daedalus, for God's sake.
I love this. Moo also has one in his quick buy. Let's go for the double dip here.
Beautiful.
I think the crit's probably better, but you know, it's more fun, and Moo likes fun, so.
I mean, they don't know that there's no buyback on Muerta.
They're about to find out, because they're running straight down mid to try to force these buybacks. No buyback on Muerta, none on Fifi.
Yeah, there's the first buyback. This onto Bryle. There's the fortification, likely to last the game for TSM if they can't defend this. Still 50 seconds without 4, maybe even 5 heroes here. That is NA math at its best. K1 Continuing with the illusion, there's already one tier 4 tower down. I don't think there's going to be anything to stop him. This Brawl trying to make one last defense, because if they lose here, they're out of TI. There's a Lotus Order applied to him. He's going to jump in with the BKB. Lelis getting a beautiful cogs onto Kasane. Cannot get off a roar as the Ancient is fully exposed. K1 looking to finish the job. He started farming the whole game, Cinderin, but now he finishes it in style as Nouns knock out their NA brethren and TSM from TI.
What a game. Oh my God, that was great. I mean, everything. It's one of those games where you're just like, imagine the mental toll on TSM from the last 40 minutes.
Imagine the mental toll on us, for God's sake. What are you talking about, TSM?
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus.
That's true.
A loud cheer there.
Oh, it's so crazy. I mean, there's a million things in this game that could have gone differently and that made a big difference. But ultimately, in these late game situations, it just becomes absolute chaos. And Nouns with a lineup that really thrives in that, right? Rockets everywhere, PL illusions everywhere, Dazzle hexing left, right, and center with his shard. Just the spam from Earth Spirit, Magnetize, Undispellable, and ultimately they do finally overwhelm TSM and close this one out. But holy shit, did they have to work for it?
This was an epic game. I mean, tier 5 items, we talk about it all the time. We finally got a good tier 5 item game. Lots of back and forth, but yeah, TSM, unfortunately for them, they are knocked out of TI Cinder, and they had a pretty good year overall, I would say, but obviously they're going to be pretty disappointed with the way things end here.
And what a run from Nouns already, right?
Absolutely.
This is a team, international tournaments this year, they have not had the best results. They are now secured top 8, so they will be playing in the Climate Pledge Arena next weekend.
That's right.
And honestly, I think a lot of people going into this tournament, I most for sure would have not expected a top 8 finish from this team. And now the question is, what's the ceiling? Like, if you can effectively tank out games like this, you had to really, you know, delay and stall and have your composure for so long.
Maybe I'm a bit biased. Nouns gives off a little bit of DC vibe, right? They have Moo on the team, of course, but get crushed in the upper bracket. It's a surprise that they're even there to begin with. And then lower bracket run begins. Will that happen again? I don't know, but definitely a great showing overall from Nouns this game and the whole series overall. I mean, Gunnar had a rough time in game number 2 after owning in game 1, but they destroyed. I believe we have the panel ready to go. So let's see if they can break this down. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sunspot Cinderin. Quite a lot to talk about in this second game. Congratulations, of course, to Nouns making it to top 8. A hell of an achievement, but more importantly, now being the top dog in North America. Fear, I bet that is quite the triumph.
Absolutely crazy going out through this year. They were always sitting on that 3rd spot, not be able to make it to a lot of the majors this year, and now all of a sudden, without just today, right? TSM, they take out Shopify Rebellion. Now they play TSM, they 2-0 TSM, clearly stating at this road to the international, they're the best team in North America, and what a feat just over the year to get that good that fast.
Yeah, I think the improvement especially is something that we'll talk about a lot as they continue their road in the lower bracket. We do have to attempt, as the commentator said, to break this game down that we just watched because, well, there was a Phantom Lancer in the game, and let's be real, FEU always knew that he was going to pull it through.
I mean, when I said the PL would be a problem, I didn't expect the problem to start happening at minute 60. I mean, that's just Hector for you. I can't believe he played the first 45 minutes of that game with minimal kill involvement. Was 0 kills, 1 death, something like that. I'm not even sure, but I mean, that was just really well played by Nouns. They held on for as long as they could. It was that high ground defense ultimately that took them there, with the AA Ice Blast into the Rocket Flares, into the Cogs, into the Magnetize, just pushing heroes back. And because of his team being able to hold out for that long, he eventually reached the point where he could deliver.
Yeah, and deliver they did. Nouns moving forward, and you can see on the camera that everybody is having a great old time. And I know someone who's having a great old time. It is Gunnar and Pyrion.
Yeah, thanks, Sheeves. I am here with Gunnar. Oh my God, you must be exhausted.
Yeah, I'm like shaking, but it was fun. It was a good time.
I mean, we were all hoping that there would be a game like that at some point today, just like a really good back and forth. The gold lead was like 2K even at 60 minutes. How do you stay focused in a game like that?
we try to listen to Lelis a lot of the time, and then there are times where we just didn't say a word. Like when they were chasing Hector, at some point we were like, guys, can we save him? Like, no one's talking. Hector didn't say a word. I tipped him because he was owning. And they were like, we can save him. And then he died, and we're like, oh, never mind, guys. So I don't know. A lot of it was just kind of silent until the fights. We're just like, okay, we can fight.
So is it just like slightly organized chaos at that point? You're just kind of just clinging on?
Yeah, somewhat. We have to talk about how to take the fights. Like, oh, I can go on the support, blah, blah, blah. We want to take the fight this way. But once the fights break down, it's just a lot of yelling, and like everyone just has to click their spells.
So how does it feel now at TI12 to be the best team in NA?
Feels good to make it to TI. The road is over. I'm blessed to be out of this road after so many years. So, and you know, in NA, USA, TI, back again in Seattle. So feeling good.
Can we get a USA chart to support Nouns, please? There you go, Gunnar. Congratulations and good luck further.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Gunnar and Pyrion. Nouns to the International. Next week, of course, in the Climate Pledge Arena. We're going to break this game down further because I just want to talk, Lacoste, about something that we were promised. Start of the game, we heard Moon say, you know what? We're just going to run at them.
Yeah, it didn't happen. I mean, there was like 20, 25 minutes of nothing happening. Crowd was cheering for a smoke, for any kind of a small play, Dazzle blinking, using Hand of Midas, because they've been turtling so much. Like, we also, you know, using the word turtle, it's been a long time, because they had Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork, Ancient Apparition with his thing, Dazzle blinking out, and also Hector. Is this like K1 or 1K, because he had 978 CS in this game. Dude was nuts. He was really pushing the limits, and I think Gunnar explained it well, because they didn't know like what the hell he's doing. Like, he's kind of used to doing this stuff, because Hector, people always talk about him, you know, being AFK farm, and this one, he really did it. Like, he was not showing up, and then suddenly 50, 60 minutes into the game, the guy shows up with 6 items. What are you gonna do? And you need to face him eventually, because he's the final boss.
Yeah. I mean, this game was very good for Nouns. It must have been very stressful for TSM. We're going to find out how stressful with Tomato.
Thank you. We're here with Timado. We got some questions for you, Timado, after that game. I'm just going to start. Honestly, that was one of the wildest games we got to see at TI. Is it fun for you in that moment? With all the pressure, is there a moment that you actually get to enjoy the game and actually realize where you are, how far you've made it?
Of course, I wake up every day. I practice 10 hours a day every single day of my life for the entire year for this moment. So when I'm there, I'm just like, I'm in my zone, you know? I'm just like trying to win. It's very fun. I feel very sad, but I also feel happy because I really gave it my all. Maybe I could have played better game 1, but that's just life, you know?
Timado nos cuenta que esa partida para él fue divertida en su momento, obviamente se siente triste por haber perdido, pero él juega cada día 10 horas al día para poder llegar a este momento. Es un momento que él aprecia muchísimo, es un momento que es muy importante para él y se ha esforzado mucho y no puede sentirse mal porque ha jugado tan bien como él ha podido, aunque quizá un poco mejor podría haber jugado la partida 1 según él. I actually want to talk to you about your year. You've had, every interview I've had with you this year, you've talked about this feeling of beating oneself, of this path of self-discovery, of becoming a better player. And even earlier, you were talking that you felt like you were actually peaking right now, that just as a team especially. How has this journey been for you? How does it feel now to make it to TI in what you think is a really good form?
It feels really nice. I thought this would be the year. Clearly it wasn't. I think everyone should be proud of themselves, how much they've changed. For a lot of people, this is like their first time they're on a stage and their first ever like competitive team. I really like my team. I'm very proud of them of how far they've come. And yeah, it sucks to lose. At least not last like the other years. I try to look at the positives. But it was a good year. I think I really enjoyed the Dota I played. I gave it my all the entire year. I had ups and downs. I learned a lot as a person and as a player. So it's been a nice year.
Preguntándole sobre el año, nos dice que para él ha sido un buen año. Se siente muy orgulloso de su equipo, cree que son muy buenas personas y buenos jugadores y cree que han estado mejorando todo el año y se ha divertido mucho este año. Cree que cuando llegan al TI, este iba a ser el año de verdad. No ha pasado, pero no pasa nada porque para ellos es la superación y seguir intentándolo y al menos saber que han jugado con su mejor Dota posible. Now, a lot of people, we're doing this interview for 2 languages, that's how many fans you have, Timado, and 2 whole communities. These people, they've supported you, and they will keep supporting you with this loss now. Is there anything you'd like to tell these fans, or perhaps the people are watching you, some maybe special people that came to watch you today as well? Anything you'd like to say to them?
I hope you guys enjoy the games. We really gave it our all. We're not going to give up. We're going to keep trying. Especially I can speak for myself. I'm not giving up. This only motivates me to wake up tomorrow and go again. You know, there's a next year TI. So, and thanks to my family for being here and the people that care about me, that are watching my games. It motivates me, and to all my fans, thank you so much for supporting us and me.
The fans are already cheering. Can we get a couple more cheers for Timado here? Thank you. Timado dice que le da las gracias a los fans, a todos que han estado apoyando todo este año. Sí, aquí acaba la carrera de este año, pero no acaba su carrera en general. Timado va a seguir dándole el todo, tiene motivación encontrada por esto, y también una gracias especial a su familia que ha venido a verle el día de hoy. Gracias a todos los fans por apoyarle y a todas las comunidades, to both communities, English, Spanish, that are supporting Timado here, and we'll continue to support him. Thank you so much from myself, from Timado, and from TSM. This is not the end, is it, Timado?
It isn't.
It isn't.
It is not.
But it is the end of this segment, so we're going to go back to the panel so they can tell us more about this lovely game.
Thank you very much. It's bittersweet, you guys. It's bittersweet fair to see Timado exit here with TSM. And you mentioned that they gave it their all. I think the game, the series we just witnessed, it did feel like they gave it their all.
They definitely did, and hopefully it doesn't eat on him too much. He realizes, well, that game 1, he probably could have played better, and it's very easy to look back on that moment for sometimes the rest of your life, right? Like, what if I would have played this one game better? But that doesn't really help you. Hopefully they move on from that and just learn from the experience.
Yeah, you can't get hung up on like the one game, the one moment. That's not a healthy thing to do. We can also see where this puts not just TSM now on the sidelines, but also Nouns as we look at our bracket. Effie, we move forward. Elimination is part of the process. Losing is, you know what? If you're playing Dota, you lose more than you win. That's just the nature of competitive Dota. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, TI's got one winner and a whole bunch of losers, and it's just the way it's always been. But these players understand the nature of this, and they're not concerned. And the cannibalization of North America is done in this lower bracket. I feel like every single TI, it happens with a region that they just meet in the lower bracket and knock each other out. Last year it was with the South American teams. This year it was with the North American teams. But they gave us a great series out of it, so I don't mind.
No, and North America is not out. Nouns moving forward. We saw that they sit there in the next round of the lower bracket without an opponent, Lacoste. They don't have anybody to play against.
Yeah, they're gonna need to chill for a couple of days and wait to see who's gonna win, 9Pandas or Gaming Gladiators. And I think a lot of people didn't expect Nouns to do this well, and they're a team to beat on a good day. Like yesterday, they didn't have that good of a time against the Azure, but today they really stepped it up. So, you know, it's TI, everybody's gotta give their 100%, and you're gonna be careful about it.
Yep, and the upcoming 2 teams are gonna give their 100% as well, as Lacoste said. 9Pandas, Gaming Gladiators, that is our upcoming series. It will be our final series of the day, and it will be another elimination match. So we're gonna have an interesting time. We're gonna have a bloodbath, maybe a little bit more back and forth as we have in a previous series. That's just my personal wish. Before we head into the deep dive of the statistics of it all, I do wish to learn a little bit more about Gaming Gladiators.
I think our group stage didn't really go as people would have hoped it to be.
Like a trash. That's why we lost a couple of games. We play like a trash and we lost the talent. That's why we go to the loser bracket, because we are too bad.
Mindset, prestige, pressure, expectation. TI just has a special ring to it, and maybe that's getting to people's head. I don't know what it is especially, but I could also feel it within the team in bootcamp coming here. There's something that makes people more upset, more frustrated, more ambitious, and I know small things can be off, but small things can make a big difference in the end. Every loss is a bit of a setback. You also learn a lot more from those losses, and I believe that we can make it and sort of fix our issues.
I think it's more motivating, to be honest. Like, nobody's gonna be sad if you're losing. You're just gonna be angry. You're just gonna be mad and angry at yourself that you're like not performing well, losing or doing some stupid mistakes. You need to play faster and better.
Yeah, we definitely proved before that we can be one of the best, and I believe that we can do it again. I'm hoping for a miracle run through the lower bracket, and I hope you guys are there all the way, because it's gonna be fun.
Gaming Gladiators is hoping for a miracle run in the lower bracket. So is Nine Pandas, of course. But when talking about Gaming Gladiators, they are the major champion three-peat of this year, Effie. They have so much experience at winning that maybe we heard Tofu talk about it, losing at TI. Apparently it hits different.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure. There is a lot of glory, of course, to a TI win. And every single time a team is dominant for the entire year, they've never won a TI. And I feel like that's also getting to Gamen's heads. I mean, they were the team to watch for the entirety of the competitive year. Everyone studied their replays, everybody studied them. And it seems like they've fizzled out right before a TI, just as it always goes. But I do think that this team has players that are capable of bouncing back, especially like the video we just watched. They said that they admit that they played bad. They had a lot of time to sit together and talk through their mistakes, and maybe they'll bring their older version of themselves here today.
Yeah, we also have Nine Pandas, Lacoste, that has to bounce back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the team that throughout the whole year consistently placed at 6th place, 7th place, pretty much at every single tournament. This is also like a relatively newly formed team. You know, you have Solo, you have Ramses playing together again, and they were doing like really good. Another Eastern European team, another Eastern European powerhouse that is very difficult to take down.
Very difficult to take down. This will be a fantastic series. Both of these teams have a lot of experience facing each other, and they're going to do so again here on the stage on Seattle. We got the Ratio, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, Celery, and CY. And they have won every single major this year, which is absolutely unheard of. They have absolutely crushed it, and they want to do so again. They're going to have to make it to the grand finals to do so. And their lower bracket run here with Nine Pandas continues. Nine Pandas with Ramses, Kiyotaka, Miero, and Taras, Solo, and the M. They have had a rocky year. They've been present every step of the way, every major they were there. But they have not had the same all roses run fear as Gaming Gladiators does, but they are still here. And they're still fighting, and they are looking good doing it.
Yeah, this is a team coming from Eastern Europe, one of the big three, I would call them. And they've been really good, but inconsistent. That has been the problem with Nine Pandas here. They seem to have a strategy, a formula, I would say, of like how to win games. And once that's been figured out, and that maybe this TI, they might need to restructure a little bit, because they have been trying what they've been winning with in the past, the Alchemist, and it's just not working right now. So I'm very curious to see. This is a team that many teams would call cheesy in the past, but cheese can only take you so far. And have they brought more cheese to the table? We'll have to see today.
You know, I don't necessarily think that they need cheese to win, because I feel like their ceiling is very high. And the issue with yesterday was just Kiyotaka did not have the Kiyotaka-like performances that we're used to. And typically, he is the win condition in Nine Pandas, and yesterday, he just was not hitting. So if they were able to correct a little bit of their drafting issues or the way they play around him, they can definitely be a dominant team.
They can be a dominant team. Will they be dominant enough? I will say the record between Nine Pandas and Gaming Gladiators is a very Gaming Gladiators favorite. I can't believe that they've played 15 games against each other this year, which is a lot. Only 4 of them, Lacoste, went the way of Nine Pandas. So in this series, I mean, I'm going to say there's going to be a lot of experience between the two, which might help Nine Pandas, but on paper, this is an uphill battle.
Absolutely. I mean, if you wanted to win a tournament in 2023, you always needed to do extra prep for Gaming Gladiators because eventually you're going to need to play them. It was pretty much like that for the good 6-7 months, and then Team Spirit took over slightly. But yeah, Nine Pandas, they're the team that, you know, can be hit or miss from time to time, but also a lot of these young players who are extremely skilled. Eastern Europe produced so many good players, and everybody talks, when you mention Nine Pandas, Kiyotaka. Like, he's definitely the one that always pops up because he has a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, and when we talk about Kiyotaka, we got to talk about the mid matchup because it's an exciting one. Kiyotaka, youngest player at the International in Seattle here, and he's going up against Quinn, North American player, and I feel like we got a very exciting matchup between those two. Effie, what is the most exciting part about it?
I think it's just going to be a matter of which player can enter the game faster for his team. Because in terms of lane mechanics, they both have it on lock. It's not like we're going to see one player stomp the other. They're both the highest tier of laners that we have in this tournament, you know, with the exception of some others who weren't mentioned, but it's not about that, right? It's how their supports can play around them, the rune security, which rotations are going to work out. But in terms of this matchup, I do have a little fun fact. There was a tournament a few months ago. It was the BB Dacha tournament, and there was a 1v1 tournament that was played. It was a best of 3, and one of the rounds was Kiyotaka versus Quinn, and Kiyotaka actually won. It was very interesting. I don't know how relevant that is to a conversation like this, but I thought it was pretty curious.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially knowing that this is just the start of Kiyotaka's career. Who knows where he'll be in just a couple of years' time. And when we talk about the youngest player on the team, we got to talk about the oldest player on the team, and also in Seattle in solo. And I want to talk. I mean, okay, I'm a little biased. I'm Dutch. Celery is Dutch. He's position 5. That's where I was gonna go with that. But it is also, it's a very different style of playing position 5 here. I feel like Celery is, you know, he's playing the Enchantresses, the Tree and Protectors, and Solo is, I don't know, I still have Solo as a disruptor player in my mind, right?
Right. I mean, Solo's, he's a very aggressive type of player, and we talked about before, like, he loves buying blood grenades, he loves using twin gates, he likes to get aggressive, or we have a difference in Celery. Like, I've seen games where Celery, he's playing a Chen, and it is a universal hero, but I see him go like Manta Butterfly, try to scale with these type of heroes. He's no stranger of like becoming the hard carry of the game, especially on heroes like Enchantress, so they definitely have a different type of playstyle, but the one thing I do really like about Celery is like, he plays his role until he needs to transition, right? So he's always that hard support, but it's like, oh, we're lacking damage, I'm Inch, I'm just gonna buy a BKB and a Hurricane Pike, I'll carry this game.
That's what he did this morning.
Yep.
Because this is the second time we see Gaimin on the stage, Lacoste, and that also means that Nine Pandas has seen them on the stage. There's a lot to learn from a series like that, but I think one thing to learn is indeed maybe don't give Gaimin Enchantress.
Yeah, most likely. But I was just watching Celery, meditating, you know, getting prepped for the game. This dude is awesome. Like,
yes.
I can easily talk to him, and he's just, you know, he came out of nowhere pretty much. You know, the whole squad, the old Viking.gg, and now with this team being like the captain of a team, like, we needed new type of blood. I'm wondering what's going through his mind right now.
Is he meditating? Because his brows are furrowed. He looks kind of in pain.
It looks like he's typing.
Just a nap, guys.
Good morning.
Sometimes just take a nap.
Yeah, but we know a lot of players have a lot of rituals to get into the zone. So, you know, this is the second time on the grand stage here for Celery, here with the Road to the International. Last time at the International, they also, with Gaming Gladiators, they came top 12, which is right where they are right now. This is a team that's won every single major. I think getting eliminated here, Fear, would be absolute disappointment.
It definitely would, but this is kind of what happens when you dominate the whole year. There's a target on your back. And it's not just the other teams, like the patches come for you too, because whatever you're doing is really good. And I feel like Gaming Gladiators, a lot of things they did with, like, got nerfed really hard patch after patch, and then now it got to a whole new stage where the map has changed, and I feel like you have to play a completely different style. They really like to abuse the auras, group up, play these timing-based things. It's a lot harder to do this now, so they were kind of forced to adapt, and now they're in a situation at TI where how good is this team? We know how good they are on certain patches. Now, can they adapt?
That is exactly it, what you just said, because I did have a conversation with Quinn a few days ago, and I asked him what it is that they're struggling so much with, and he just said that they felt so dominant at the last patch and they played so many things well that got entirely nerfed because of how well they played it. So not only did they have to find new things that they can do just as well, but they're also adjusting to the map, which every team is doing, and it feels like a free-for-all for everybody where there can't really be a dominant team when the patch is this fresh.
It's the curse of doing well, because if you're doing well with something, other people are going to copy it, and then everybody's doing well with it, so then obviously it must be broken, so then it must be nerfed, and then you have to start over again.
When they were playing on the previous patches, this was the team that you kind of knew what was going to come. Like, they were not too innovative with their picks, but they started to be innovative in the last couple of, month or two, because I see Dyrachyo playing this CK. They're playing meta heroes. He banged out Weaver early on as position 1, and also Quinn. Like, he loves to play Necro. We've seen in the series that they played against EG, this is the hero to look out for. 24-bit Necro. When I was doing some research, I'm like, okay, let's see what Quinn is playing, and he definitely caught my eye with this Necro pick. One of the strongest heroes against all of these like tanky heroes, and if you don't have enough magical damage, be careful, you might come out.
Yep. One thing that I'm going to look for this game, though, we have, over the last year, we talked a lot about it, and we'll do so here again, because Ace and Tofu, it's like the magical lane coming out from Gaming Gladiators for me, Effie. We got Ace as one of the most stable offlaners, supported by Tofu. This is a duo that has... They want to play together. They came from the position 1 and 5 playing on the safe lane. There was no place for them in that team then as the safe laner, so they both went to the off lane. It's working out so well with this duo.
They've been playing together for so long, and they spend so much time with each other outside of Dota that they're just on the same page. They're one of those historic offlane duos that are going to go down in Dota history, just like Baboka and XXS were, amongst many others. But when two players have gotten to know each other that well and feel that kind of comfort around each other, then you have a rock. You have a stable lane on your team consistently, and that's always been the it factor with Gaming Gladiators. It's been the stability of the Ace and Tofu lane. It's always a lane that you can depend on to enable you in that mid game.
And enabling in the mid game, on the flip side, we got to talk about Miero and Antares, because this is a duo, Lacoste, that is so young and so fresh. We got 20-year-old, 21-year-old. This is an offlane duo that a lot of people last year wouldn't have heard of.
Absolutely. I mean, this is their first time at the TI, and these are also the players that don't have much experience on the competitive scene, but they're doing really hot.
They're doing really hot. How hot will they do here?
Gaming Gladiators.
Nine Pandas versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 1.
All right, it's on. We got draft. It is Dota time. We got Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side. We got 9 Pandas on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Gaming. Am I saying that right? No, I'm not saying that right. Fear, am I saying that right?
Saying what right?
Gaming has first pick.
Oh, I'd have to see here.
They do, yes.
They do, but that's so unusual. This is why I'm second guessing myself, because normally we do not see a Radiant team having first pick.
They're Radiant and first pick? Okay, let me tell you, the statistic from Road to TI group stages for every match that had Radiant and first pick, that was a 74% win rate. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, this is why I'm still doubting myself, you know?
So whoever has first ban has first pick. Who had first ban here?
Yeah, first ban is Gaming. Yeah, no, we're not doubting ourselves. This is all good. This is part of the plan. 9 Pandas planned this out. This is a strategy. And let's talk heroes, because we got quite a few bans, but quite a few usual suspects still left in the pool, Fear.
Yeah, there's definitely too many heroes in Dota right now to ban everything, and every single team has had a different preference on what they want to overall first pick for the game. I do like that the Dazzle was taken out and the Brewmaster by 9 Pandas. That Dazzle looked incredibly scary. If you look back to when Gaming were at their prime, they pick a lot of healers, they pick a lot of push, they're on Radiant as well, and I think one of the reasons why Radiant is so powerful right now is the fact that it's just the day-night cycle when Roche is on what side. And typically when you're on Radiant, you are playing on the Dire side. side, and around that 15-minute mark, the 20-minute mark, you can take an Aegis and get it ahead of the game pretty easily.
There's one hero that is still left in the pool, that's Muerta. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they love to flex the hero because Tofu plays it extremely well. I think him and FY might be the best players that are playing the hero right now because they are not missing those dead shots. They know how to utilize them in the lane, and also a lot of the times you'll see them paired up with these like strong offlaners like a Centaur Tidehunter, and then you can leave them alone as soon as they get like multiple points in Kraken Shell or they get a Vanguard, and then you can start roaming around.
And Bristleback too, right? That's what they play today. The AA ban probably indicates the Bristleback pick. That's usually the hero that people choose against. Oh, they CK, that is interesting. I don't think they've done this once for the entirety of the tournament. Yeah, they normally do not run the CK in the overall first phase. But I do like this pivot because it indicates that they want a self-sustaining safe laner, something that you can leave alone after a while and just have your supports play around that mid lane. And that's that matchup we were talking about earlier, the Quinn versus Kiyotaka. How well are the supports going to enable them?
It's also another hero that deals really well with Bristleback at the moment. Builds into Silver Edge, overwhelming damage. If you just turn him around, you have a stun, so you can go around and actually kill him during those like 2-3 seconds of a stun that you have. And run undefeated.
Yeah, to add on top of that, it's the laning too, right? Bristol spamming you all the time. You have that self-sustain with the Chaos Strike. Because that's where Dota always starts as a pro player. It's like, sure, in theory, you can just make any hero work in the late game, but you got to get through the laning stage. So you want a hero that can get through the lanes, but also be good throughout the game. And CK's just done solid this tournament. So no matter what you pick, this hero looks pretty good. And Wraith King, this used to be a carry hero, but not so sure anymore, right?
No. An off-lane hero. And of course, we've seen Nine Pandas do it with 2 Radiances on the team as well.
We've seen VP also do it with 2 Radiances, but they do tend to play the Wraith King on the offlane more often than not here, and it works out quite well for them because you have this late game scaling, but you just have the ability to kill early on. Any kind of strong tanky hero with a stun enables you to play aggressively on your side lanes. And we've seen the Blade Mail Radiance build. Wraith Kings on the offlane just become these sort of soft timber saws where they're farming away and they're pushing with their skeletons, and you have to bring attention to them or they take too much of your map away from you.
Usually you'll see Wraith King when the enemy carry can't really put too much pressure on you, but CK is that type of a hero, especially if he's paired up with the strong position 5, so he might struggle a bit in the early stages of the game, but this is also the hero that can easily recover because of his skeleton farming patterns. Map is bigger, one of the reasons why Wraith King came back into meta, and also itemization. You can build into like, whether you want to go for Radiance, you want to go Deso, this Blade Mail that Effie mentioned, and also Aghanim Scepter. This is your core item as your like 3rd, 4th item, which is a better version of A on this because you're actually dealing damage with your spells, you're attacking, and you have like you can't focus people down. Even if you get them killed, they're still gonna get their spells off.
So CK's current win rate, this road to TI, is around 65%. But he's only come out in the first phase a handful of times for teams like Nouns that like to build around him. But for the most part, we've seen the CK come out in the second phase. So I do wonder how effective this hero will be when he comes out overall first. I feel like there are ways to play around this hero. There are ways to pressure him early on. And like we mentioned, it is a self-sustaining type that kind of allows supports to rotate. But will that be beneficial in the overall first phase? I feel like you can pick a hero that can outscale it quite easily now.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see when the picks come out, but we talk about the outscaling, and I really like what Gaming's doing here with their bans here. All the games that they have won with this Wraith King that they put in the offlane with Miro, it's very greedy. Ramses has either played Sven or Alchemist, and they just remove both of those heroes from the equation here. Because you have to look at it this way, right? Kiyotaka, we talk about it all the time. He either wants to play a hero that just is very greedy and wants to farm, or he just kind of has to pop off. Either way, he takes a lot of space, right? Until he pays it back. Miro, he's playing a hero that's going to take a lot of space. Ramses, he's a carry player. He's also going to want to play carry, but the fastest carries that work for them are these blink stunners. Those are now out of the pool. So will you get in a situation like we saw the last time Nine Pandas played for LGD? You're getting way too greedy. All of a sudden you're getting ran over, and Gaming Gladiators is definitely a team that can run you over if you get too greedy.
I think this Antares Skyrath mage is typically the hero that they go for whenever it's available and there's no Phoenix or AA in the pool. But I like what this hero does for Wraith King, because we talked about how CK is a hero that lanes into it quite well, but the extra kill ability that comes from the Skywrath Mage makes it so that you can pressure this CK pre-6. It is hard to out-sustain all of the damage coming out of these concussive shots and these bolts and these Wraith King skeletons. CK doesn't do a great job of killing them early on.
I completely agree. And also, whenever he plays Skywrath Mage, he tends to be super active, not just in his lane, but also going through the Twin Gates and also like refilling bottle, ganking the mid lane. He's not afraid to die whenever he feels like there's something else happening on the map that he can help out with. And we wanted to see Muerta in the first phase. Most likely this is going to be position 4. I love the Centaur pairing a lot because it does allow you to have ways of protecting Muerta with the Stampede and also a killer lane. Like this lane is just insanely good. Maybe Tusk as well is also up there.
Oh, there's that Chen.
Oh, yeah, Celery Chen.
The Celery Chen.
That kind of goes with what Effie was talking a lot about. Like, Chen can help you a lot with the laning stage, with the sustainability. Maybe he won't be getting the aura, the headdress, perhaps he will, but the creep is probably just going to chase around the Skywrath and zone him from the lane, so it can be more of a 1v1 and just help out this DK, make sure the lanes go a bit better.
I mean, Chen looked pretty good when LGD played it a few days ago, but this is Gaimin's first Chen being busted out this year at the TI, and it is a Celery specialty. He is one of the Zoo support players, he always has been. But the issue with Chen that I have is you're kind of consigning your team to playing around the Chen tempo, where it feels like a lot of these games are just going straight into the late game. And we already have this Wraith King, which is one of the cores that's being brought up for 9Pandas, but the way that they play with the Kiyotaka plus Ramsey's double win condition and the likelihood that this Miro Wraith King is going to be in the offlane, I still worry about the scaling potential of Gaimin as of now.
I mean, 9Pandas has ran this lineup before, the exact same 3 opening, but then they picked a Sven, or an Alchemist here, and then coupled by Earth Spirit. So they're going to have to replace the Ramses here, and I think that's going to be super critical to make this just work, right? Because right now, like, this is something they've practiced before, and what are they going to play? Oh, I guess you're going to play Carry Weaver. They're looking for that tempo still.
And that's something that they took out of Gaimin's deck, because that's what they played earlier today, and it looked really great. But I do like this Weaver. I feel like it's a nuisance of a hero. It outputs a lot of damage, but there aren't really many stuns coming out of Gaimin so far. It's just the CK and its projectile stun that Weaver can Shukuchi away from.
What about some good old Spirit Breaker? He's still in the pool against Weaver, having this vision and also silence with Muerta in the lane could cause a lot of issues for, especially at the early levels. I mean, Treant Protector is up there to back him up if Weaver is in trouble, but the other one I was looking into was Dawnbreaker because of the ulti and also the laning stage against the Treant Protector, but maybe they need to have like some kind of a guaranteed stun.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, because like they definitely need to decide. I think they'll pick Lockdown regardless, but will it be Quinn's hero or will it be Ace's hero? That's the other question. And is there a possibility for an offlane CK here and a carry Muerta? Potentially, but most likely I would like to see the CK as a carry.
Bristleback coming out.
Not a stun, not necessarily.
Not a stun.
It's something that Gaimin like to do. In the past, I talk about their lineups all the time. They might be low on stuns, but what they're generally good at is closing the map out and getting really far ahead and just being ahead in net worth. You can build your own stuns with Scythe of Ice being so popular, Abyssal Blades, whatever it might be.
Gaimin Gladiators are going to hit really early timing. This is like Aghanim Scepter Bristleback, +1 item, CK 2 items, and then you can start invading enemy jungle. Chen with the auras, with the Solar Crest against Wraith King. There's going to be a lot of damage mitigated between all of these heroes, and Wraith King, not a hero that comes online quickly from the offlane, so they need to pick something that's going to keep them in the game. I don't think they can go with anything as greedy as they did when they played against LGD. I think Kiyotaka needs to be the one setting the tempo for 9Pandas.
I agree completely with Kiyotaka having to be able to rotate, and if he wants to scale plus rotate at the same time, things like Lina are always up. Lina got banned out, but heroes that fit that archetype, right? They lane very strongly, they go very highly into the late game, and there are things like Storm Spirit potentially could still be there because of the lack of stuns on Gaimin still unaddressed.
Maybe a Spirit Vessel Carrier, or Spirit still in the pool. for them to reduce this bristleback, CK healing coming out, even Earthshaker as well, you know.
They have last pick, right? So I think you're going to be in a situation with Kiyotaka where you get to decide, do we want to pick a hero that's best for the game, or do I want to pick a hero that's going to crush Quinn and slow down the tempo of game?
I do like what Lacoste said earlier about this bristleback not needing much time to play with the Chen, because we were talking about how by picking this Chen and designing your team to play tempo, you might run into the outscaling issues of the offlane Wraith King that's coming down. But the thing about Bristleback is he's online so quickly after taking those stacks. Around minute 16, he has his Vanguard plus Ags plus Shard, which is when his power spike is, and that's about the time that Chen has his mech and is ready to run around the map too. So it does feel a little bit scary unless there's a mid hero that can completely crush the lane.
Now,
Lina would have been perfect. It's so sad to see her out.
We know Nine Pandas intentionally really wanted this overall last pick, so I am expecting the world of Kiyotaka's hero pick. I do also always feel like I have to ask the question, is this a Tinker game? It's Kiyotaka after all.
OD game.
It's an OD,
It's an OD game, I was about to say. I mean,
Now
you have
that
Save
Kunkka
against
comes
Kunkka. There's 3 beefy boys. His Arcane Orb is gonna do a ton of damage. It's a slightly on the greedier side. He went for Hand of Midas against LGD. Maybe if he has a slightly better early game, he's not gonna go for it. You know, Witchblade, Hurricane Pike, something that Somnus does, is the build that I really like.
Necro, OD, or Heroes I'm kind of looking at if you want to really win the lane. If not, then it's like is there a Shaker in the pool, some Earth Spirit, a little bit more stable.
It's an OD game. There
we go.
So the OD that Nine Pandas ran yesterday did not look very good, to be honest, but I'm glad to see that they weren't discouraged by it, because often a lot of teams will run something new, lose with it, and never revisit it, but they saw that it was a good OD game, and Kiyotaka doesn't feel discouraged, so that's very promising, honestly. And for the reasons that Fear and Lacoste mentioned, it's great OD, it's great versus Kunkka, it's great versus tanky heroes, it's going to output a lot of damage, and it's going to be a save versus the X for his teammates.
So we think that this overall last pick for Nine Pandas, this is a really good one for them, Lacoste.
It really is. It's good for the lane, it's good for the game, and also protects Weaver. They have very limited amount of catch. There's X Mark and CK stun, and Weaver doesn't care too much about it. And now with the addition of OD, I'm gonna give a slight advantage to Nine Pandas in this one.
Well, we're going to find out if Nine Pandas can take the first game of this best-of-3 lower bracket series against Gaming Gladiators. But before we see them play it out, let's hear a couple of words from the coach.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with a DM of Nine Pandas. You gave a Weaver to Ramses, and I'm surprised by that because I've been seeing Ramses this entire tournament. Dude likes to hit creeps. It's Sven, it's Alchemist. This time he's playing a hero who likes to fight. What's up with that?
I mean, we have already big core potential in Miera's hero. He's playing Wraith King. He's gonna be Kinder Greedy, I believe. So Ramses on like semi-carry, it's a good idea for this game, I think.
And how about that last pick of the OD? The hero kind of has a tricky track record in this tournament. You guys seem confident about it. What incentivized the pick?
I think we have best player on OD in the tournament, and it's kind of good matchup made for him.
Telling me that Kiyotaka is going to do work right now? I can't wait to see it. Let's get ready for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, looking forward to this series here to end the day in Seattle. It's going to be a fantastic showdown between Nine Pandas and Gaming Gladiators. Fog,
should be.
With the lineups done, what do you sort of make of this? Is the panel correctly called? This OD coming out as the last pick for Kiyotaka. It's against 3 beefy boys. It has that extra element of save. This could be enough to really set up this game to be one where this Weaver could run out of control.
Yeah, especially versus limited control and stuff. It does seem like 2 different styles that are going on here. Gaming, it's a very like, it's got a lot of team fight that comes in from this Kunkka, a lot of team orientation with the Chen as well too. While Nine Pandas, it feels like a lot of independent heroes in particular. The 3 cores, quite independent of each other. So we'll see which one wins out. Will it be a bit of that greed, or will it be more of what feels like a bit of tempo that Gaming Gladiators is kind of looking for with this Chen, with this Kunkka, trying to set that early game.
Already here with the smoke, Gaming Gladiators trying to see if they can catch Nine Pandas by surprise. We'll get dispelled here. Ramses knows he's pretty free to go where he wants. Stun will connect. There's a little bit of damage, but as talked about, not a lot of follow-up after that initial stun to lock this Weaver down. At any point, even, you know, especially in these early points at this level 1.
This could be a kind of crazy clash. Wraith King considering it, but Miera's actually just going to stick himself down bottom, so not going to actually have that big clash right now.
Okay.
30 seconds to
Yeah, this should be a really exciting one. We have tons of cool interactions and stuff like that as well, too. And that's why we see this OD picked up versus the Kunk, of course, as they mentioned on panel 2, just beefy boys, right? That's what this meta is all about. So Kiyotaka, yeah, he's looking to really get away with this hero versus this lack of disable, and versus just, he has a lot of distractions on his team, too, right? He has this Weaver that's going to be going in fights, the Wraith King that's starting fights for him, too. So see if Kiyotaka is going to be able to reign supreme. And let's see what the Chen's going to be able to do, right? Hero that's, I think this is the 4th pick at the tournament. It's 2-1 at the moment. Not many people are really going for it here, so. Definitely very different than the typical Celery playing like his Enchantress and stuff like that. It's quite a different hero, especially in lane and mid game, what he's going to be able to apply.
I mean, this bottom lane, right, the fact that, you know, you obviously have this safe lane CK for Dyrachyo.
Yeah.
Regardless of what support he has by his side, he's going to be pretty solid. So with the two of them here, it's going to be a lane where the CK shouldn't be under too much pressure, right? I feel like he's going to farm, the Wraith King's going to farm.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's going to do as this Chen in particular, because the lane sometimes can be a little bit tough to guarantee, but he has a CK who has, you know, who's one of the best laners in general, so looking forward to see what that's going to happen. I'm mostly going to be looking at mid, see how this matchup goes in the first few waves.
Yeah, we'll see how much Kiyotaka is able to deny away from Quinn, play smartly with the Astrals early on.
That first wave, pretty good for Quinn right there, 5-1.
And top, I mean, is this something we're going to start seeing more and more of, these safe lane Weavers coming back? Is this sort of the patch for it? What do you sort of feel is causing some of these teams to reconsider bringing this Weaver back into the meta?
That's a good question. I think that we were kind of seeing like a lot of carries being played from the off lane and stuff like that, so people are trying to look for these semi-carries that are able to make a lot of moves in the early game. At least that's what it feels like to me. Not too sure, but the hero seems pretty decent right now. And I'm seeing people actually buying the Shard, too, to be able to get that extra bit of farm and stuff, too, and maybe versus something like CK, if he's able to actually get that applied and get some kind of clear, perhaps there could be something else there, too. See what Ramses likes to do with it.
And should be, what, decent enough lane against the Bristle?
Should be.
The stick, you're pretty much always going to have full charges, so you can use that Shukuchi pretty freely to secure those CS.
Yeah, that being said, Ace should have a pretty okay time up here in particular. Let's Gaming is set up for some nice lanes that are pretty difficult to punish.
That mid matchup still having a little bit of an edge here, Quinn.
Yeah.
First few levels against Kiyotaka.
I feel like that's the case always for the ODs, right? So around like the level 4 hits, and then that's when he's usually able to take advantage of a lot of these melee mids. But I think most of the time the melee mids, first few levels, they do come out quite a bit ahead.
Bottom lane, Miro.
The Ghost.
He just gets run down by the two of them. Celery. Getting the power of the Ghost there from the jungle.
No hesitation. They saw Antares leave the lane for just a quick second. They make that aggro move. Nice. CK, this hero is very scary. He's able to get off to a good start like this. Very difficult to pressure him.
I mean, it is a lane here. Top lane. Tofu. They're going to lose him. I mean, Ace should be fine. Both safe lanes getting involved in a bit of positive action for each side of the map. And which can absolutely continue. This bottom lane as well, you know, Miro and Antares on the Sky, on this Wraith King, not the highest of armor heroes, right? So if Gaming Gladiators, Dyrachyo is able to start getting his hands on them, running them down in those sort of situations, definitely high kill potential.
It does feel like this is probably one of the cooler pairings in particular, just because that Chen sometimes can be a little weak the first few levels. CK is just unbelievably strong the first few levels, so a cool pairing that they're making work out here. And yeah, he got the Ghost. Yeah. Which is one of the best creeps it feels like you can probably get here.
Absolutely, yeah, 9 Pandas, they've got to be careful with their positioning down here.
Yeah.
If they step forward and Gaming Gladiators see the chance to start making a move, they'll get the kills. Trying to make a go themselves onto Dyrachyo, but he's got 10 stick.
Yeah, and he's got the second point in Chaos Strike. He just goes for full sustain in this lane.
Yeah, he can tank throughout this all.
Yep, big damage.
Go back up.
Usually you do see the 1-1-1 skill build, but that just says a lot about how he feels about this lane, that he's just going to be able to sit here.
Overall, though, incredibly even on the CS right now across the board. Top lane, getting a good shot back here to push Solar back towards the two of them. Should manage to finish him off. A couple more quills from Ace. They got it. Dopa takes him down. Ramses indeed fighting for the trade. A few tower hits coming in onto Ace as well. Means that Ramses might just be able to clean up the two of them. He's got the stick charges.
Should
the
have
spray stacks are adding up. But Ramses is able to fight through them, take him down. Double kill for the safe lane Weaver.
Got a nice connection with the Swarm there onto them. very good versus the Bristleback early on, and as he can be a pretty low armor hero, a lot of these strength heroes early do lack that. So 4 armor, Ramsey's able to get some nice kills.
Absolutely, huge for him there on that lane, getting that especially the solo XP on that last one as well. It's going to mean that he's going to get accelerated level 6. Once he has that, I mean, as we said already from the draft, it's not easy to lock down this Weaver. No. They have a stun or two, the CK maybe into the Kunkka setup, but outside of that, you're not silencing him. Ramses is going to be able to time lapse pretty much every time.
Yeah, and every single time too. It's like when these heroes, when the 5 position dies, he just brings a full Falcon Blade now to Ramsey. So this lane for the Weaver looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, very hard to bully him out of it now.
Bottom, aggression, Miero.
See if they can chase him down under the tower. It's getting close to tier 1. Duracho and Celery, they don't care. They'll still take him out.
That's through the chainmail, the ring of protection and everything too. He's trying to get a little bit to protect
it really
himself, but this time it's not the Ghost, it's the Harpy Stormcrafter, so a bit more of that magical damage that comes through to bring him down too.
Now for sure, Celery making great use of these early neutral creep that he's grabbing.
Yeah, and there's not really anything a hero like Skywrath can actually do to prevent this. You don't have a stun or anything that give this kind of meaningless slow in particular right now.
They're bringing Solo over.
They're bringing Solo. This is a good move.
Very much necessary. Gaming Gladiators getting a little bit too much out of this bottom lane. Solo, he turns up to help try and shut it down, as they should, slowly but surely, find the CK. It's 9 Pandas. They'll look to do their best here to rectify the situation down bottom. And they can make these moves. They know Ramsey's up top as a Weaver. He's under no sort of threat. Takes a bit of damage, but stick charges are there. He's perfectly fine. He can be left on his own. Gives him that solo XP to get towards that 6 as quickly as he can.
Yeah, this is a really cool rotation. It's going to have a double effect now too, right? Solo, he's going to play around mid. Quinn, of course, wants to be able to get a rune. So he's going to perhaps be able to just prevent that as well as making that move bottom. So really heads up play there from Solo. I like that move a lot.
See if we get anything explosive here on the power runes. It's just going to be a regen rune here for Quinn.
But he gets the rune, right? So he gets a little bit lucky with that spawn there, even though the rotation's coming out. But things sticking pretty damn even. 3 to 4 gold as well. The Weaver just a bit ahead because of those kills he was able to get. And he's getting really good levels since he's just completely isolated top with the tree moving around. So Ramsey's on top of these cores.
Yeah,
early Javelin.
We'll see how active he is indeed, because of course he's got these other 2 cores that are going to end up being rather greedy. You know, Kiyotaka, of course, going the Midas route as the OD. Talking about Kiyotaka, he's getting gone up on the mid lane. Tofu is able to block off his escape. As the TP's coming in from 9 Pandas, not quite quickly enough to be able to do anything in return and save Kiyotaka's. He goes down.
The one thing I do have definitely worries about the OD, even though it's that matchup, of course, versus the Kunkka to be able to save and stuff like that. The Muerta's annoying. Anytime when you're playing versus silences as OD, it is very, very debilitating. So we'll have to keep eyes on that whenever they're able to get on top of Kiyotaka.
Yeah, and as I was sort of saying, you feel like having this Weaver semi-carry, it's going to provide enough for 9 Pandas to fight through that portion of the game. You know, where your off-lane Wraith King's trying to get his Radiance, where your mid-lane OD's trying to farm with the Midas.
It might be difficult, honestly, because just running into the wall that you feel like gaming's going to build up with a Chen, it could be difficult for a hero like Weaver to push them off of these towers, right?
Bottom lane. This time around, they won't be successful. Mira able to step back.
My concern really for 9 Pandas is when the group up starts to hit, right? Because they've gone for a pretty greedy route with these triple cores. So when the push starts hitting, who's going to be the one to stop them? And Solo, pretty much soloed by Celery there in the Chen.
Yeah, Tofu offering up a little bit with a nicely angled dead shot button. Celery. Making a lot of work happen here.
He's level 6.
I mean, he's 3-0-1, been completely crushing it on this Chen performance so far. This bottom area of the map, I don't know if you want to go down here as 9 Pandas. This Chen, he's going to handle you.
The tempo they can set with these type of early levels, taking towers and stuff like that. 9 Pandas, they really don't have deep push at all. They have no way to clear creep waves or anything. They have to fight.
I mean, they're just storming across the map here. Gaming Gladiators, they head back over towards the mid. They've got the combo set up on towards Kiyotaka. Both comes crashing in onto him and Solo.
Hello.
They take Kiyotaka out again. Solo's going to fall. The Torrent catches him. I mean, there's only so much Antares can do. He better start running himself. Gets hit by a huge Tidebringer down to half his HP.
There's a dead shot. Tofu can't line it up, though.
But still, these couple of kills starting to bump up the lead now for Gaming Gladiators. 3K advantage. I mean, as I say, the greed that you're going to see from the mid OD and the offlane Wraith King, it could be sort of on track to be punished pretty hard with how good this start of the game's now beginning to go for Gaming Gladiators.
It truly is the definition of speed versus greed, it feels like. And right now, Gaming, I mean, the 3 lanes, now they're starting to look really good with these 2 moves. Even though the Weaver's having that good game, we'll see how much he's going to be able to do to prevent these pushes. They're going to start coming quickly, especially with how good of a game Celery's having. He's going to have Solar Crest pretty much done. Yeah. So the group up and taking up these towers, they're going to have to bring numbers on the side of 9
They're going to have to bring Ramses quite early as well. As soon as he has this Maelstrom done, he's got to consider turning up to these fights. And it's not going to be easy to do. Whilst they can't really catch him super easily, he's not going to have a lot of HP to work with when he's turning up with the Maelstrom alone. The damage these Tidebringer hits, as we've seen already from Quinn. Get caught in a combo, you will still die very, very easily as this Weaver early on.
And honestly, it's not the most type of disables, but it is there. Like, if they get the X on him, he's just probably dead. They have the follow-up that will be there from the Muerta, if potentially from the CK if he's there too, so.
It's a lot. I mean, sure, Kiyotaka has the Astral maybe to save someone or something, but it's not going to be enough to save them all.
No. And these next few moments, probably these next like 8 minutes or so are going to be a bit concerning for sure for 9Pandas, unless Ramses is able to make some magic happen.
Yep.
He's got the Maelstrom done, so he is very farmed, but look at the farm of Miero. I think this is the least farmed I've seen him be able to be on this Wraith King. He's below the Chen.
I mean, I guess you always expect some sort of struggle when you're playing the hero that got first picked in the draft, right?
True.
Gaming Gladiators, they had the whole draft to approach that. See bottom, Dyrachyo. He was able to finish this one off.
Should be able to.
The Celery helping out there with the drag back of the Wild Wing Ripper, continuing to go beyond and above here with his Chen performance.
And the levels for the supports continue to struggle on the side of 9Pandas. Celery now level 7.
Yep.
Solo's only level 4.
Ramses.
He's trying to get involved. He's going to be a little cautious. He has a haste, trying to push the limits.
Going to start teasing around with him a little bit. And then Solo down here. I mean, Celery's not easy to get. Ramses is going to try and start farming some of Celery's army that he has.
Okay, but you can't really commit for a kill. Hand of God is at the ready.
It's a bit awkward.
Yeah. And in the meanwhile, too, Ace, he's just been freely sitting on those Ancients, so look at his net worth. He just skyrocketed to the top, clearing all the stacks that they've been prepping. So already a 6K lead very quickly now for Gaming Gladiators, and they're ready to fight. Like, they are not afraid to take any of these battles at the moment.
In terms of the farm for 9Pandas, obviously Midas was finally done on Kiyotaka, but it's still going to be quite some time before Miero can really begin to build up towards that Radiance.
They have like no team fight whatsoever on 9Pandas, especially with the fact that the supports in particular are so under level. The tree is kind of their biggest team fight. So yeah, they're just gonna have to farm to kind of recover. The gaming, they're getting so much more out of the map at the moment.
They're on the hunt. They know if they get any sort of grab, they're getting a kill.
And he uses the Astral. There's an opening. He doesn't even have boots, so he's very slow.
I mean, he's playing careful. He's backing away from the lane. After using that Astral. Quinn, he's hunting behind the tier 1.
Ramses was able to scout it at least and break that smoke.
They're still going for it. I mean, look at Dyrachyo. He's up here in this part of the area, this area of the map, looking for the catch. He gets to drag back with a Rift. I mean, Ramses, see if he can do anything to sort of dissuade them from chasing down Kiyotaka. But Dyrachyo continuing to go for this one. Won't be able to get any further control onto the OD. So Kiyotaka will survive.
But they get the tower. They zone them away from that tower. Celery just takes it by himself. Yeah. Meanwhile, bottom though, Miero, he's finally getting a little bit of breathing room. He's getting some pressure onto bottom as well.
That was super aggressive stuff here from Gaming Gladiators.
Yes.
You don't usually see the position 1 being in that position at 12 minutes in.
And Tofu actually just makes his way bottom, and he's going to be the one to try to save this tower down here. It's tough for them to dive onto him versus the calling, too.
I mean, they can't even go on him on his own at this point. 2 of them against the 1 of them. It doesn't matter. They can't dive in. Ace turns up, and at that point, this lane, it's a complete area that, once again, 9Pandas don't want to be. They've got to back off and get away from this Bristle. Ace, pretty untouchable at this stage with the farm that he has.
My God, and the farm is just, it's growing and growing and growing from 6 now up to 8K. It's only 12 minutes in. Kiyotaka.
Astral's been used. Ooh. Very nice little tumblers. That'll get him out of that spot of bowler.
They find a kill here.
Mystic Flare coming in pretty hard here down on towards Tofu, but not enough damage. Headshot on point. Goes in from Ace. They'll be able to chase this out. And Torres maybe looking for a deny to the Ancients. He won't get it. Quinn in with the Tidebringer. Another kill to be found for Gaming Gladiators. 9Pandas. The struggle, it's very real here, folks.
Yeah, you're seeing just the full split up. One team is playing completely as a unit. The other team, they don't want to play as a unit because they have a Wraith King, OD, and a Weaver. They kind of have to play split up, but they're getting run down. Gaming's finding them.
They're looking for Miero now.
Look at Ace. He's just running through the tower to try to find him.
He's going to make it away.
Nice done.
We're not quite able to catch vision on him.
But another tower to drop.
I don't care, at this point anyway, how much do you really get for killing this Wraith King Miero? He's not worth a lot. With how little he's found in this early game, they'll take the tower instead. The tier 1's gone. They continue to take over more and more of this map, Gaming Gladiators.
And they're even going to be able to deny away a Wisdom Rune, perhaps, as well. So they're going to be able to claim double Wisdom Rune. They're hitting every single timing perfectly. I think FB was saying on panel, it's like, what, around like the 16 to 17 minutes is when we've been seeing Aghanim, Shard, Arcane's Vanguard. Ace is set perfectly up for this.
Top lane.
Ramses
and
hit by stun
on him. The silence as well has come in, but he has got the backup. Solo leads forward over towards Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo's going to get healed, but not enough. They take down the CK.
And they'll be able to get the Wisdom Rune off of that kill, too. Pretty huge and very needed. Tofu still lingering in the area. They might be able to get him too. No, don't want to die.
Underneath the tier 1. They don't want to push their luck. You know, settling for that CK kill, taking down to Dyrachyo. Absolutely content with that one. They don't want to try for anything else. It's something.
It's something. Something needed. But they need a whole lot of time. Ramsey is still getting stalked a little bit here. Tofu, he's got the calling. Does he have the angle?
He certainly does. Is it enough though? It is.
Quite. Almost.
I mean, Ace is charging into the two supports here, and Tara is caught in the goo. I've got the Astral as Kiyotaka will turn up to help out.
Do they have enough? The bug will connect.
I mean,
Max
they're
Orb.
considering it. They have the Ancient Seal down upon him. Dead shot once again. I mean, Tofu every single time pushing them perfectly away from any of his cores that start to be close to feeling any sort of pressure. Tofu with the save.
The rest of gaming's coming over. Kiyotaka. Quinn, he's got the X on him.
And Dyrachyo. And he's just coming in with the wraparound as well. He's ready to fight. He's looking for them to get the setup on the Kiyotaka, and they will. The silence is there into the rift. An easy kill to be found once again here for Gladiators.
0-3-0 for the last pick OD so far. They have his number completely. They are setting tempo. They're just, it's every time you see, what, 3, 4, 5 heroes of gaming making the rotations. Roche could be the next option. They're set up around here. They've got the Solar Crest, and they're pinging it out.
Yeah, I mean, they know there's no chance that 9 Pandas are going to consider heading over to this part.
Yeah, looks at Quinn. He's going to make the way bottom. Doesn't want to lose his tower just yet, but the rest of the team, they're going to start that Roche.
Oh, for sure, yeah, Quinn doesn't need to be there.
Nope, they can do it as 3 pretty easily.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We'll be able to finish that one off in no time. No way the 9 Pandas can contest. They need so much more time with this draft with these 3 independent cores who are just still so slowed down. Miro, again, he's still bottom. He's still just tied with the Chen, tied with the support inside gaming.
Now Ramsey's getting his full offensive finish first. The Mion is done.
Oh.
So going all in on that.
Antares has the Midas queued up as well too. So they're feeling like they need a lot of time to...
I mean, it's the only way they get back in this game. If they can keep it going. They're not going to be turning any of the fights right now. They've just got to try and hope that they can stall and make this lineup work out in the long run.
How can they stall, though, with almost no way to defend these towers early on? Antares, he's getting surrounded.
Rest in peace.
Goodbye, my friend.
Many pieces.
And now this tower also, they've got the tree armor at least to delay for a little bit, but Chen's up here, mid.
He's got his Atos done. He's looking for the setup, gets the dead shot pushback. Solo had to drop the ult to try and hold back Tofu. Another
tumbler
does get Kiyotaka out of the combo. They'll settle for Solo. Tofu and Ace running him down. Axe is there.
Kiyotaka.
Him and Dyrachyo. He's actually found Kiyotaka over the tier 2. Sweeps over from their side of the map, takes out the OD. It's getting pretty messy, this one, folks.
It is super messy. I mean, Ramsey's already getting to the point of cutting waves. He's like, I cut mid-wave so you guys can't take the tower, but I couldn't get the whole wave. Top tower, dying solo to Celery while all these rotations happen. There's no space. Nothing's happening for 9 Pandas.
It's got to be tough for 9 Pandas in this sort of situation. You said we were starting to see it early. I mean, they kind of were going for it with their draft, but it really does feel like the team play, it's not there. Everybody has to sort of just play for themselves and hope for the best in this kind of game if you're dying.
It really does feel like 3 independent cores and then the 2 supports are kind of just left on their own. Ramsey!
He's going to find him! The Atos is there. He might not get the kill, but still just irritating for Ramses that his TP gets cancelled.
He's going to have to go for the long walk back, and he's still low HP, so brutal for Ramsey. His 12K lead, it just continues to grow. It really just feels like gaming is doing pretty much anything that they want on the map, and Taka has to be so careful when he uses these Astrals.
And again, with the Force stun, he's got extra ways to break away from the attempts.
But you can see they have no way to stop pushes. They have
to run.
OD push.
They have to just let their towers fall, because there's nothing they can do on the defensive, and nothing they could do on the offensive, and nothing they could do at all right now. 12K behind. Combo setups here from Quinn. Comes with the Ancient Seal. It doesn't matter. Still got to get the drag back in time.
Tofu got Ramses.
He did.
He found him. He kept chasing him. Oh boy, I mean this
is one of the rougher ones we've seen on out here on the main stage of the Road to International playoffs.
And the timing
I don't know what they do on 9 Pandas at this point.
I mean, you gotta wait for get Radiance on Miro and then look to fight, but the game might just end before that.
I think it might end very, very shortly. As they get their drag back onto Kiyotaka, dying under the tier 4s. It's just 18 minutes in.
A beatdown. This is what they wanted with the Chen, and everything is working for them.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're 9 Pandas, what are you saying has got to go in the next game? Are you taking out a Chen? are you considering that sort of ban against Seto? Because Seto, he did help crush that early game.
You've got a whole lot of things to fix, I believe.
Yep.
Going into that next game. This one, what do they do?
Well,
Radiance is done. All right.
It's done.
They got to try right now.
This
is
feels
their-
like my pops, you know, you're losing the base, but your offlane Raytheon's like, I've got my Radiance. It's rough.
Ramses caught by the stun.
I mean, he's got his Radiance, but
He just
dead
dies in a
one.
second.
He'll
And
die
dies in
again.
another second.
All right.
All right, we're on to
All
the next
right.
one.
Well, this was a quick one. Pre-20 minutes by the looks of it. 19 minutes in. Ramses gets dragged back into the torrent. I think they might want to end the pain. And then
I think
GG
it's
is called. 19 minutes and a half in gaming. Gladiators.
Wow.
Well,
yeah.
Well, okay.
All right, be careful how greedy you go, I guess.
They won't be doing this again.
No. I mean, 3 independent cores, no way to defend towers whatsoever. And then those lanes, I mean, Celery, you have to give him a lot of the credit in this one.
Coming in on the Chen.
The Chen just actually took over in seconds. He won bottom, goes mid, takes towers, and things just got out of control. Pre-10 minutes, it felt like.
They have to do something completely different. They cannot do this again. They cannot, at least not against Gaming Gladiators.
Not against
Gaming Gladiators as a team, you know, with the success they've had. Yeah, they've seen teams try and do this before, try and outgreed them. They'll just run you over when they're ready and able to play this sort of lineup. Celery 3-0-10 on his Chen.
Impeccable.
And just the way they were so in tune with themselves, something that we've seen so many times for Gaming Gladiators throughout the season. And the fact that Dracho turning up these fights 12 minutes in, he's in the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, and they were making sure that they don't even give any slight thing up, right? They kept like TPing bottom, defending the tier 1, even though they maybe didn't have to entirely because they're dominating the whole map. They gave literally no space to 9 Pandas this day.
A very, very scary performance from Gaming Gladiators. 9 Pandas. I mean, even so, the last pick, you know, that came out, it just didn't do anything at all, right? There's this OD from Kiyotaka. On paper, maybe there would have been the chance, but I guess he probably didn't account for the game finishing in less than 20 minutes.
Nope, way too greedy, right? That's what it can come down to when you're playing versus some of these teams. We're seeing more and more teams take advantage of the greed. I think we perhaps could see a trend coming into this tournament.
Which is good. You know, we've had enough of these Midases. So many coming out, but finally, we're certainly seeing that a team like Gaming Gladiators, they've had enough of that. They shut it down pre-20 minutes here in this game 1. Gaming Gladiators to take the first game of this best of 3.
Can someone tell Gaming Gladiators that we are in the entertainment business and we like the games to be back and forth and even and maybe a little bit longer than 19 minutes? Oh my gosh, I mean, we talked about domination for some series in the past, but I think this game right here, Fear, I can't curse at the moment, but this is a very one-sided ordeal. That is very, very diplomatically correct there.
It was very one-sided indeed.
Yes.
I think this is 3 games in a row, I hate to harp on it, where Kiyotaka gets last pick of the game. And he tries something experimental with this OD. It doesn't work out, and I think it's been exposed by Gaming Gladiators. These top teams, they won't allow you to bully the mid laner, because by the time you do come online as a mid lane, or to bully the enemy mid laner, supports come, they come gank you, and of course the story wasn't just that, the bottom lane as well. This CK with the Celery Chen was making all types of space. The only thing that was really going well for 9 Pandas this game was that top lane and the Weaver having a game.
I mean, we talked about the tempo that Gaming was going to bring out, especially around that 15 to 20 minutes when the Chen would be online, when the Bristleback would be online, and what that would spell for 9 Pandas. But we also didn't account for the complete destruction of the mid lane. I mean, if there is a team in Dota that knows how to play around its mid laner, how to enable its mid laner, how to secure every single rune for it, it is Gaming Gladiators. And they completely took over the game after those Muerta and Chen rotations to mid. It just felt like 9 Pandas were not quick enough on their reactions, and the OD just didn't have a game because of that.
It feels really bad for the guy who's in charge of the highlights for this game. There's like not many things to do because, you know, maybe we've seen 2 of them. Kind of a hard one. Prior to this game, 9 Pandas, they were the one having the record for the shortest game of the tournament and when they played against Entity, and now they beat that record. Where's Miero on some of his signature heroes like Centaur, Dawnbreaker? I want to see something that comes online early and also handle Midas from the mid lane. We did mention it coming into this game that it might not work out. We did like the OD pick, but this kind of aggressive draft from Gaming Gladiators that did not allow them to get to those items. Like Breaking, he didn't have any items.
It only takes a couple of lanes to go decently well for basically every timing that 9 Pandas was going to go for. They were delayed to the point where it was just completing the snowball fear for Gaming Gladiators, because they knew it. They just went high ground. They just, at some point, like, okay, it was minute 50 or something. That was just start pushing, see what they do. They didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything.
Yeah, this is a really bad matchup, as we've seen historically. Nine Pandas versus Gaming Gladiators, and it's because you look at Team Nine Pandas here, they're a very greedy team. They like to farm. Their mid laner likes to farm. Their off laner likes to carry Wraith King. Their carry likes to play Sven and Alchemist. This team loves to farm. Gaming Gladiators, they love to play fast. They love to build auras. They love to push. They haven't been able to do that very much this patch, but this is a prime example. If you get too greedy, they'll go back and they'll remember the old ways, and they can apply it to even this patch.
Yeah, Nine Pandas got punished here real hard, and I believe somewhere out there, I don't know exactly what, but some fan of Dota 2 probably is getting punished right now by Slex.
That's right, my friends. How we doing out there in the crowd today? Holy moly, moly, moly. This segment will probably last longer than the last game, my friends. Welcome back to the arena. It is time for a crowd vibe check. Who wants to be on camera? Anybody? Raise your hands. Oh, there we go. Crowd vibe check. How you doing after that series? That game? Sorry, series not over.
It was a great game.
For who?
I think we know.
Name 2 players on the team that won. Oh, baby! He didn't even watch it. I saw him. He was eating glizzies out there. He was eating hot dog. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Dyrachyo, Tofu.
Okay, well, close. How you doing, sir? What do you think about these teams?
They were both real good today. I mean, like, it's my first international, so I'm just having a good time.
Your first international. Thank you for a nice round of applause. What do you think of TI?
It's great. I definitely want to come back.
Okay, fantastic. So do I, my friend. We'll see if it happens after these interviews. Fantastic. Hello, anybody else? Oh, we got glow sticks over here. Hello. The Tomb Raiders. How are we all doing? You brought your own glow sticks. Very hype. What is your name?
Virginia.
Okay. You like the old Dota?
I do.
Favorite hero? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
Rubik.
Rubik?
My nails like Rubik.
Nails on Rubik. Zoom in. Nails. Show them up. Oh, yeah. Those are nice nails. Fantastic.
Shaky.
No, don't shake. Don't worry. I have that effect on humans. Yeah, they are all afraid. What do you think about that series? Game.
One game.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. I'm thankful to Celery for ending that quickly, because I'm hungry.
Wow. Now, we saw before that game started, he was like in a meditative state. What do you think about that?
He's a deep and sophisticated man. I went for a long walk with him last night, and, I peered into his soul. And, it checks out.
What the hell are you talking about then?
There's a Ferris wheel and the pier and everything. It was a beautiful night.
Hey, it's so great talking to you. Thank you. So please don't hurt anyone. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. All right, how we doing? Whoa! What a pier! This is a guy. This guy's watching the stream. What the hell are you doing? Yo, you need to shut that up. Ramses is playing. You gotta be careful, okay? Don't shut that stream off, pal. Look at it. He's watching us, watching him on the private stream. All right, there go those viewers. Cringe. Sorry, guys. All right, hand up. Oh, my God. I recognize these guys. All right, let me take this. I got a tale to tell you. First off, can I please get a shot of this? I don't know what's going on here. Mr. Myron, please. There's just boxes with dollar bills and apparently a romantic sitcom. I don't know what the hell is going on over here. All right, gentlemen, real quick, these are a 5-man turbo team. You guys only play turbo, correct?
Yeah, we are the second best North America turbo team.
Wow, you talk really slow for a turbo.
The echo is throwing me off.
Okay. All right, one question. We got to go back to the boys. Chances that we are going to see an Alchemist this game. Go, Turbo Man.
10%. 10%, at least.
Wow.
10%.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We're definitely going to see an Alchemist this one, guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Are we ready for game 2? Woo! I hope they're already up there in their little fortress high up above us. The peons out here. Tetris. Goodbye.
Thank you, Flex. Oh, the energy is good here in Seattle. I know that on the side of Nine Pandas, they will need some of that energy to force out a third game because game one was really rough. And yeah, I don't have any good way to segment. We're going to highlight how rough that was because we wanted to show the duality of Kiyotaka, Effie. We have, you know, this is the guy to watch on this team.
Yep.
This guy is going to go far. We just need to have him to be stable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to feel like maybe nerves are getting to him because Kiyotaka is one of those players who either 1v10 goes insanely. Like, you can't even explain how good he can be on his Tinkers, on his Shakers, on his Linas, the way that he just completely carries his team on his shoulders. You either get that, or you get this Arc Warden, that's 1, 9, and 2. You get this OD of today, this OD of yesterday. Like, this team is so dependent on Kiyotaka having an entry point to it to be able to scale into that late game, to be able to do anything. And they just haven't been able to provide that for him. Maybe he's choking, maybe the drafting is going wrong, but there is something here that needs to be addressed, or they're just out of this tournament.
And something that needs to be addressed as well is that that graphic might have been slightly outdated because we have the previous performance he just had on OD 050. That is actually his worst performance so far. So this is Nine Pandas with their backs against the wall. They are on the edge of elimination.
I always say to my team when we're in one game of elimination that we should just play Dota, focus on the game, don't think about the result. It doesn't matter, win or lose. We should just show our best game and trust each other and to have fun. This is a very important thing, to have fun from the game. If you have fun, you don't think about the result. What happened after game doesn't matter. You should be in the moment and focus on it.
Wise words from Solo. Him and Ramses have played, this is their fourth international appearance together, and they have done that. They have focused on the now, and they have gotten very far as well. Now with them, they've got 3 first timers with them, so they've got some words to share, words of wisdom, I hope, here, that will put them in the right mindset. But I want to actually focus a little bit about the Dota, because I feel like we mentioned it earlier, the styles of these two teams are just complete opposites, with Gaming coming out as the clear winner. How much do you think Nine Pandas can change their style mid-series, mid-tournament?
Yeah, I don't even know if I have enough time to describe this one, but I think Nine Pandas may be the most figured out team in the tournament right now, because they have a clear style of what they want to play, but it's very difficult for them to pull it off right now because they're banning it. I really think Ramses is the glue for this team to make everything work, but they're targeting his hero pool so well, and if Ramses can't play these Sven, Alchemist type heroes, and they're still going to rely on Kiyotaka to play these ODs, greedy type heroes, it's going to be very difficult for them. I think they definitely have to make sure Kiyotaka has a good lane, but Ramses has to be active as well. He normally has to play a stun as well to complement Kiyotaka's hero pool, and Miro, he's a bit greedy as well, so how can they control all this without Ramses having a good game and being able to participate early on?
To add on to that, I really think that if Gaming Gladiators play like they did in that first game, in the second, they're gonna have to draft support heroes that can rotate to this mid lane. Because if you're letting your mid laner die over and over again, you're not able to get any of the runes, there's no way for you to be able to play onto the side lanes. So maybe some Tidehunters or Primal Beasts from Miro potentially, so that your supports can just leave you there for a while and preemptively play around that mid lane. Because what we saw last game is they were TPing in after the Marisa had already come in, after the Chen had already wrapped around the creeps. They TP'd in one by one and it just wasn't enough.
Something that Solo mentioned is have fun, and some of the best heroes to have fun in Dota is these heroes with the stuns, like some heroes that come on early, some heroes that do get involved instead farming for like 15 minutes, going for Hand of Midas. I want to see less greed from Nine Pandas. I know that they can play very aggressive Eastern European style Dota, and want to see that in game 2, because this might be the end of them.
Yeah, and Eastern Europe was always remembered as the region.
Full Davai.
Full go, full fighting, full aggression, and yeah, Fear, do you think that's the route they'll take? Because
No.
again, it would be changing their strat.
I think they're going to go out doing what they've been doing the whole year.
Yeah.
I think Solo, he's an old school captain as well. Like, he's probably has lots of regrets of changing things up and losing. And like a lot of captains at this point, like if they want to lose their way. And I think this is how it's going to be for this series as well. I just think they need to figure out, like, what are they going to do with Ramses if they're going to allow Kiyotaka to do this? How are their supports going to play this game? Maybe focus entirely on helping your mid lane this game, and you can still pick greedy. That's been the issue the last 3 games for me. Kiyotaka has been shut down.
And the thing is, they're figured out, but they've done new things today and yesterday, like with the OD, that just haven't worked out. So it might be even better to just turn it back down and not to just go back to the Earth Spirit mid, the Earthshaker mid, the Kunkka mid, something stable so that you don't even have to siphon that many resources to them.
I mean, that's probably why when we saw game number 1, we were surprised to see 9Pandas going for a second pick. Because that's not what people normally choose. People choose first pick or Radiant. But if you know that it's all in the balance on Kiyotaka having a good game, then second pick is what you're going to go for. And that will be the case for our upcoming draft as well. And speaking of drafts, is right around the corner.
9Pandas versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Here we go, 9Pandas, Gaming Gladiators, game 2 of this elimination series. So extra pressure on 9Pandas. Once again, Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side with first pick, because 9Pandas, with their priority, went for second pick, which means they want that overall last pick, which means all eggs in the basket of Kiyotaka, but maybe this time they can set him up a little bit better. And I'm saying that, and I realize that looking at the draft so far, we have the exact same scenario. So the question is going to be, when are the decisions going to change? When is the draft going to change? Because previous game, Gaming Gladiators, Undying Invoker, and they rounded out their bans with Ancient Apparition, whereas 9Pandas, they again started with Dazzle Enchantress banned, and the other 2 they banned out previous game were Brewmaster and Phoenix. So shaking it up is needed. The question is where? It's not here, apparently. Fear.
Not here, yeah.
I mean, I definitely think, like, in this situation, opening a bolt drafts are fine, especially for 9Pandas. I love their opening. It just comes down to the end, and I think you just have to have a realization that Quinn is, in general, just a player you can't crush mid. He has a very specific hero pool. He's played against all the cheese in the world on USC server, that he can manage the thousands of Huskars, Vipers. He knows how to play these matchups. You're not going to crush him. And on top of it, this is a competitive environment. The supports are so good. So I agree with Effie here. Like, maybe put these ODs, Tinkers on the shelf. Just pick something that can make rotations. Rely on Ramses and Miro to just carry the game for you in a situation like this. Take the back seat.
And looking at 9Pandas, what they've been playing with and winning with, it's just been the Earthshaker and the Earth Spirit and the Lina from that mid lane. Maybe just being able to get something like that early on would simplify so much for them.
Yeah, it's time to switch things up, I think, and at least this is going in the good direction, because we've seen the second best Turbo team in the crowd, first best on the stage right now, 19-minute game from Gaming Gladiators. So even though I agree with Fear, what he's saying about the captainship from Solo, I think it's time to, adapt to the situation that you're in.
Or maybe just take it back a few notches. No more ODs, right? Just get those Tidehunters, get that stable team fight, right? If you can take these early team fights versus a team like Gaimin that always plays tempo, if you can secure a Treant for yourself, an ET for yourself, a Phoenix for yourself, anything that can win those early fights for you, you can actually build a pathway to the late game for your team without losing too much.
For sure, and does that mean Bristleback's coming out? Because I think there's a lot of mind games right now when it comes to these first 7 bans, right? And AA has generally been an answer to the Bristleback, which they will now leave in the pool. we'll see if Miro will pick that up for himself or if they have a different idea. But Primal Beast, he does have a break, technically, so maybe this is a hero that can potentially deal with it, or at least has an answer.
Gaming Gladiators, they've exclusively played Primal Beast from the offlane at the TI, so most likely gonna be there. And again, you gotta be careful about these Necrophosses. Every single time I see this Treant Protector, I'm like, okay, this is a good laning support, but in terms of damage, you're gonna lack some of the damage, because all he does is provide a little bit of global healing, good team fight later on, some scouting if he's having a good time picking up that 15-minute shard, but when it comes down to dealing damage, if he's paired up with another support who can't rotate, you're gonna struggle.
And they're leaving it very open what kind of strategy they want to go for here, though, which is most likely the point. Gaming Gladiators also doesn't know if Nine Pandas is going to try to go the same route in terms of greed or not, and picking up that Treant Protector. Treant Protector is a hero that fits into a lot of different styles of Dota 2.
I mean, it's the most contested hero of this road to TI, and for good reason, right? It's good on lane. It helps you go into the late game with the living armor. It provides you that extra durability for your heroes, and it gives you a BKB piercing teamfight ultimate. So it just ticks too many boxes right now. It's easy to build around. But I want to talk about this Primal Beast that Gaming Gladiators took after they banned the A8. They easily had a route to take this Bristleback, but I think they've also identified that Nine Pandas need some kind of ease of execution, ease of teamfight, which they usually do with one of two heroes. It's either the Primal Beast or the Tidehunter for Nine Pandas that enables that from Miro. And by taking this away, they solve the Bristleback that they've left in the pool. So this is next level mind games from Gaimin.
Potentially, they could go for the Bristleback themselves, because Terraccio, he loves to play the hero, and they already played it once against the Beast Coast. So you might have these beefy boys. This might be like, oh, all right, Quinn doesn't play Primal Beast, so most likely that's going to be Ace's hero. And then you surprise them again with the Bristleback and go for this early base timing.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I think a lot of respect was given to this Weaver. We saw last game, they banned the Sven, they banned the Alchemist. This time they're like, you know what, we'll leave the Sven in the pool. We're well aware you can play it. That Weaver, it actually did a lot of work last game. Like, it owned the top lane. It's just unfortunately, things happened in the mid lane, things happened in the bottom lane, and you're just a Weaver at the end of the day. But they realized that if Ramses gets this hero, he's going to do well in this lane, and he actually can make a lot of space for Kiyotaka. And that kind of shows that Gaimin also believes that Nine Pandas isn't going to change their playstyle up. They're going to play the same type of way. We'll have to see here what this ban and pick is going to be.
Yeah. And Phoenix is still in the pool. I'm shocked to see it make it this way through, but that would be a great pickup for Nine Pandas at any point if they want to. It gives them that extra team fight on top of the synergy with the Treant Protector. But that early game team fight is what's going to enable them to enter that late game that they thrive in.
Or they could ban the Phoenix and take the Bristol themselves, something like that. There's a hero that's still in the pool, still very strong. And I think Phoenix and A, if I'm not wrong, have been the two heroes that have been like the most troublesome for like this Bristleback hero.
All right, I like this a lot. You have a Grimstroke who can easily rotate. This is going to be Antares hero who can, like, you need to have some kind of a combo, not necessarily, but you have heroes that can jump in. Big fan of Dawnbreaker because this is going to be the lane. It's a killer lane, and also having that little bit of oomph, having some global presence, because I don't want to see him play Raid King again.
And the Soulbind versus Primal Beast is a nuisance, right?
Always
the leash
good.
makes it so that he can't onslaught away. It makes it so that he's slowed down and can't get maximum efficiency from his trample.
No reserve time on Gaming Gladiators. They're really thinking about what they want to pick up here, and it's going to be the Morta. Still open, right? We saw Tofu play it, Terraccio can play it. All about the flex picks.
All about the flex picks, and they need another one here as well. And the question I have is, what makes a good Chen game? Because we saw Celery own on it previous game.
No pressure whatsoever. He was playing into Raid King and Scarlet Mage. They've seen the matchup. Scarlet Mage has 0 armor, so you get on top of him. He can't really push you back. Raid King's damage early on is very limited, so one of the better Chen games to start with. You know that you're going to be able to secure the lane. You have a strong laner with the CK, so that allows you to just, you know, leave him alone, go for these 6-8 minute rotations to the mid lane, and that's exactly what they did.
And the Phoenix comes out, which just went through the pool. I mean, I understand why Nine Pandas wanted to prioritize the Grim if they wanted playmaking from a hero like Dawnbreaker, like Lacoste mentioned, but this Phoenix for Gaming gives them so much draft integrity right now. It gives them things they were lacking, right? Another strong side laner, it gives them teamfight, it gives them a cover for the Primal Beast with the Sunray, with the Supernova, and it gives them a way to disrupt Treant Protector's teamfight. It's a really great counter initiation versus Treant Protector's Shard into Overgrowth.
Definitely is, and the Doom response, like, normally I would say Phoenix used to be good versus Doom for the heal, but now that you can no longer heal while doomed, this is going to be an interesting response. It fits the MO of Nine Pandas. You want to be a little greedy, get that farm running. I could see it working. It's a bit annoying to pick carry heroes against this because buying Satanic just kind of feels bad against this hero, and Satanic is such a great item right now. But you are leaving yourself open here, where I think Morta is a pretty decent hero against the Doom and laning stage. As long as you just get your ulti off, you're going to do a lot. You can now, and no surprise here, Nine Pandas, if they're going to go out, they're going to go out their way, and they're going to take the Sven no matter what. If it's a pool, not particularly good at hitting the egg, right? Even against Morta, if you get your ulti off, not a really fun matchup. You pierce armor too, but this is just Nine Pandas style.
And having the Sven, like you mentioned before, Fear, it just gives them that stunner, that kind of playmaking from the carry so that Kiyotaka can go for one of his win condition heroes. But we didn't mention the double Doom, right? Grimstroke plus Doom is one of the oldest Grim combos in the game, and we haven't seen Doom be that popular recently, but if you can get this off, it can totally turn the tides of any team fight.
At least they made a switch. I mean, Doom on the greedier side, but still Grimstroke, Sven. Sven comes online super fast. We still don't know where this Morta is gonna go. Most likely gonna be position 4 paired up with the Primal Beast because it's a super strong lane. And there it is, Terrorblade. In terms of damage that they can output to this Terrorblade, it's not that great, but there's a new item in the game, Revenant's Brooch, which makes this matchup in Sven's favor, because Sven farms much faster than Terrorblade, and if you take like 2 good team fights, you're gonna have an extra item, which does allow you to pierce through all of his high armor, and just like, because we did some testing during Riyadh Masters, and this is just, you know, insane amount of damage compared if you buy like, you know, some right-click damage compared to magical damage that Revenant Brooch is.
Yeah, if you can get to that phase, you can actually kill the TB if he doesn't get BKB off. There's a lot of ifs though.
Yes.
But if you can hit him, that will be the highest damage thing. But the biggest issue though is why the TB is still good here. We talked about maybe Morta just pressing R and being able to man fight the Doom. Terrorblade does something similar. As long as he gets his meta off, he doesn't care as much if he gets doomed. It's still always annoying to get doomed, of course, because you can't heal. But this could be a good hero for that, just to start the man fights, the Phoenix behind him. Generally, Sven, there is an answer with the Revenant's Brooch in the ultra late game. Kind of helps, but it's still a TB favored matchup. It's looking great this game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this TB's lane and the dive potential that Nine Pandas have, and it does look pretty scary because I don't think Phoenix is that solid of a hero at protecting his carry early on in those first few levels. Once he gets, 3 points in Fire Spirits and Egg, then he's a great anti-dive hero. But if you're talking about this Doom with an Inkswell on him, with the Max Scorched Earth and the Living Armor from Treant Protector, there's a lot of potential for them to just run at this TB over and over in the lane. So that is a stage of the game that Nine Pandas should seek to punish this pick.
Is there a possibility they put the Phoenix on position 4 and pick a new 5? Maybe grab a Chen with a Purge Creep or something like that to potentially deal with this?
Then where does your Morta go?
That is very true. I don't think they're going to play Morta anywhere else. You could play Morta potentially in the safe lane, just a dead shot away, the Doom running at you. But I agree with you. If they put Phoenix in the safe lane, they have nothing to stop this Doom just running at you. Scorch Earth and Inkswell, and that is a problem.
They probably need some kind of Kunkka type hero that can just TP in and protect the Terrorblade from these dives we talk about, because this is the play that you do as a Doom versus a Terrorblade, especially when you have Inkswell. They need something that TPs in early, something that's not dependent on level 6. I mean, the Kunkka and Puck get banned out, rightfully so.
I like Earthshaker a lot because he can be the one rotating. You have this instant stun, something that they don't have. And it's another hero. I mean, you might struggle against, struggle against Doom, struggle against this Grimstroke with the leash mechanic, but they go with something that we did mention early on because Bristleback is still open. So this is offlane Bristle, mid Primal Beast. Quinn didn't play it yet, so maybe they thought, okay, he's not gonna play it, but in the end, Quinn is gonna bang it out.
That's a good OD game, guys.
You stopped that. You stopped that right there. I mean, the Primal Beast does a good job at doing what we mentioned, right? Which is TPing in and protecting the Terrorblade.
Oh.
Okay, there we go.
That's what we want.
Let's go.
That's aggression. And tempo.
There we
Everything
go.
in one.
Thank goodness, because if that OD had come out, woo, that would have been a way to go out here at this road to TI.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. We want to see Kiyotaka not play something so greedy, not have to just play catch-up. This time, he's going to be active. He's going to make things happen on the map. They made the appropriate switch-up. Ramsey, he's going to be the hard carry of the game. Unfortunately, he is versus a Terrorblade, but you have Miro, you have the Grimstroke combination. I'm actually liking this 9-Panda draft quite a lot.
And you've got the Inkswell on the Spearbreaker too, one of the best Inkswell carrier in the game. And you have all of this dive potential coming out. You have a way to match Primal Beast's rotation with the Spearbreaker. I mean, it's looking really good for 9Pandas draft-wise.
I'll tell you what, this is not going to be a 20-minute game. 9Pandas, they did make the adjustments that were necessary, but still favoring Gaming Gladiators because they're going to hit really early timing. You have this Primal Beast plus Bristleback, a combo that usually you don't see, and these two heroes can buy a lot of time just for Terrorblade to get enough farm.
Oh, I can't wait to see this matchup. I can't wait to see Kiyotaka pop off, potentially on the Spearbreaker, but let's see what Coach CY has to say about that one.
That's exactly what was on my mind. A Spearbreaker mid coming out last pick. CY, is this something you would have done? Is this something you were surprised by?
I mean, there might be a world where we also play it, but we were a little surprised, to be honest, because I didn't see that he played it at all in officials or pubs. So sometimes it's a bit of a surprise, but like Kiyotaka is kind of like, he will just wing whatever he wants, I feel like. So yeah, I'm not surprised at the same time.
It's an elimination game, you gotta lay it on the line. Much like, I'm sure, much of the Dota community, I've kind of been trying to get a handle on these first phase bans, and also your team as well. I remember Quinn talking about it, that the patch dropped, the draft system has changed. Something that interested me a lot is that you guys seem to be targeting a lot of comfort against your opponents in the first phase. In your seeding game against Talon, you were constantly taking out Templar. Against EG earlier today, you were constantly taking out Kunkka. And here, constantly taking out Undying. Is this how you guys are trying to get a handle on the drafting phase in this new Dota patch?
Yeah, I mean, we have tried different things now in the new patch, I feel like. So we always try to see how it feels and like, does it feel right to do in the draft and in the games itself? Because you have a lot of bans first and then you have kind of few for the like mid phase, like 1 or 2. And then only you have again in the last picks, which are a bit different. But yeah, so we're just trying some different things, see how it works. For now, it's fine, so can't complain.
Let's see if it brings you to success in this game number 2 as we pass it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, looking forward to this game 2 here between 9Pandas and Gaming Gladiators. Fogged, one thing for sure, as we heard from the panel, this should be a longer game, and it's definitely a game where the draft of 9Pandas, at least with the way they closed it up, we were starting to be a bit concerned when the first call came out as a Doom. It was like, are they going to go this reboot again? They didn't overall. They did not. They get this Spearbreaker to finish things off. Something that we haven't seen too much, if at all, from Kiyotaka. Do you think he's going to be able to pull it off?
I like that I'm just seeing him play more playmaking. I'm fine with him playing sometimes these greedy heroes, but when you're having 3 greedy cores, I have some concerns for sure versus some of these early tempo teams like Gaming Gladiators. So definitely a much better approach coming out from 9Pandas, and we should have a much more exciting game that does not end at 20 minutes. So let's see what we do get off here. Dyrachyo playing his super comfortable Terrorblade, but Ramsey's also playing his super comfortable Sven, so we should be in for a treat. And yeah, we do have 2 kind of different mids in a little bit, right? Quinn not really playing the Primal Beast as much. It is, yes, a mid hero, but he doesn't play it that much. And then the same thing as they said for Kiyotaka. He doesn't play the Spearbreaker much mid. So a little bit of interesting stuff coming up between the 2 of them there. And do you remember which one wins the charge? If he onslaughts him as the other one's charging, who wins?
That's going to be the Breaker, surely.
We'll see it for sure. But pretty sure it's the Breaker. But I could be wrong.
See, 3 bounty runes.
3 bounty runes.
Start things off for 9Pandas.
Yep.
Definitely the bit of a pick-me-up that they needed after that rough game 1.
Yeah, and I'm looking at bottom in particular that they can get a bit more aggressive this time around. I don't think that's going to be the case where they just get run over by something like a Phoenix and a Terrorblade. The Phoenix can be a little bit weaker, and they have a very aggressive dual lane down here. And Tara is already, he wants to get aggressive right off the bat here. Block the creep wave so that it gets on the tower. Dyrachyo, he's going to try to block and mimic, so it's not under the tower, but looks like it will anyway. So a little bit of mind games, but it's exactly what 9Pandas want to be able to do so that it puts the lane in a position where they can go for those dive plays with the Scorchers and Inkswell that was talked about earlier.
And where do you sort of place Sven right now as a carry? Obviously a carry that, yeah, had quite the patch, but began to fall a bit out of favor with the changes. Still potential with this hero?
Yeah, definitely still potential, but does feel like there has been a lot more solutions that have been found. And my biggest real concern that I have for 9Pandas, they have a much better well-rounded draft, but who's going to hit the egg? So, and Sven is definitely one of those heroes.
It's not easy.
He can really suffer in a lot of situations when you're playing versus those big ultimates. Back in the day, it used to be like the Enigma. That was a very common one to have this like BKB answer for the Sven. Phoenix is a big problem for Sven if they're not able to delete him at the start or get some information. So
yeah, and with the Phoenix being in the hands of Celery, who had quite the stellar game one, definitely can expect to see big things coming out from him here once again in game two. See how well he can secure this lane for Dyrachyo up against the two of them. So last time round in that Chen CK situation, it was a very comfortable spot for Dyrachyo to start his game.
Yep. So far, it's looking a bit like that. The levels, once level 2 and stuff comes out, that's when this Grim and this Doom can usually take advantage, but that's on paper. We'll see what Celery's going to be able to do to protect Dyrachyo, because so far, Dyrachyo is getting that free farm. Looking at mid, Quinn getting a little bit more than that Spirit Breaker, too. He's getting those denies. He started with Uproar right off the bat, so just a bit of that base damage advantage. Definitely seeing it already. 10-6 to the 6-2. Significant.
Definitely a chance that will continue to stay in his favor. Not necessarily advantage. I mean, in terms of support movements, might be hard for both to just leave their side lanes.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we'll see too many rotations early on here. Maybe we do see that Treant protected rotation that we saw from earlier from Solo, but he does have a Sven in his lane, so probably doesn't want to leave him too early on.
Once again on the bottom lane, sort of a similar situation in the last 2v2 that we had from these two teams down there. Not a lot of armor on 9 Pandas, 2 heroes, right? So if the opportunity arises for Dyrachyo to pop that Metamorphosis and chase them down, there could definitely be early kill potential if we don't see 9 Pandas.
I mean, Antares might just be dead. Okay, he's got the TP.
All right.
Should be all right.
He'll be okay.
But look, like, immediately, they have to be very careful of their positioning because they didn't take advantage of level 1.
Quinn!
Solo kill. Uh-oh.
I mean,
he just quickly TP's back. He's going to be back out there quick. Look at, he's missing a lot, too. He's missing... It's almost like a double wave. It's 2 range creeps, 3 melee creeps that he's missing. Uh-oh.
Not the start you want there as Kiyotaka. He had a rough mid-performance last game.
Okay, he gets the 1 range creep XP, but Quinn now, he's got a full level advantage over the Spirit Breaker. That is massive. And so far, TB is absolutely free farming bottom, so not able to apply the pressure with the first 2 levels with the Scorched Earth and Inkswell.
Sure, and that's something that you kind of need to be doing with these 2 heroes when you draft them for the lane.
You definitely want to be trying to apply pressure if there's a Phoenix in the lane, and they're going to go for it here.
And they're trying to dive the tower.
Yeah, it's on both,
It's a bit risky. Maybe they can get Celery. No, the dive's up. Celery's away. They won't, they won't dive themselves.
They're trying to keep the aggro up, popping the glyph as well, too.
Can they still go for this?
Solo is making the move down, so it's very similar last time. Here they come.
They should get Dyrachyo here. The Inkswell setup comes in.
They do.
Take him down. See if Tofu can help find anything in return. Gets the dead shot over towards Antares. But Solo and Miro, they'll turn towards Tofu, ready to continue the dive. Fairy Fire from Antares keeps him alive for now. Stick charges from Tofu. Won't save him. He still ticks out.
Wait, Quinn's here.
He turns up.
Okay, does get a cleanup kill. Won't be able to find more. A good aggressive move. Things that you can tell that they need to do that, right? They're like, we got to start pressuring this TB because he's just free farming in the lane. Doom getting slowed down a little bit there. They do push forward and get it.
I mean, we'll see if they can continue from that. I mean, as you mentioned in the last game, we also had that similar movement from Solo. He got the kill, they got that successful move, but everything went downhill from there. Top
ace.
They'll be able to punish Ace by the looks of it. The 2 of them.
Nice kill.
Solo back towards the top lane.
Great moves. Re-establishing these lanes. And nicely done. Anytime, especially if meta is on cooldown too, they want to try to take advantage and go for those dives. So a very good glyph usage and good job bringing Solo down.
That slows them down a little bit.
Yeah.
In the lanes here, Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they can constantly go for those aggressive plays onto Dyrachyo. As you're seeing, you're gonna be able to see that all the time. Celery might actually put probably gonna get that point in Sunray at level 4.
Still
grab on me. He's already level 6.
Against this level 4 Spirit Breaker. They've got the silence. Is Kiyotaka able to charge out? Gets it off, but he doesn't get any distance as Quinn takes him out once again.
That is really concerning. A Spirit Breaker off to a very, very slow start versus these tanky heroes versus a Bristle and a Primal Beast.
I guess on the plus side, at least he's not on an OD in this situation. That would hurt more. Still not great, but...
He's level 4. Quinn is approaching 7. He's level 5. We'll give him 5 because he's about to be it. But it's like a 2-level advantage right now just because of Quinn's performance right now in mid.
Yeah, they're just crushing this area of the map. Not a safe place for Kiyotaka to be in. Not an easy place for him to come back to and try and recover.
And that means Quinn's going to also get the 6-minute power rune. Nope, it's going to spawn top. So at the least there for 9 Pandas. Quinn doesn't get it. And they do have this ward bottom. I like this ward that they placed on the side of 9 Pandas because they know that Quinn's going to be very active.
Yeah,
they'll see his
roll by
rotation.
this.
Yeah, they should be all right.
Gladiators will probably catch that and start to be aware that 9 Pandas have that sort of setup for the information.
Up top again, DD.
They're going on Ace. They'll get him again.
Nicely done.
Good early kills here for Ramses to get involved in and making sure that this Bristle does not quickly get out of control. CS is still very good for Ace, but these kills that he's given up definitely to the favor of Ramses.
Yep, Solo definitely being the one to kind of balance things out a little bit for his team.
He's doing a lot.
He's part of all 4 kills. Everywhere he's gone so far, it's been successful for him. So, and he's even going to go in. He's going to scout the stacks because, as we saw, this is pretty much what they do every single time. These these bristlebacks and everything.
I mean, he wants the wisdom rune, but
can't get it.
He won't be able to go over there in time. Scan hits as well. Knows someone's up there. Tofu, he'll be the one to grab it.
At least he scouts Quinn. Able to get himself away. But the tree is coming over, but they don't have the damage between the 3 of them.
I mean, if anything, Quinn could maybe turn towards Solo, and he will. He's got trampling, and he'll look for the chance to try and go for the aggression on towards him. Charge across from Kiyotaka, holds Quinn back.
Down bottom. Should be all right.
Under the tier 1. Won't quite be able to chase him, even with the damage coming out from the Metamorphosis.
And Antares will be able to claim his Wisdom Rune. Much closer, of course, as we said, than that last game. This mid is definitely...
But Quinn...
This is going to be one of those concerns. How much Quinn is going to be able to do?
They're going to set up with the hold of the ultimate into the silence and the trample. And they've got him once again. It just takes the +1 here for Quinn. Tofu joining forces with him once more to take down Kiyotaka.
Is, of course, with these rotations, though, that happens from Tofu, Ramses is definitely feeling quite good on the side of 9 Pandas. He's pretty much got this free lane up here. He's got his Mask of Madness. You can imagine there's going to be some stacks that are being formed for him as well, too. I say that, but I'm actually seeing Quinn about to walk in.
Over.
He's going to take the stacks. Oh, and that's a juicy one.
And they can't do anything about it.
They can't.
If
It
they
dies
try
too
and go
fast.
for him. He's too tanky, but he's got a haste rune in the bottle. If anyone started to threaten them, they don't even get the chance to. Immediately takes them out.
He says, thank you very much. So
Top lane.
back in one more top.
Oh, actually moving over towards the mid here with his charge for Kiyotaka on towards Ace. This time the dead shot Tofu. Excellently aimed. It doesn't matter. Ramses still able to step back in, finish Ace off. More kills for Ramses. At the least they're
taking the stack. Another one.
They certainly are. Antares will try and see what he can do here from the side, but Quinn, he's got this haste rune. He's easily out of there.
They got a charge.
They're going to, by the looks of it, sell for celery. They have the charge forward onto the Phoenix. This will allow Quinn to continue to create the distance.
Oh, they missed the stroke.
I mean, they've got to still get him, surely. They will. Blood grenades are out. It's a bit sloppy, but the kill's a kill.
But they lost all of their stacks. They have 2 big creeps left, but they pretty much lost absolutely everything. At the least, though, Ramses, he's getting enabled by kills, right?
He is.
So it does hurt to lose your stacks, but...
3 kills picked up so far for him. It's something.
Yeah, let's see if maybe is 9 Pandas going to be able to go into the other side and maybe steal some stacks? Probably not. It's
I don't
hard
think
to
so.
go in.
I think Gaming Gladiators should be able to clear their
I think
triangle whenever they wish.
Ace is probably going to go do those right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, needs a bit of a boost after those few deaths that he has had in this early game, Ace. This will pretty much recover that.
Yeah, he'll probably be tied up with that Primal Beast pretty much off of those stacks, so pretty much fully recovered here.
And they're on the move. They're looking for Ramses now. Quinn, Tofu, and Celery with the smoke, heading up towards that top half of the map. They want to find the Sven.
Level 6 on Celery. This egg, as we said, it's devastating for a hero like Sven early on. I mean, all throughout the game, of course. Yeah, they seem to know exactly where he is. Tofu, can he get the angle?
Oh, smoke dispels.
They see him.
Ramses, he's not aware.
He's in trouble.
And there's going to be no chance of getting over to help out, surely. There's a TP coming in.
Way too much damage.
You can't stop this from happening.
Quinn is a real problem with the start that he's been given. He is absolutely massive.
And then the difference right now growing between the 2 mids. Pretty incredible. Almost 2,000 gold difference just 10 minutes in between Quinn and Kiyotaka.
And the one thing also always we have to say, when it's a Terrorblade versus a hero like something like Sven that doesn't have illusions, Sven always has to show himself when he's farming. TB's just going to send illusions, get natural farm. So a lot harder to always hunt Dyrachyo when this type of game state is happening. And they have ways to defend towers. They still have egg.
Kiyotaka making his way down here, but they're ready to fight.
Oh, yeah.
That is, they've got the 4 of them. Quinn, he's ready to start things off, go straight over towards Miro. They'll turn with the ult, they can soul by now, and the 2 of them silence as well. Double Doom will be there.
But is it going to be
Quinn's
enough?
perfectly fine. The Supernova, they can't hit the egg. They've got to run. They've got to split here, 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka, he doesn't make it away. Dyrachyo takes him down. Miro tries for the TP, but Celery finds him.
And Solo, he's likely going to get chased too. Quinn's got a charge.
They've got the burn. as Solo, he'll try and run. Pigpole as well hit, as he's in on top of him. The dead shot comes through. It's 3 kills for Gaming Gladiators. His 9 Pandas attempt completely shut down.
And the thing is, too, they did connect with their combos, but it came a little late. That bit of calling that did disrupt the initial Doom there, I mean, probably doesn't even matter anyway. As we saw the egg celery, it just devastates absolutely everybody. Nobody can hit it, and that's going to be reoccurring in this game, as we said. There's not really any way to hit this egg.
Yeah, what do they do about the Phoenix? I mean, if anything, they've just got to hope the next time round they get one of these 2 Dooms on the Phoenix.
Exactly. They need to get either a jump or a control onto him before those fights, but so far, difficult to do so.
So yeah, Celery's positioning is always going to be on top form.
And the supports, again, just like last time on the side of Gaming, they're out of control. Level 7, almost level 8 on Celery, Tofu 8, and the supports on 9 Pandas. Solo, still level 5. So not even overgrowth there for the fight to have people at least held down a little longer.
Things are starting to speed up.
Very quickly. And Ace during the whole time, too, farmed those stacks, right? So he's all the way enabled. Ramses, kind of the only one on 9 Pandas who's having that good game right now. He's got his work cut out for him.
They're going to attempt to smoke. That's both sides coming in.
Okay, I mean, I feel like that's the best way to get
They want to kill Ace again.
in the game.
You know, so far the game plan has been just kill this Bristleback.
And they should have him again.
They will once more.
But here comes the squad.
Oh, indeed. Here comes the revenge attempt from Gaming Gladiators, and they'll turn up. Antara's on the retreat, but Quinn will go forward. Got the illusion rune as well. Still gets holding by the overgrowth.
Quinn's kind of alone.
They get the angle, they get the soul bind out.
Just kidding.
He's still able to stand his ground over the ult. Quinn grabs Ramsey, slams him into the ground. They're having to head back under the tier 2. There's nothing else that 9 Pandas can throw back at Gaming Gladiators.
They don't quite have the damage shield to bring down Ramses, but Quinn definitely too tanky for him to actually commit onto there. Zones him back. But they get Ace again. But the thing is, you know, Dyrachyo, he's the real carry, and he's getting all the space in the world, while Ramses is getting pressured a little bit and has to show up to help out his allies. Now tower top, likely to fall, and Egg is back on cool, back up, so.
No, for sure. Anytime that ult's up and available, I don't think 9 Pandas can go looking for a fight into this.
Unless they can scout him and get him right away. They have to kill him right at the start of the fights. And the Midas, it's online.
It's going to take time, though. Not as much time as 9 Pandas would have needed with their last game's draft to get things going.
No, at least now they have ways to like clear a wave. They have actual ways to fight. That last game just quickly spiraled out of control, and they're versus Sven, or versus Chen. So that hero always accelerates things a lot more if you do fall behind early.
Dire are
Gaming Gladiators definitely feels that they're at the luxury to approach this mid-game how they wish. You know, they can sit back as long as their Terrorblade Dyrachyo's hitting creeps. I think they're going to be happy.
And they're actually the ones who, they're getting more and more of those stacks at the ready. I was literally looking and I'm like, I really want them to get a ton of stacks for Ramses. I think they have to enable him as much as possible at this point, because I'm just watching Ace get away with murder. He's farming like 8 stacks at a time, it feels like.
Yeah, that's the thing. They could kill him, but they can't stop him from farming.
No.
Ace is still going to have the impact that he'd hoped for as a Bristle.
He's actually staying ahead of a Doom with a Midas. So that says a lot about how much they're able to set him up for that farm. Now bottom tower, Dyrachyo. He's got backup.
And Quinn, he's looking for the catch. He's going to set up here towards Antares. Opens up with the grab.
Nicely done. And they're actually contesting, looking for
they've still got a fair bit of time with the Metamorphosis up on Dyrachyo, so can look to push for more. Ramses is turned up, but he's got strength. It's about to come to an end.
He cannot contest though down here. Got a couple creep waves, but that's just about it. 10-7.
Just about, what, 500 gold off from having the Aghanims done on Ace.
Quinn getting closer and closer to his heart. I mean, they're getting very quick item timings across the board here on Gaming. And for 9 Pandas, it's a guess they're getting farmed, but you do have to remember, it's a Doom with a Midas and a Spirit Breaker with a Midas. So that's inflated net worth that doesn't actually help you too much to be able to fight back into those 5v5s.
Yeah, they just can't fight back right now. They need a perfect setup of these double Dooms. And even when we saw it come through last time, it wasn't enough. It has to be the right 2 heroes.
They have to find this Phoenix somehow in a lot of these fights. I mean, they'll have the way to scout in a lot of situations because they will have the tree shard that's going to be coming out in the next few minutes, but they have to get the connection.
Tofu. Catch the 2 of them with the silence. And they'll have no interest in fighting here, 9 Pandas. There's a charge coming through, but do they really want to try for this?
He's going to commit it.
He's going to connect onto Tofu, but the ult's already out. To stop to any further attempts from 9 Pandas to chase for that one, they'll walk away.
Would have been suicide if they committed. Ace just got his ag delivered, so good on them to back away.
Is under attack. Dire
With the axe done, it's definitely a tougher target to try and threaten.
I mean, it really is going to be up to how much Nine Pandas is going to get with Ramses, because it's literally going to be Octarine Midas on the 2 other cores. So it's literally all about the farm. So it's interesting to see how it all kicks up when literally, if you look on the side of Gaming Gladiators, no one's going greedy. They're going for all the very aggressive items here.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's going to be longer than 19 minutes, but if Gaming Gladiators win another team fight, they could be knocking on the doors on the tier 3s of Nine Pandas pretty shortly.
Oh, absolutely.
They can definitely speed things up, as you say, with their build and really start to push for the further objectives.
Taking Roche is always going to be on the menu for them too, right? Because they have Bristleback and they have Terrorblade. They have hard physical damage with minus armor, so if they do see opportunities where things are too slowed down, they also can do that. And looking at the itemization, you know, they're like, okay, Spirit Breaker, this hero can be a bit annoying. I'm already seeing the Yules coming up. They've got one finished up on Tofu. I believe Celery's about to have his finished too.
Close.
So they're getting this itemization, not only just versus the Spirit Breaker, but versus the Inkswell as well too, right? It is a pretty damn good solution in a lot of situations.
Ramses stepping up, but he has a lot of backup. It's Nine Pandas, they're smoked up, they're ready to go. Soulbind into Double Doom once again. They're going to try and focus Ace. Ramses puts the beacon, goes towards the off the grabs there. Quinn grabs Ramses and slams him out of the game. They
now Miro.
Kill Ace. They've lost the 2 of them, but Quinn is ready to try and clean up more response as he goes for, takes Miro down. Key attacker will manage to escape. I mean, Nine Pandas able to get something out of that Double Doom, getting the 2 kills off the back of it, but they do lose heroes themselves, and it's the 2 cores on their side.
Yeah, and Diracho actually doesn't even, I mean, he's not in the fight or anything. He doesn't even have to walk up and pop meta, so yeah, you're seeing the damage that comes out there from that Phoenix and from the Bristle. At least Ramses gets a kill, but he dies at the end of it, so Diracho is going to be able to get that accelerated farm while that Sven is dead for the next few moments. Things just continue to go in the favor of gaming. The Phoenix also just always have to keep talking about, because now he's getting closer and closer towards level 12. He's got a Philosopher's Stone. His scaling is a problem for the side of Nine Pandas.
Bottom lane, Diracho. He's going to be able to help out and look towards taking down poor old Antares here. Metamorphosis from Diracho, the control from Tofu. Kill to be found.
Quite a bit tankier than expected there with the living armor, of course, but still does get brought down.
See if they can go anything more at Gaming Gladiators.
And that was an Arcane Rune, actually, so that meta is going to be up a lot faster here. So.
I don't know if you want to fight this Nine Pandas. They're hovering around their tier 2 tower, but Gaming Gladiators, they're set up to dive.
Yeah, they have no Doomit already. 20 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Tower's dropping.
They've got to let this one go. Fortification comes out. Ramses watching from the high ground.
It's pressure on multiple fronts. Look, Quinn and Celery, they're set up on mid for Miro while they're pushing bottom.
He just opens up straight away on a Miro. Goes into the tier 2. The burn of the Samurai bringing Miro down low. Can he get up the high ground? He can't. Tofu shoots him down.
Gaming's just, they're just punishing the greed. And Ramses.
He's getting chased down by Ace.
He's just gone.
Going to save him, dying under his own tier 3.
It's happening again, Owen. They're going to knock on the doors. It's 19 minutes. Quinn, able to get away, but look at bottom. They're forcing the glyph already.
I mean, well, what do you do? If you're Nine Pandas, you once again having to deal with Gaming Gladiators in your base pre-20 minutes.
There's a heart on Quinn. Heart Blade Mill, it's 19 minutes in. They can just probably keep going. 20 seconds still on the Sven. They've got their combo. Can they land the big dooms?
They're going to try.
Instant Yules from Celery.
And at that point, you have to just back off. They're already in with the grab. They've just caught Key Attacker. He's dead.
48 seconds.
No buyback on him.
They still have Egg at the ready, too. They can't commit into this fight on Nine Pandas. Uh-oh. This Rax.
I mean, whatever happens, they lasted longer than 20 minutes this time.
That's true.
It's something, not a lot.
Meta's back up because he had that Arcane Rune from earlier. Ace.
I mean, he's ready to dive.
He's killing Miro at the tier 4. Oh, my God. Well, good God. No mercy from Gaming today.
There are those tier 2s on the other lanes, though.
That's the thankful thing.
If you're Nine Pandas, you're like, it's all right, guys. We can only lose one set of racks at this point. We're still got the tier 2s in the other lane, so
I'm sure that's not what they're saying.
I mean, it's an elimination game.
Yeah, they got to stick in it. But my God, damage truly being done. The greed, it's just not working. The Octarine, the Midases, it's just getting full punish. They even have Philosopher's Stones on the Spirit Breaker.
Gladiator's punishing it.
completely.
Both games.
Yep.
Both games have sort of agreed this attempt. I mean, it's not necessarily a 9 Pandas thing, because in this patch, we're seeing teams across the board do it.
Yep.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a wake-up call for any teams that are going to have to face Gaming Gladiators down the road. Because Gaming Gladiators, they've shown very close to 2 times here that they'll shut you down completely.
Yeah, we're seeing that from quite a bit of teams. You got to be careful how greedy you do go. Kiyotaka might be able to get a setup. Can he? Nope.
He's got the Yules, he's got the Silence, he's got the Dead Shot, he's going to try and TP out in front of them, and he's going to get nothing to stop it. The Silence comes in. Tofu keeping it cool there, not even feeling the pressure to pop his ult. He knows he can just TP out. They can't do the damage anyway.
And Quinn, they'll be able to get the Tormentor in the meantime, too. They're just getting absolutely everything on the map, and there's just that Rax that's going to be pushing in. I mean, Miro, Blink Dagger is getting closer and closer on the horizon, but the damage just isn't going to be there anymore, right? For 9 Pandas. Like, it's all up to Ramses to kill all of these beefy cores and deal with an egg. It just seems next to impossible at this point.
Butterfly done on Dyrachyo.
My lord, he is massive.
That's a Shadow Blade, so maybe a chance of sneaking in on the back lines. Finding his Phoenix, but
Roche is still an option if Gaming wants to just play it very careful. I mean, I'd imagine that's probably what they want to do here with this fresh Butterfly. And very difficult for 9 Pandas to contest in that area. Versus an egg, doesn't feel like it's possible by any means. And Quinn is actually looking to make moves with Tofu, perhaps, while his team is going for that rush. And yeah, we see that win probability to be expected.
They're going to smoke up with the 3 of them 9 Pandas. And maybe see if they can chance a fight around the Roshan, but it's going to already be gone.
It's dead too fast.
And at this point, I don't know if they want to take a fight outside of the base. They might just have to go full retreat here.
They do put Vision down. Do they want to go for this, though? I mean, they see Celery, they see 3 heroes. They're going to go for it.
Again, in with the opening, charge across as well. 2 tanky heroes. They should have a chance of taking out Celery. They've got the Overgrowth as well.
Here comes
They'll take the
Ramses.
Phoenix down. They'll put the BKB in the God Strength. Look towards Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo has sort of settled himself into a worse situation there. He gets completely surrounded, but he has got the Aegis, so he's happy to sacrifice himself the once. They turn over towards Ace.
Oh my God, Ramses, careful.
They kill Ace off, but they're left so low. Kiyotaka's out of the game. Ramses has to run.
Dyrachyo with the Bro Sunder there, keeping Ace up, and look at the damage that Ace did right toward the end of it there. Almost brings down Ramses, too. Pretty decent strike there, though, the Vision that 9 Pandas puts down to get the jump off.
I mean, they tried for something. It was a risky spot. I mean, they get the jump, but it is into that Aegis, and as you say, happy to sacrifice himself on the first life. Dyrachyo.
One of the few things that will always, of course, go through those, you know, anti-heals, right? The Sunder, as we always see, versus like the AAs and stuff like that. As a hit, but it's a hit where they use absolutely everything too, right? So
and now on the high ground,
they're gonna go, and they've got egg ready. They don't have meta, so maybe they don't full push forward here with Dyrachyo, but Ramses, careful.
It certainly has to be. He's got this BKB still cooldown for 15 seconds.
So Ace is gonna be the one who gets that slow push going. Dyrachyo, now he's gonna make his way over after picking up his Reaver.
They've nearly got the cooldowns back up.
Almost.
Doom's going to be back there in a second. God Strength, BKB, they'll have everything. Overgrowth, the longer one, still 20 seconds on that.
This is more difficult to set up, though, because they're prepared for it. That last one caught them a little off guard.
There we go. They can double Doom in. They're going to try and take the Bristle down first, but Ace is already out of there. They can't stay on top of him.
They just zoomed out.
They just step back. And that's the BKB, that's the God Strength, that's the Soulbind, that's the Doom.
Everything. Everything but the Overgrowth was just used.
And they can reset and go again here, Gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
Metamorphosis for themselves, with Dyrachyo's back up in 20.
Might even just make... they might just be able to just straight go forward. I mean, Bristol's going to reset and come back. Kiyotaka's going to try to address lanes a little bit here, but Gaming, yeah, they're ready to keep going for this push. And how do you stop it now that you've used literally everything? That is quite some building damage coming out.
And not a lot,
coming from 9 Pandas.
Not a lot at all. Tier 1's still standing in a solid spot. I mean, even in that game 1, did they take a Tier 1?
I don't believe so, no. Maybe they did end up taking the bottom Tier 1, but yeah, just barely.
That was it.
They're knocking on Tier 4s. And 9 Pandas, they kind of just have to watch because they don't have their spells up.
That's the thing, Gaming Gladiators, to know that they've kind of got nothing to throw at them.
And Ace with Boots of Travel pushes in the top wave a little bit too, rejoins his team. Meta's still halfway. Doom, 20 seconds, God Strength, it's coming back up. And they gotta just try. But
Tier
Gaming,
4's going down.
They just back off. They're like, okay, we got what we came for. The cooldowns are coming back up. Go for tier 2s. Played safe.
Yeah, no messing around here in the lower bracket, even with the lead the Gaming Gladiators have.
Oh, and Sneaky Ward, Tofu actually makes his way up top in the meantime. In that crazy cast range, he's actually able to cast it outside of vision. Charge! Instantly stopped from that
Straight
ward.
up into the air, the silence is out upon them. They'll turn, they'll get the grab immediately onto Miros. He's out of the game. It's all on him, no buybacks available.
And
They try and get
Ramses.
Tofu, they don't even get him. Tofu's still alive. Finally, the charge of Key Attacker comes in to take him down. But they cannot fight here against the remainder of Gaming Gladiators as Ramses caught by the nasal goo. Gaming Gladiators surrounding the Sven. Key Attacker trying to help out with the charge across, but it's Quinn who comes crashing across the two of them. Ramses to fall, 3 dead on Gladiators.
Just such clean plays.
Only 2 on Gladiators.
Only 2 on Gladiators, but I think that little ward, right? They put a little ward from Tofu. They see the charge coming in. They stop the initiation.
everything.
They see absolutely everything.
It's got to hurt for Pandas.
It's just no mercy, really. Gaming continue to just keep cruising forward here.
I mean, they're trying their best to play it out, but
Trying.
losing fight after fight, tower after tower.
The greed just not paying off. Gaming just really knowing how to punish this completely in this series.
Oh, they really are.
Up and up to the high ground. Meta back up in 30. Doom is still available, but there's no double Doom for 8 seconds. Yataka.
He's trying.
He's trying to slow them
He's
down.
trying to get them off the buildings, but
Lincoln's now, of course, being thrown out. Quinn with his. Antares is just getting chased by illusions. Can't even get his positioning to get a soul bind.
Ace nearly just straight up dying to them. They have to pop a smoke to save him.
Ace now just playing in front lines.
They've got to do something soon.
They break the Lincolns, but too scared to make the jump forward. This Gaming just continue to play it as safe as possible.
Yeah, a
They
bit of
back
mercy
away
given
again.
from them. But back off. 20k lead, 22 to 13.
And really is such careful plays coming out from Gaming Gladiators, not wanting to give up anything. 5-0-14 so far on Quinn. Still sticking kind of in an aggressive positioning, though, even though Dyrachyo went back. They feel confident with the 3. Oh, and they also have Ace against Boots of Travel, so they do have the 4 heroes quickly that can join in.
Yeah, very clean stuff from Quinn and Dyrachyo this game, as you say. No deaths on Quinn, and that 1 death on Dyrachyo, just that very early one in the laning stage where he's getting dove under the tier 1 tower. What can you do?
And I believe
outside of that, it's been perfect.
And they were saying, right, Quinn hasn't really, I don't think he played it here yet, right? So, I mean, it's a hero that he plays, but I don't think he's played it at this tournament so
It's
far.
looking pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially if you consider just straight up what happened in the mid matchup.
Solo kill.
Kind of from minute 1.
And that sets a tempo for a lot of things, right? Like, if that doesn't happen, perhaps the game is very different, where Spirit Breaker's actually able to do more, because it's been a very, very quiet for very quiet series for Kiyotaka. It's all just recovery, recovery, recovery. I mean, Miero, you can see that like it's kind of desperate. He sells his Midas, buys his BKB. They're trying to find anything they can to be able to take this next upcoming fight, which could be the last one. How close on Ace's Lincolns. He's about to have it done as well, too. So double Lincolns are going to be finished up as well. Even building more and more. They're queuing them up even on the supports. Constricting 9 Pandas in the base.
Gladiators could still opt to wait that extra minute or so, look for the next Roche.
Definitely a possibility with how careful they've been. They're just controlling all the farm points. There's not really much that Ramses can go outside and get besides those Ancients right now.
Yeah, they know Panzers are getting very little if to anything out of the map in these situations. They're trying to step out, 9 Pandas.
Now you can see how, I mean, this really is as careful as you can be. They actually have the triple Lincolns pretty much finished up now, and yeah, as we said, the support's even having those queued up soon. So ways to protect versus these double Dooms, but yeah, now they're looking to hit a little bit here with that secondary one.
Is under attack.
Nice, leading the charge.
At least get them out of this triangle. Miero does get hit.
Might have to BKB. Whew. Actually able to get the blink off.
They just.
Nice. They look to still chase. They actually get the dead shot angle onto Ramsey. As he still has popped the God Strength.
looking to catch them off guard, I guess.
I mean, considering trying to fight, maybe if you get the Silver Edge hit onto Ace, they could open up onto something, but it's going to come to an end. Ramses can't close the gap. He's going to go in with the jump now.
Instantly Yules.
But no availability for the break, so Ace is perfectly fine.
It's a
BKB has to
BKB
come
to
out
run.
from Ramses, and he has to go full retreat right now.
Oh, it's a disaster.
As 9Pandas not finding the jump that they were trying for.
And Ramses.
He may still get caught. He's got to keep running. The Quills, the Goo coming out from Ace. Solo, he attempts for a TP out. Quinn finds him immediately in the trees. Solo's out of the game, and Tara's gone as well. Both supports down.
Maybe it's just this desperation. Ramsey's trying to catch Gaming off guard, but not the case whatsoever. Gaming is absolutely prepared for it. Top rack's exposed. Buybacks have to come out.
They're going for Tofu. It's been a tricky one to find. Bash is dead, but Tofu
Another Yule.
with the Yule. Size the dead shot. Doesn't matter. Ramses will get the kill.
But the racks.
They've been taken out. Ace
Objective.
Stretcher on with a full push top.
The 3 tanky beasts with triple Lincolns prepared.
He's in, but was that a Doom on an
It's
illusion?
a Doom on an illusion.
It was a Doom on an illusion. And the Supernova's out. They
can't hit it.
This egg. Miro's out of the game. The base, it's in shambles. The third set of racks taken out. Mega creeps are there for Gaming Gladiators. They're trying their best to hold on 9Pandas, but at this point, very little that can be done to give them a chance of turning this one. As the tier 4's under threat, Queen goes in, takes out Solo. He's out for good. Ramses tries for the stun, but the Lotus
Can't
is
even finish
ends
it
up stunning himself. Queen comes in with the grab.
GG.
It's all over. GG is called. Gaming Gladiators today completely crushing 9Pandas. Both games back-to-back, folks.
This wasn't even close today.
No.
We had, a little bit of an early game kind of stuff that they were getting some trades and
very
stuff for
little bit.
9Pandas, but a very little bit. You know, they have... It's a little deceptive, too, because you look and they're like, oh, they're not that behind on gold. But when they're going Midas Octarine and they're still behind on gold, yeah, you can tell Gaming, they feel super comfortable. An excellent game plan. Everything ended up working out for them. And honestly, Quinn, he was unbelievable this game.
He was.
Start to finish.
You got to watch out for this Primal Beast coming out again from Quinn down the line in this tournament. 5-0-21. Absolutely crushed the mid matchup. And knew exactly what to do. Everything after that point was completely covered. And the fact, in those early moments, sure, they were killing Ace on this Bristleback, but it really didn't seem like that was any sort of issue for Gaming Gladiators' game plan. They had the stacks prepared. Ace was able to easily catch up on any gold he was losing out on due to these deaths. It just didn't matter at all, those early kills on him.
And the time that you're spending killing Ace, Daracio's like, all right, great. I've got all the freedom in the world as a Terrorblade. Weren't able to take advantage of the Grim Doom lane besides that one time that they were able to get Daracio. Overall Gaming today looking way too good, especially when they're able to play these tempo drafts versus the green.
Absolutely. When you see Gaming playing like this in the lower bracket, you can definitely feel that they're going to be zooming all the way through it and going pretty deep in this tournament, if not just all the way. If they could continue to bring out this consistent level of just complete crushing with these sort of games. 9Pandas, an unfortunate series for them to go out on, right? This is a team that we've seen great stuff from, but here today against Gaming Gladiators, it just felt like they've been completely sold by Gaming Gladiators. They knew exactly what to do against them.
Yep, they shut down the early game, and maybe those bans, you know, Neo Tsunami was talking about them, asking CY. Maybe they do have a bit of a read of how they want to deal with these teams early games. So let's see how people adjust versus Gaming Gladiators.
Absolutely. Gaming Gladiators, incredible performance here today as they were not slowed down at all. 2 very quick games against 9Pandas will secure Gaming Gladiators the ability to continue moving on here in the lower bracket.
It might not have been as fast as that first game of the series, but it was just as dominant, Lacoste.
Yeah, I told you it was not going to be a 20-minute game. I mean, the way this game started, Quinn gets the first blood and just snowballs out of control. Gaming Gladiators also a team that knows how to punish this greedy style. This has been their bread and butter, building all these auras and then just going together. Bristleback was in the pool available, so they do switch things around in the end and still get the hands on Bristle, making so many stacks. One thing I like about this team is they're so efficient. You can see them while Bristleback is farming the stacks, the rest of the team is smoked, going through the area where Bristle is farming, protecting him, and also using the scan, finding Sven, getting the kill on him. So they're just so good. Like, I think a lot of people had doubts about Gaming Gladiators coming into TI, whether they're going to be in, you know, very competitive here, and I think they shut them down completely. Whoever thought they're not gonna be, like, this is a great example.
I mean, that break did right by them. They clearly talked about what was going wrong for them during the group stages. They had a lot of time to prep, to potentially theory craft strategies, the way they're going to approach certain teams, and they looked incredible today. They looked like they were in the form that we've seen them all year. On top of the efficiency that Lacoste talked about, they are just always at the right place at the right time. They hit their timings, they farm aggressively. When the Terrorblade is farming aggressively, there are 2 supports parked on the high grounds watching out for him. You have Quinn aggressively farming the enemy jungle early on in the game, hunting for kills on the Sven, smoking with his supports, and everything went so well. And I've got to say, I am a little bit sad for Nine Pandas because I don't think we saw this team in their full potential today. I don't think we saw them in their full potential yesterday. We've seen a lot come out of them, but they had 3 TI first-timers. They had to have been nervous. This is not the Kiyotaka that we've watched and rooted for all year, but that is TI.
That is what happens, and it's the start for a lot of these players of their career, so I'm sure we haven't seen the last of them as well.
I mean, definitely not. It was definitely a rough one for Kiyotaka. You can't deny that. I think a lot of this game did come down to the mid lane. We saw Quinn on the Primal Beast. He hasn't played it a lot. Kiyotaka, he responds to it with a Spearbreaker, dies at level 3 solo. Not something that happens very much when mid laners get solo in this patch. And that becomes a snowball effect. It bleeds into bottom lane. Now Quinn is going bottom lane, ganking him. Ramses, who had an amazing game, by the way, both games here, then he gets ganked by Quinn. Now Quinn is just controlling the whole map, and I will give a shout out to Nine Pandas. Like, Ramses and solo, they won their lane both games really hard, and they were keeping their team into the game as much as they could, but Quinn was just unstoppable in this series. They just could not stop this Primal Beast. They could not stop him on Kunkka, and he just had a free game, and he just opened up the whole map.
At the end of the day, only one team can be the winner here of the series, and Gaming Gladiators, they definitely prove to be the stronger one here, so they move forward, and they are the victors. And speaking of victors, Pyrion is standing by with Celery right now.
Thank you, Sheebs. I didn't know I was the victor. I appreciate that. Celery, tremendous series from you guys. It looked like you were in a hurry.
Yeah, nice and quick.
Nice and quick. The lower bracket, not familiar territory for you guys. Normally your upper bracket run. How does it change the mentality of the team when you're in the lower bracket like that?
Yeah, it definitely feels a bit worse. But the reason we're in the lower bracket is because our gameplay was not the best early on. So after we dropped to the lower, we practiced a lot, and I think we're playing way different now from the group stage. So I think we're looking a lot better now.
Looking back to your old ways. Now, before the game there, we saw you in a sort of meditative trance with your eyes closed. What's going through your mind? Are you just trying to calm yourself down, or are you psyching yourself up? What is it?
No, trying to calm myself down. It's a long day, and you're thinking a lot. So it's important that you're chill and you just do the things you normally do. You don't make mistakes out of exhaustion.
Well, I don't think you guys made a mistake in either of those games. It was a fantastic performance. How proud are you of your team?
Yeah, I'm very proud of my team. We did a really good job. We communicated really well, I think. I heard there was some funny comms they showed today with the graves. Another grave and another grave and another grave. It was really good today. I really enjoyed it.
Well, it was brilliant. It was great watching you, and congrats on the win. Back to you, Sheebs, and the panel.
Thank you very much, Celery and Pyrion. Yeah, that is something to be proud of here. It is Gaming Gladiators that's guaranteed top 8. They get to play at the International and the Climate Pledge Arena. That is big stuff, of course. It surpasses their previous results, at least for Celery and Tofu as well. And overall, I mean, this series, you heard Celery say it, they changed up some stuff, Effie, and I don't know, it feels like they might have reinvented themselves. This is a style that we have not seen them play yet.
I wouldn't say reinvented, but rediscovered.
Rediscovered,
maybe.
sure.
Because when Gaimin were their most dominant, they looked like they did in this series, right? They were on top of every rune. They were securing their mid lane. They were stacking while also winning lanes at the same time, just farming very efficiently and then choking out the enemy, not letting the game extend very long. They've always been a very high aggression, high tempo team. A team that plays just like this too is Liquid, and it feels like they've found that identity again.
They really did. We have once again highlights that are fairly short because this game, it was a repeat of, well, the style of game number 1. I do want to talk a little bit about the movements we saw Nine Pandas made, because at some point you are with your backs against the wall and you can't just sit and wait. right?
Yeah,
for
they had to
gaming
do
come on.
something. Like they had to be aggressive because they felt the game was getting out of control, and they used their abilities nicely. It's just that they were so far behind. Like you have this double doom, you have explosive damage coming out from Sven, you need to use it. But the Gaming Gladiators, they did punish it. They knew that there's no overgrowth, there is no BKBs on their cores, no God Strength, no Doom, most importantly, and also the way they itemized, just excellent. Getting those Lotus Orbs, getting those Lincoln Sphere on the heroes that usually don't buy those items, and also double Yule Scepter on the supports to be able to deal with the Spirit Breaker. Sven as well, dispelling his Warcry, setting things up for the silence. Like Tofu, he was amazing. I mean, we already talked about him and his performance on the hero. Coming into this series, both him and FY, they just really shine on Huerta.
They really do, and there's a lot of smiles on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but every side of happiness in a match like this also has sadness to it, and that is where Nine Pandas is right now. And to hear a little bit more about that side, we're heading over to Pyrion, who's standing by with Solo.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I'm here with the man himself, Dota legend Solo. Obviously very disappointed to go out in that series. That clearly wasn't how you wanted to exit the tournament. What went so wrong in those games?
First game drafts, I guess. Second game we just played bad. They play better. It's always hard to play against Gaming Gladiators for us, and this time was even harder.
Did you feel a little unlucky bumping into them in the lower bracket? You might not have expected to have to bump into GG at this stage.
There are a lot of good teams in loser bracket this year, so it's not about luck. We just played worse, and they deserve to go further.
So what would you say, looking to the bright side of this season? Obviously, you're out of TI now, but what was the highlight for you of this year with Nine Pandas?
I guess Riyadh Masters. That was our highlight. But it was good season. I'm proud of my team. I'm proud of guys. They're very good players and very good teammates.
Fantastic, and obviously a very tough region as well, so you've done well there. Final thing, is there anything you'd like to say to the fans out there that have supported you all year?
Sorry guys, bad result, but we'll try our best next time. Keep cheering for Nine Pandas. Thank you for support.
Thank you, Solo. Commiserations. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Pyrion, and of course shout out to Nine Pandas. They made it far, but their road ends here. It is Gaming Gladiators that move forward. We now, as you can see, have 6 teams in our top 8, Effie.
We do. I think the biggest surprise coming out of our top 8 would be Nouns. I don't think anybody saw this coming. I certainly didn't, but they definitely carry that NA flag with pride. And I'm really curious to see how their matchup versus Gaimin will go. I mean, it seems like today they won going to 60-minute games versus Azure Ray. They weren't allowed to take those 60-minute games, and we just saw Gaimin completely suffocate Nine Pandas who play for the 60-minute games. So it's definitely going to be tough for them, but I'm looking forward to see how they prep.
Yeah. Are we surprised to have a day full of 2-0s here, Fear?
Of course. Like, whenever you get 2-0, 2-0-2, especially in this tournament, right, with the most D's road to the international, I'm a little surprised that some of these games are so one-sided, but it really goes to show you that the prep has just been better for the teams that are doing well. There's a lot of momentum, and maybe just not the prep, maybe the nerves, like, come into play here more than anything.
The nerves are definitely big on the big stage. And the big stage, the road to the international, is not over yet. You know it. We need 2 more teams. 2 more teams to make it to that top 8 and make it to the international in the Climate Pledge Arena. And for that, we have a final day for the road to the international. And we will, again, send 4 teams home. I know, that's a lot. There's gonna be heartbreak, there's gonna be sweat, blood, and tears, and we're gonna have some fantastic Dota. It's world-class Dota 2 here in Seattle, and I can't wait to see more of that. But it's no longer gonna be today. The rest of the road to the international will happen tomorrow, so we will see you then bright and early.